At the instant the black piece disappeared from Su Ming's palm, the two old fire spirits sitting on the left and right of the chessboard exchanged glances before lowering their heads. Their eyelids fell shut. At the same time, the other fire spirits around the area also crouched down and looked like they were falling into sleep again. There was not a hint of aversion in them towards Su Ming standing there, and neither did they pay any attention to him. Su Ming swept his gaze across the area, until eventually his eyes landed on the half of the skeleton lying against the wall not too far away. He also stared at the long spear it held in its hands, and his eyes flashed with light. This person came ages ago. He killed 7 powerful warriors in succession, and even the 2 of us were not his opponent. In the end, we had to have our people offer up their lives to activate 3/10 of the fire in the 5th kiln to refine him alive. But this person was so strong that this was only enough to melt half of his body and seal his soul in this place. And this happened just because he already harbored the desire to die in his heart, or else, if he had wanted to leave, we would not have been able to make him stay. The long spear in his hands is dyed with a large amount of fire spirit's life force. If you're not worried that this person will one day be resurrected and rush out of this place, you can take away the spear. The old fire spirit's voice echoed in the cave. Su Ming stared at the remaining half of the skeleton, and after a period of pensive silence, he walked over. When he came beside the skeleton, he cast a few scrutinizing glances at it, and eventually became certain that this person was not Xianxia. In truth, when he saw this skeleton, an assumption had formed in his heart. After all, Xianxia had a spear named Undertaker of Evil's Spear. Su Ming had received an imitation otiate in the past, but he then remembered that the real Undertaker of Evil's Spear was under the Imperial City in the land of Berserkers. It was used to suppress evil, so Xianxia should not have taken it away. At the Su Ming observed the skeleton carefully, his assumption disappeared from his mind. His gaze landed on the long spear that alternated between black and purple. He lifted his right hand to grab it. The instant Su Ming touched it, a thick murderous aura spread out from the spear with a bang, traveled up Su Ming's right hand and charged into his body. Within an instant, it filled him up. The murderous aura was so strong that as it traveled through him, it turned into a wave of impact that went surging to his brain. Under this impact, an absent-minded look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Blurry pictures flashed through his mind. Those pictures seemed to be the spear's memories, and they were all revealed before Su Ming's eyes. Within one picture was a middle-aged man dressed in black with a long spear in his hand. The place where he stood was the underground cave. There was no expression on the man's face, but there was no longer any attachment towards life in his eyes, either. There were countless fire spirits surrounding him, and there were 9 huge fire spirits exuding the presence of masters of fate, lives, and death fighting against him. There was no expression on his face, but with each spear thrust, the earth would move, and the mountains would tremble. As the fire spirits died one by one, they began to chat. Before the man's eyes, the spirits began aging, and as the ground rumbled under his feet, an endless sea of fire gushed out of the land. That sea of fire instantly submerged the middle-aged man. The picture changed. The middle-aged man appeared in a world where the sky was blue, but once he pierced through it, it turned black. The hundreds of living creatures on the ground collapsed and died. It could be seen that the world where he was located was still a dimension in the 5th kiln. A third picture appeared, and it portrayed a galaxy. Su Ming could see that before the middle-aged man was an endless sea of fire gushing out of the 5th kiln. Clearly, this time, the memory he saw was the one before the middle-aged man had stepped into the 5th kiln. These pictures were flashbacks that were sketching out the man's memories. They were a recollection kept by the spear. A fourth picture appeared in Su Ming's mind. It was set within the barren lands of divine essence. It was the galaxy in which the 4 great true worlds used to keep watch over the barren lands. Even though Su Ming did not know to which true world the man belonged, he saw 5-colored light on the middle-aged man's hands turn into a rope that bound his hands. There were nearly 100 runic symbols surrounding him as if they were sealing him. Behind him were 7 old men. They looked at the bound man with complicated expressions on their faces, their heads lowered to bow to him. The man turned around. There was a hint of a defeat and grief on his face. He lowered his head to look at his bound hands. When he relaxed them slightly, Su Ming saw that there was a faint red medicinal core between them. The middle-aged man clenched his fists tightly, then walked into the distance. The fifth picture allowed Su Ming to see a galaxy with which he was incredibly familiar. The color of that galaxy was not black, but red. The middle-aged man held the long spear in this galaxy. Soon, he let out a string of shrill and forlorn-sounding laughter before he rushed towards a bald teenager ahead of him. This teenager was dressed in a blood-red long robe. He did not seem old, but there was an indescribable ancient air about him. He stared at the middle-aged man coldly. After just a lift of his right hand, the middle-aged man coughed up blood as he tumbled back. "Are you done fooling around?" The teenager's voice was calm, and there was a dignified air within it that signified someone who regarded himself as a supreme entity. "I'd rather not learn the extermination Tao and enter Death Realm," the middle-aged man roared and charged forward in a mad dash again. The picture changed, the sixth picture appearing in Su Ming's mind. In it was a cultivation planet. The sky was still red, but the middle-aged man was now on the ground. In his arms was a woman's corpse. Tears trickled down his cheeks as he roared at the sky. The woman's corpse slowly disintegrated until she turned into a faint red medicinal core. At the same time, the teenager in red walked calmly into the picture. He picked up the medicinal core and handed it to the middle-aged man. "Eat it. When you do, you can practice Sacred Yin's extermination Tao. Once I take that one step forward, it does not matter whether I'll succeed or not, you will still become the next Culpa Lord of Sacred Yin World." When Su Ming heard this, his entire body shuddered, but he did not let go of the spear in his hand. Instead, he gripped it tighter before slowly lifting it up, slowly extracting it from the skeleton's palm. Immediately after, the picture in his mind changed again, and the seventh picture appeared. This time, the teenager in red stood in a world with birds chirping and flowers blooming. Before him was a child of about 8 or 9 years old. That boy knelt under the teenager's feet, and with his young voice, he said, "Master." Su Ming opened his eyes swiftly and looked at the half of the skeleton before slowly bringing the spear in his hand before him. The hand which the skeleton used to hold the spear was lifted up high as well when Su Ming raised the spear. If anyone saw this, it would seem as if the skeleton himself had lifted his hand to give Su Ming the spear in his hand. When the skeleton let go of his grip and Su Ming held the purplish-black long spear completely by himself, it shone and disappeared into his hand. However, a purple and black ring appeared on Su Ming's right index finger. With a swing of his arm, that ring immediately disappeared, hidden away. After a period of silence, Su Ming took a few steps back, wrapped his fist in his palm, then bowed deeply towards the skeleton. He knew the reason behind why this person longed for death, which was mentioned by the fire spirits just then. He was the sovereign of true Sacred Yin World and was the disciple of Sacred Yin's Culpa Lord. If everything had went smoothly, this person would have become the next Sacred Yin's Culpa Lord. But during this process, an accident happened. His wife passed away, and it was due to the master he idolized since he was young. His body was exiled to the barren lands of divine essence, but his soul had already died a long time ago when the woman in his arms closed her eyes. Su Ming looked at the skeleton in front of him. He did not even know his name, but he knew that a person who could enter Death Realm through the extermination Tao was definitely an almighty in Life Realm. This sort of powerful warrior was surely a shocking person whose name rang through the galaxy. There was practically no force in the universe that could make a person who reached Life Realm die. Even if there was, it was definitely rare and hard to find. That was why he was still alive, even if there was only half of his skeleton remaining. However, Su Ming did not sense this person's soul from the skeleton or the long spear in his hand. The memories he saw just then were only some residual ones left behind in the spear. When it disappeared into Su Ming's hand, the residual memories also vanished. After bowing once, Su Ming lifted his head, then turned around to walk towards the exit. The fire spirits continued crouching in the area, their eyes closing slowly, as if they wanted to fall asleep again. Su Ming took a few steps forward, and after a pause, he looked at Flame Fiend's progenitor who was looking at him anxiously. "That nascent divinity is mine," Su Ming said calmly. When he said these words, the fire spirit holding onto the nascent divinity of Flame Fiend's progenitor let go of it. Flame Fiend's progenitor immediately flew to Su Ming's side, who lifted his feet and turned into a long arc that charged towards the exit. Flame Fiend's progenitor followed after him closely. At that moment, there was no longer any hint of hostility in him towards Su Ming. The two of them moved through the tunnels underground extremely quickly. After some time, Su Ming rushed out of the crack in the ground. Flame Fiend's progenitor followed behind him. Once he rushed out, he looked at the crack in the ground with lingering fear in his eyes, then looked at Su Ming. He wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to him. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Su Ming turned around and cast Flame Fiend's progenitor a look. He did not speak, but instead lifted his head to look at the sky. He scanned the area with his Atman and found that he could not find the body of the supreme treasure in this world. Clearly, they had already escaped from Fire Spirit's pursuit and went into another dimension. However, with the bald crane, Su Hui, and progenitor Long Hai around, Su Ming would be able to immediately notice them the moment they both entered the same dimension. Flame Fiend's progenitor hesitated for a moment, but did not dare to mention the matter about them, agreeing that he would have the white-robed teenager's physical body. He was incredibly weakened at the moment, and he was worried that if he brought this up, he would displease Su Ming. "Let's go." Su Ming had already found the exit with his Atman, and with one move, he charged towards it. Flame Fiend's progenitor quickly followed behind him, and after some time, they arrived at the distorted region which was the exit. They stepped in and disappeared from the world. What the two of them did not know was that at the instant Su Ming took the purple-black spear from the skeleton's hands, the big and ferocious-looking Zhu Yukai shuddered in another dimension. He slowly lifted his head and looked into the distance, his face filled with complicated emotions. "Have I been freed?" Zhu Yukai lowered his head and sat down quietly on the floor. The world where he was located was formed by lakes. At that moment, there was one beside him, and the blue sky reflected off it. Zhu Yukai looked at his thick palm, and after a long while, a faint red medicinal core appeared on it. He looked at the medicinal core, and his expression slowly became gentle, but there was also anguish on his face. "No matter who did it, I am free," Zhu Yukai mumbled and stood up before casting a glance at the lake beside him. In silence, he walked over and lowered his head to look at the surface. When he did so, he saw his reflection in the water. A body as plump as that of a boar met his eyes. He had a hideous look formed by layers of thick fat on his face. Bloodshot eyes, messy hair. After Zhu Yukai took a good look at himself, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was still Zhu Yukai. He moved and turned into a long arc that charged into the distance. The abyss builders of the fifth true world have an art that can resurrect the dead. As long as they have a fragment of a soul, they can make the dead come back to life. Even though the fifth true world has disappeared and it is said that the abyss builders have been wiped out, as long as there is a fragment of hope, I must go to the fifth true world. I must find an abyss builder and resurrect you. Oh! As Su Ming and Flame Fiend's progenitor moved through the passages of time and had their life force flow out from their bodies time and again, Su Ming began to feel exhausted, and he could not help but remember the promise of 1,000 years to the cultivators in Western Ring Nebula's foreign lands. That promise was related to time. Originally, it was for everyone, but once Su Ming possessed a Kang, it disappeared, but the prerequisite was that he had to have his Akang clone devour the other Akangs so that he would continue growing stronger until he occupied the entire Western Ring Nebula and turned it into his personal abode. This was Su Ming's goal. At that moment, such a goal was still a little far away, but there was no doubt that at that moment, his Akang clone was already stronger than the other Akangs. However, he was still not strong enough to devour the other souls in one go. As Su Ming traveled forward, he moved through one dimension after another. He did not stop in any of them for long. Usually, after he came to a dimension, He would scan it with his Atman, and upon not discovering the body of the supreme treasure, he would immediately leave. Because of it, things were hard for Flame Fiend's progenitor. He was a nascent divinity. Each time he moved through another dimension, he would become even more tired. But he did not dare say a word because he was worried that he would stir up Su Ming's desire to kill him. As he followed after him, he sighed continuously in his heart. When he came to the fifth kiln, he did not expect that he would end up like this, and it was not the first time he regretted his decision in his heart. Why did he show hostility towards Su Ming in the beginning? This person is ruthless and cunning. I absolutely can't provoke him again. Flame Fiend's progenitor cast a wary glance at Su Ming in front of him. He might not have forced the progenitor to follow him, but he could already imagine that if he did anything abnormal, it would be the same as giving the other an excuse to attack. After moving past the spirit trudging platforms on the second border, the dimensions will reduce in number, and the chances of dimensions with supreme treasures appearing will increase. How much do you know about this? Su Ming suddenly asked while rushing forward. The third border in the fifth kiln isn't really that dangerous in comparison. After all, the chance of everyone running into each other isn't that high. When Flame Fiend's progenitor said this much, he stopped talking, and he sighed in his heart again. It's the similar between the third and second borders. The chances of us running into each other are higher, but if we're careful, huge accidents won't happen. However, the dimensions in front of the spirit trudging platforms of the second border, before the first border, will be incredibly intense. There aren't many dimensions there to begin with, so when several people appear in a dimension and there is a supreme treasure in there, Flame Fiend's progenitor cast a glance at Su Ming. They'll be engaged in a battle to the death. I've come to the fifth kiln several times before. Each time, there will be powerful warriors who will die between the second and first borders. Once the remaining few people step onto the spirit trudging platforms of the first border, the place they will want to go to would be the core of the fifth kiln. Over there, their fights will reach their most intense state, because when they are there, the 9 greatest supreme treasures will appear, and that temptation is not something a normal person can resist. But during the past few times, I would at most go to the area between the second and first border. I chose to leave before I stepped into the core, which is why I'm still alive, Flame Fiend's progenitor said in a low tone. Su Ming's expression remained calm, but several thoughts had emerged in his head. As he moved forward, he walked out of a crack of a dimension and stepped into a new one. This was already the umpteenth dimension he had moved through, and based on his calculations, he should soon be arriving at the spirit trudging platforms at the end of the second border. Almost at the instant Su Ming took a step in the dimension, his expression changed. At the same time, the eyes of Flame Fiend's progenitor by his side lit up with delighted surprise. Right before their eyes, an intense battle was being waged in the sky. Booming sounds reverberated in the air, stirring up many waves of impact that swept through the area. They created violent gusts of wind that threatened to collapse the sky and shatter the earth. The two sides fighting were Zhu Yukai and the body of the supreme treasure of Xianxia, Su Hui, and the others. The bottom half of the dimension was a blue ocean. Huge waves were swept up by the wind caused by the battle in the sky. The waves roared, causing a huge whirlpool to appear on the entire surface of the ocean. As this whirlpool rotated ceaselessly, it allowed all people to see the bottom of the ocean. There was a statue over there. It was a strange with 3 heads. Its entire body shone with a white light that illuminated the sky, and it looked like a piece that was placed as a garrison at the bottom of the ocean. Near the whirlpool, there were nearly 100 ferocious sea dragons. They were swimming around, occasionally lifting their heads to roar at the sky, but they did not dare to get close to the white statue. A supreme treasure, Flame Fiend's progenitor immediately exclaimed. This was the first time Su Ming entered a dimension with a supreme treasure. The ripples of power and the presence spreading out from the treasure were clearly stronger than from a complementary treasure. It was enough for all people to be able to tell how different and unique it was at first glance. The statue had 3 heads. One of them was crying, the other smiling, and the last one raging. 3 heads and 1 body. The statue stood at the bottom of the ocean, tempting all those who saw it, but at the same time, they would be unable to help themselves but find that there was something bizarre about that treasure. Flame Fiend's progenitor and Su Ming's appearance immediately caught the attention of the parties fighting in the sky. The body of the supreme treasure had a calm expression on its face, but the hearts of Xianxia and his group trembled. Su Hui was very calm. She knew that Su Ming would definitely be able to catch up. Hence, when she saw him at that moment, she was not surprised. Progenitor Long Hai was the same. With his age, his farsightedness, and his cunning, he naturally knew that with the draw in the connection provided by the promise between him and Su Ming, this person would definitely be able to find him. He might have the body of the supreme treasure around, but this person was previously its main soul. Progenitor Long Hai would obviously not believe that Su Ming did not have any backup plans around. In truth, besides the bald crane, Su Hui, and Progenitor Long Hai drawing Su Ming to this place, there was also a hint of a trace that belonged to Su Ming on the body of the supreme treasure, which Su Ming had left on it previously. The trace was not within the body, but outside. Doing something like this was not difficult for him, since he had previously been the main soul of that body. When Zhu Yukai saw Su Ming, his pupils constricted. Su Ming's face was incredibly unfamiliar to him, but when he saw Flame Fiend's progenitor by Su Ming's side, he turned his head to cast a deep glance at the body of the supreme treasure. Xian family's supreme treasure. A fierce look instantly appeared in Zhu Yukai's eyes. If it was anyone else, perhaps they would not be able to see through it so quickly. But he could do it. The body of the supreme treasure was the first to arrive in this dimension, and Zhu Yukai arrived after it, which was why the battle had occurred. When he saw Su Ming's unfamiliar face and Flame Fiend's progenitor by his side, a glint had appeared in Zhu Yukai's eyes. He instantly knew the reason why there was an unfamiliar feeling in him when he fought against the body of the supreme treasure just then. Clearly, the one who previously controlled the body of the supreme treasure was the cultivator next to Flame Fiend's progenitor, and he could easily tell who had the priority in controlling the body when he saw that Flame Fiend's progenitor was following this person. A barely noticeable glint shone in Zhu Yukai's eyes. Almost at the instant he understood the connection between Su Ming and the body of the supreme treasure. He moved and charged at the whirlpool in the ocean. Judging by the direction he was going, he was heading straight for the three-headed statue, and he was so fast that he closed in on it within an instant. As Zhu Yukai took action, the expression of the body of the supreme treasure changed. Just as the group was about to chase after Zhu Yukai, a brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. When he lifted his right hand, a ring instantly appeared on his thumb. At the instant the purple-black ring shone, a purple-black long spear appeared in Su Ming's hands. When he lifted it, he threw it without any hesitation at Zhu Yukai's charging figure. With a screech, it sliced through the air. The sharp sound was akin to a woman's forlorn wail. As it reverberated in the air, the body of the supreme treasure froze in midair. Xianxia, Nianyin Yunyu, and Huayu let out screams of pain within it. Their minds and souls had been directly attacked by this sound. Life Inclination Spear. It's actually here. As Xianxia screamed in pain, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. In fact, even Su Hui's mind was reduced to a mess, and her consciousness instantly turned blank. If that was all, it would have been nothing. But even progenitor Long Hai's nascent divinity began showing signs of instability at the instant the piercing sound appeared. His emotions changed drastically. Life Inclination Spear. The weapon that belonged to War Immortal Chong He of true sacred Yin world. Zhu Yukai was originally charging at the three-headed statue, but at the instant the piercing screech rang in the air, his body shuddered, and he came to an abrupt halt in midair. When he turned his head back, he stared at the incoming long spear with a dumbfounded gaze, then looked at Su Ming, who stood in the distance with his long hair dancing behind him. Dressed in black, Su Ming dazed Zhu Yukai. He seemed to be able to see a vague shadow of a middle-aged man, one who with grief, gratitude, and hatred for his master in him, with his loss and regret for his lover, in desolation, scattered his soul in the barren lands of divine essence. He saw himself. So, it's him. Zhu Yukai stared at the long spear, letting out the sound that was akin to a woman's wails echoing in all directions while it charged towards him. With an extreme speed, the spear sliced through the air and closed in to arrive in the blink of an eye right in front of him. Zhu Yukai fell silent. His body stopped in midair, and at the instant the spear approached him, he lifted his right hand to form a seal. When he did so, the act was very choppy, but it still gave off a feeling as if he was incredibly familiar with it. These two feelings that should not coexist were mixed together in Zhu Yukai's lifted right hand. It appeared in a flash, and the shrill screeches from the life inclination spear went silent. The spear appeared swiftly in Zhu Yukai's hand. Once he seized it, he gave it a simple swing in front of himself, and the screech immediately rang out again. It stirred up a loud bang as if air had been sliced apart, and an even stronger screech echoed in the air. This scene caused the incoming body of the supreme treasure to freeze in midair while disbelief appeared on its face. By Su Ming's side, Flame Fiend's progenitor also widened his eyes. He had known Zhu Yukai for thousands of years, but this was the first time he saw such a presence about him. This presence was formed from a will which made it seem as if he was looking down on the entire universe naturally erupting from his body once he held the life inclination spear. It was as if at that instant, Zhu Yukai had turned into another person. He was somebody whose ugly appearance could be ignored, whose gigantic size could be ignored. He became a person about whom the only thing that mattered was his shocking ability when holding the spear. The shock was especially felt by Su Ming. As he stared at Zhu Yukai, the astonishment in his heart was difficult to describe with words. He remembered the seal Zhu Yukai had formed just then, and it was this seal that allowed him to snatch the long spear out of thin air. In fact, the spear had not shown a hint of resistance, and Su Ming had even seen the spear trembling when Zhu Yukai held it, but it was not trembling in fear. It was trembling in surprised delight. Su Ming did not know whether this was just a figment of his imagination, but this surprised delight made it seem as if the spear had finally been reunited with its master after a long, long time. As a myriad of thoughts spun in Su Ming's head, Zhu Yukai lowered his head and stared at the long spear in his hand quietly. Complicated emotions and anguish appeared in his eyes. After a long while, he averted his gaze, lifted his head, and looked at Su Ming. "Is this yours?" Su Ming stared at Zhu Yukai and nodded slowly. Only at this moment did he realize that Zhu Yukai, who was originally the weakest among the old monsters, was clearly a person with secrets, and he definitely did not merely possess the power he showed to others. Su Ming remembered the half of the skeleton that had held the purple-black long spear. He also remembered the fire spirits mentioning that the skeleton's soul was still around. The name of this spear is Life Inclination. This is what it was once called, but it also has another name, and it is Life Inequity. This has an absolutely different meaning from inclination. Do you understand? Su Ming frowned. He did not speak, and Xianxia was momentarily stunned while in the body of the supreme treasure, which he had made to stop in midair. He could understand what Zhu Yukai said on the surface level, but if he had to think about them more in depth, he would not understand them. And he wasn't the only one. The other people were also at a loss. Only progenitor Long Hai seemed to be deep in thought. The eyes of Flame Fiend's progenitor focused, and he fell into a pensive silence. "If you don't understand, then it's better if you don't have this spear." Zhu Yukai sighed softly. He lowered his head to look at the spear in his hand again, and a hint of grief as well as regret appeared in his eyes. At the instant Su Ming saw the grief and regret in Zhu Yukai's eyes, a thought suddenly formed in his head. He remembered the pictures that had flashed before him the first time he held that spear. When holding the corpse of your lover, your sadness and the sense of injustice will become the rulers of your life. So what if you reach the great realm of life? You will just waste away, Su Ming said calmly. When his words landed in Zhu Yukai's ears, he lifted his head and looked at Su Ming for a long time before suddenly beginning to laugh. He laughed long and hard. At that moment, the presence he exuded and that ugly as well as huge body of his formed a great contrast. As he laughed, he hid away a grief that no one else could see. Zhu Yukai swung his hand, and the life inequity spear turned into a purple-black light that charged at Su Ming. It stopped before him and did not move, but there was a buzzing coming from within it. After listening to that noise, Su Ming seemed to have come to understand something. "This spear is yours." Zhu Yukai laughed loudly. When he turned around, he took a huge stride forward. He did not even cast a glance at the three-headed statue at the bottom of the ocean in the whirlpool, which was already not too far away from him. It was as if even if this item was a supreme treasure, it could not catch his attention. He leapt into the distance. "The statue of the sea god has not completed the fate realm. Don't touch it. If you do, you will bring a great disaster upon your own heads. Take care." Zhu Yukai strode into the distance until he stepped into the exit of the dimension. He fused into the distortions in the air and disappeared without a trace. Su Ming watched him for a time. When he disappeared, understanding appeared on Su Ming's face. He lifted his right hand and seized the floating long spear in front of him, then swung his right arm. The life inequity spear disappeared, turning into a ring that appeared on Su Ming's thumb. "Well, aren't you coming here?" Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the hesitant body of the supreme treasure. At that moment, Xianxia was the one in control, and his heart was in incredible conflict. He had become the main soul after much difficulty, and if Su Ming fused into the body again, he would immediately become an existence akin to an auxiliary soul. This inevitably caused him to be hesitant. "You aren't willing for me to fuse with you?" When Su Ming said this faintly, he sent his thought forward. At the instant he did so, a powerful light shone on the body of the supreme treasure. As it sparkled, several overlapping shadows instantly stepped out. The first to appear was Su Hui. She pulled back a lock of her hair when she took a step forward. With a single move, she appeared right next to Su Ming. She smiled while looking at him. "I still prefer you with this appearance," she said with a soft chuckle. The second overlapping shadow that appeared on the body of the supreme treasure was the bald crane. It was still unconscious, but with Su Ming drawing it out through the connection between them, it was separated from the body of the supreme treasure and charged towards him. With a swing of his arm, it was put away into his storage bag. The third to appear was progenitor Long Hai, who was a nascent divinity, the same existence as Flame Fiend's progenitor. That old man moved and immediately left the body of the supreme treasure. When he appeared beside Su Ming, he looked at Flame Fiend's progenitor. "Long Hai." The expression of Flame Fiend's progenitor changed swiftly, and he instinctively took a few steps back. Needless to say, he knew Long Hai. Forget how the both of them knew each other previously. Just the fact that Flame Fiend's progenitor had once wanted to devour his physical body when they were at the 1,000 feet tall tree alone was enough for them to have formed a relationship. "Fellow Taoist Huokue, it's been a long while." Long Hai stared at Flame Fiend's progenitor with the ghost of a smile on his lips. There was a strange look in his eyes. The two of them were both nascent divinities, but it was precisely because of this that it would be easy for them to devour each other. As Su Hui, the bald crane, and progenitor Long Hai left, the presence of the body within the supreme treasure weakened swiftly. At that moment, its offensive power was only equivalent to those in Solar Culpa realm. Even if Xianxia, Yunyu, Huayu, and Yanyin had skills they had yet to execute, at most, they would only be capable of fighting against someone who had fully completed Solar Culpa realm. This power could perhaps allow them to run amok in the world outside. But in the fifth kiln, this power was insufficient for them to even move an inch forward. Su Ming, on the other hand, could already fight against a normal cultivator in Mastery Realm on his own. With progenitor Long Hai and even a bit of power from Flame Fiend's progenitor, as well as the two chances he still had for Sand Earthling's progenitor to attack along with the God Ascension Nectar, not forgetting the three-leaf grass that allowed him to control the laws of fate too, his power was not that much different from before. He was not worried about what sort of thoughts or schemes Huang Mei or Zilong would have once they noticed it. He did not even cast a glance at the body of the supreme treasure, whose expression had changed drastically at that moment. Su Ming turned around and moved to the exit of the dimension. The people beside him immediately followed at. The group turned into a long arc and left into the distance, with Su Ming not paying any attention to the three-headed statue at the bottom of the ocean in the whirlpool. He had instinctively chosen to believe in Zhu Yukai regarding this. Besides, the entire fifth kiln would definitely belong to him in the future. Unless he ran into a treasure that he was incredibly anxious to get right then and there, he would not be in a hurry to obtain it. This was something that was completely different about Su Ming compared to the others. When Xianxia, Yunyu, Nianyin, and Huayu saw that Su Ming was leaving into the distance, they immediately panicked inside the body of the supreme treasure, especially Xianxia. At that moment, he came to a realization that Su Ming did indeed need the body of the supreme treasure. But the four of them needed Su Ming even more. They were lucky that it was Su Ming. If it had been anyone else, they would have been killed a long time ago and their treasure snatched away. However, this was also in part because Su Ming did not believe that there was a necessity for it. If he truly believed that he absolutely needed the supreme treasure, then even if that treasure was created by the sublime paragon who was the master of the life inequity spear's owner as well as the teenager in red Su Ming saw in the pictures, it would not have mattered to him. "Senior, please wait." Xianxia's heart was immediately filled with the other three's anxious complaints. At that moment, he quickly chased after Su Ming. "I understand my wrongs. Please forgive me, Senior, and please give me another chance. I will absolutely not harbor any other thoughts in my head. I swear with the soul of my family's ancestor in heaven." This was where Xianxia's intelligence came into play. He did not try to argue or hide his hesitation just then. Instead, he said it directly and lowered his stance to an extremely low degree to admit his wrongdoings. Because of it, he could avoid causing Su Ming to be displeased again when he tried to argue or hide. While rushing after, Xianxia immediately scattered his soul. Once he showed his stance, Su Ming paused and turned his head around to look at the body of the supreme treasure, which had lost its main soul. "I will allow this just this once. Do not let this happen again." As he spoke, Su Ming moved. He swung his arm and swept up Flame Fiend's progenitor, who had come to understand what was going on a long time ago and was laughing bitterly at that moment. Then, with the others, he charged into the body of the supreme treasure. They fused into it instantly, and Su Ming became the main soul, while Flame Fiend's progenitor was added to the auxiliary souls. This was also part of the reason why Su Ming did not kill Flame Fiend's progenitor. In truth, he had come up with a different plan at the start, but he gave up on it midway. That plan was to have Flame Fiend's progenitor possess the white-robed teenager and cause Huang Mei as well as Zilong to misunderstand him, thereby shifting most of their attention to Flame Fiend's progenitor. But after thinking carefully about it, he gave up on that course of action. When Su Ming moved out of the dimension, it was just as he had predicted. He appeared on the spirit trudging platform on the second border. The platforms had reduced from 6 to 5. The white-robed teenager's death was reflected on the 5 spirit trudging platforms floating in space, and at that moment, it exuded a brutal air. While in control of the body of the supreme treasure, Su Ming walked out calmly and sat down cross-legged on his platform. There were 3 platforms that were empty at the moment. Zhu Yukai was the only one who had arrived before Su Ming. He sat quietly with his eyes closed. Su Ming scanned the area and frowned slightly. The yellow-browed man and Reverend Zilong had not yet come. It'll be even more brutal from the second border onwards due to the appearance of dimensions with supreme treasures, and because there will be less dimensions the further we go. That's why it'll become a common sight for many people to appear in one dimension at the same time. Because of that, the fight over the treasures will become very intense. Su Ming pondered over this. His goal was not the supreme treasures, but the core of the fifth kiln. He wanted to see whether Su Xianyi was there. If he was, then everything would become clear, but if he was not, Su Ming wanted to know whether his other guess would be true. In fact, when he thought of this, his heart clenched in pain. Because his second guess was that there was a corpse in the core of the fifth kiln. It would be of a woman who held onto her child before death and wanted to protect her baby even after she had died. That person was a mother. One who was unfamiliar but somehow vaguely familiar to Su Ming. In truth, in the depths of his heart, the memories of his mother far surpassed those about his father. After all, the illusion of the memory he saw in Western Ring Nebula's foreign ring had shocked his soul and caused him to be unable to forget even a single bit of it. In silence, Su Ming quietly waited for the yellow-browed man and Reverend Zilong's arrival. Time trickled by slowly. About 2 days later, 2 out of the remaining 3 spirit trudging platforms suddenly shone brilliantly at the same time. This light attracted Su Ming's gaze. He saw 2 figures appear almost at the same time on the 2 spirit trudging platforms. These 2 figures swiftly gained corporeal form, and several breaths later, when the light dissipated, Huang Mei and Zilong came into view. The yellow-browed man coughed up a mouthful of blood when he appeared. He staggered a few steps back and nearly stepped off his spirit trudging platform. As for Zilong, his face was also pale, but the killing intent in his eyes was incredibly strong. When he appeared, he staggered back a few steps before he forced himself to stop. Then he lifted his head and glared at the yellow-browed man. When Su Ming saw this, he immediately came to an understanding. Clearly, these 2 had come to blows for a treasure, but Su Ming did not know who had come out with a treasure. However, based on Reverend Zilong's expression, an answer didn't seem that hard to guess. Despicable, Zilong said slowly, his voice filled with frost. So what if I'm despicable? The yellow-browed man wiped off the blood at the corners of his lips before laughing. That laughter was incredibly boisterous, and it looked like he found everything logical and as it was supposed to happen. As long as I get the treasure, it doesn't matter if I'm injured by you. As he spoke, the yellow-browed man lifted his right hand, and a jade bracelet appeared on his palm. It was emerald green. Countless runic symbols were on it like small bumps. They surrounded the bracelet and spun around it, making the bracelet shine with a brilliant light. There was a powerful and mighty pressure that radiated off the treasure, and the others could not help but squint at it. When Zilong saw the bracelet, his expression turned even darker. He glared at the yellow-browed man coldly, but did not say another word. Instead, he sat down, closed his eyes, and exercised his breathing. The yellow-browed man smiled and put away the bracelet. When he swept his gaze across the area, he ignored Zhu Yukai and looked at Su Ming. An amiable expression appeared on his face before he nodded with a smile. He did not even bother asking about Flame Fiend's progenitor. He's searching for an ally. Su Ming knew this in his heart. If the yellow-browed man was not injured, he would definitely not let Su Ming off so easily for not having Flame Fiend's progenitor by his side. But since he was injured, he avoided this and expressed amiability towards Su Ming with the intention to work together with him. As for Zhu Yukai, he was clearly ignored by the yellow-browed man, making it clear that he had misjudged the situation. Su Ming cast a glance at Zhu Yukai and discovered that this person had opened his eyes at some unknown point of time and was daydreaming while staring into space. His appearance and the power he exuded made it understandable why others would not value him highly. However, after witnessing the scene in the dimension just then, Su Ming would definitely not underestimate him. If my guess is correct, then among these people, the most frightening of them all is not Yellow Brows or Zilong, but this Zhu Yukai. In truth, among the 3, Zhu Yukai's attitude was pretty unclear, but Su Ming was about 8/10 certain that his guess was true. This person definitely had some form of connection with Chong He, the owner of Life and Equity Spear, but he did not know how great was that connection. As for Zilong and Huang Mei, Su Ming leaned more towards Zilong. The yellow-browed man might seem frank and straightforward, but Su Ming could sense an indistinct sinister air about him. As Su Ming was immersed in his thoughts, Reverend Zilong opened his eyes and stood up. Once he swept his gaze across the area, he lifted his right foot and stepped near the edge of the spirit trudging platform. A bang shot into the air, and it instantly echoed in all directions. Once that sound rang out, the yellow-browed man's expression changed. All of us are already here, so why waste any more time lingering around this place? Let's head to the dimensions between the second and first borders. When Zilong said these words, the space in front of him distorted, and a huge vortex appeared before him. This vortex was naturally the tunnel leading to the dimensions between the second and first borders. Almost the instant the spirit trudging platform under Zilong's feet let out that loud bang, fire spirits roared in the space all around them, coming from afar. Clearly, the loud bang in the area had attracted their attention, and they were rushing over. The roars drifted about, but there were only two explanations to the appearance of this sound within the spacious and empty space. One, there were few fire spirits that were coming forth, which was why the voice was so faint. But the other possibility was that they were so large in number that their roars had begun echoing already, which was why this sound had formed. You were saying that I was despicable, but your action right now is the same as cutting down the time we use to regulate our breathing. If you're just targeting me, you could have just said a word. Why did you have to trouble this fellow Taoist and fellow Taoist Jew? You must know that the dimensions between the second and first borders are incredibly dangerous, and each additional breath we have to rest is incredibly rare. The yellow-browed man said in a ghastly manner after letting out a cold harumph. Zilong looked over coldly. You talk too much. If you want to stay, then stay. The one who doesn't have time to regulate their breathing isn't them, but you. A fierce glare shone in Reverend Zilong's eyes, and he turned around to walk towards the vortex that had appeared beside his spirit-trudging platform. A barely noticeable glint shone in Su Ming's eyes. He did not feel any form of aversion to Zilong's actions. If Su Ming was in his place, he would have definitely done the same thing. Zilong's injuries were lighter when compared to those of Huang Mei, which was why he could heal most of his injuries after just regulating his breathing for a few moments. As for Huang Mei, the most important thing for him was time, and he needed quite a bit of it to be able to recover. Zilong's action of walking out of the spirit-trudging platform early and stirring up such a loud bang cut down on the time Huang Mei needed. This was a blatant plot against him, and it was done in an incredibly straightforward manner. Once Zilong left, Zhu Yukai also stood up slowly. After a single step, booming sounds came from the spirit-trudging platform where he stood. Once a vortex manifested beside him, he did not even spare a glance at Huang Mei before stepping in and disappearing without a trace. Fire spirits' roars echoed in the air, and they were getting stronger. They arrived in no time, and it could be seen that the air around them was tumbling rapidly, exuding a presence that made it seem as if it wanted to devour the sky and earth. Su Ming looked at the sullen-looking yellow-browed man and put on an apologetic expression. He wrapped his fist in his palm towards Huang Mei and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, it only turned into a sigh. Huang Mei frowned, but he still nodded towards Su Ming. After all, he had already offended Zilong from the four of them here. As for Zhu Yukai, he completely ignored him. If Su Ming had not expressed goodwill to him, he would have just started plotting on how to kill him so that he could prevent him from working together with Zilong. However, when he saw Su Ming's expression, he forced down the other thoughts in his head. The idea of getting closer to Su Ming and forming an alliance rushed to the forefront. Once Su Ming bowed to Huang Mei, he lifted his foot and stomped on the spirit-trudging platform. When a booming sound traveled through the air, a vortex appeared beside him. Su Ming cast an apologetic look at Huang Mei again, then stepped into the vortex and disappeared. When the yellow-browed man could no longer see him, the apologetic look on his face disappeared, replaced by an aloof expression. Since everyone was scheming against each other, Su Ming would naturally not face them head-on. The apologetic look just then was completely fake, since his goal was to have the yellow-browed man attempt to draw him to his side. Because of that, Su Ming's existence would become incredibly important to Zilong and Huang Mei. Besides, since Su Ming knew some details about Zhu Yukai and they had interacted in the previous dimension, Zhu Yukai was at the very least much better than Huang Mei and Zilong. Su Ming chose to stand in a spot where he would not lose. How could he dance around in circles among these powerful warriors and obtain the greatest benefits? With Su Ming's intelligence, he could stand on equal grounds when in a fight against the scheming, calculative, and farsighted people. We're already very close to the core of the fifth kiln. Su Ming felt his life force flowing away in the vortex and looked at the chaotic state within it while resolve and a wave of longing rose in his heart. He wanted to use the fastest speed he could muster to reach the core of the fifth kiln and see whether the mother he saw in his memories was there. The complicated feelings, those of anxiety and longing, caused Su Ming's heart to be slightly unable to calm down. When Su Ming stepped out of the vortex with these thoughts and moved into a new dimension, they were all chased away from his heart by the sight before him. A fierce glare instantly appeared in his eyes. In the dimension, he saw Zilong and Zhu Yukai. These two people were the same as Su Ming at that moment, staring at the ground. Their expressions changed, and a solemn look that had never appeared before showed up. There was a mountain that towered into the clouds on the ground. It was blue from an endless blue light that enveloped it. On the mountain, there was a stone platform that was about several dozens of feet big and held an iron scroll. In this book is an art, the name of which is Mountain Shifter. An ancient voice said from the top of the mountain, its words echoing throughout the whole dimension. At the instant the voice reverberated in the world, Su Ming's pupils shrank. He saw that a figure had appeared beside the stone platform, as if he had forced his way into his field of vision. That figure was originally within Su Ming's field of vision, but it seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. It turned into a white-haired old man whose body was so faded away that he gave off a feeling that he was not real. The sky was behind him. Amid the blue sky and the white clouds, the old man was filled with an insubstantial air, as well as an endless mysterious aura. Since the mountain was very tall and fog and clouds surrounded it, a veil was added to the mysterious air that existed around the old man. Needless to say, the echoing voice came from the old man's mouth. He lowered his head to look at the iron scroll on the stone platform, then lifted his right hand to stroke it gently. For a long while, Zilong and Zhu Yukai remained quiet. In this comparative silence, the old man's ancient voice echoed in the air again. You are all very fortunate. The old man's voice was deep. As he spoke, the clouds and fog around him swiftly tumbled about and moved, as if the time and the space around him had started flowing hundreds and thousands of times faster. When Su Ming saw this, he wasn't impacted much, but Reverend Zilong's expression changed swiftly, as if he had seen a clue from this. He instinctively took a few steps back, and his originally cold eyes were instantly lit with a fervent look that had never appeared on him before. The pupils of Zhu Yukai also shrank viciously. He stared at the time flowing by in the space around the old man, and his breathing quickened in a barely noticeable manner. He could see much more than Zilong, and it was precisely because of this that the changes in his heart were so great that others would find it difficult to understand even a single bit of it. A thought appeared in Su Ming's heart. He did not speak, but only continued listening to the old man's voice. In all the times that the fifth kiln was activated, no one had managed to step into this dimension of mine. All of you are the first batch. The old man turned his head and cast his eyes on the ground before he swept his gaze across Su Ming, Zilong, and Zhu Yukai. The fifth kiln is the supreme treasure of the Abyss Builder's form, the fifth true world. I am old friends with the Abyss Builder's progenitor and once borrowed his kiln to refine a treasure, but I had to pay a certain price for it. I branded the first of my 7 ultimate arts here, and I intend to give it to the person who is fated to get it. I've already left the arid triad expanse cosmos and headed to the war between the two camps. Right now, the one you see in this land is a projection. If my real self is yet to die, then the person who will learn the Mountain Shifter art might be fated to meet me someday. If my real self has died, then this Mountain Shifter art will be the final art you will learn from me, the white-haired old man said flatly. As his words echoed in the air, the feeling of time flowing away from the space around him became stronger. His words caused the light in Reverend Zilong's eyes to become brighter. This attracted a high amount of attention from Su Ming. He could tell that Zilong was not like this before. His expression had only changed when the time and the space around the old man had started flowing. It was as if he had not paid too much attention to it, but in an instant, incredible desire appeared in him. This change was because of the flow of time in the space around the old man. Could it be that once your level of cultivation reaches a certain extent, you will naturally be able to change the space around you and then form a type of mighty pressure? Or perhaps this is a change that appeared after he practiced some form of divine ability, and through this change, he got to know of the old man's identity. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and all sorts of guesses formed in his head. Mountain Shifter is the first style in my ultimate art, But even the first style is already powerful enough to kill all those in Mastery Realm, shocking the laws of fate. Once you understand it, you can move all the mountains in the universe and make them come to the place where you want them to be. This is Mountain Shifter. Once someone understands my art, my projection will dissipate, and the dimension I had opened up on my own will crumble. At that time, I will use the power that caused the destruction of this dimension to send the fated person who understood my art to the fifth kiln's first border, so that he would have the chance to step straight into the core. If you give up, I can also instantly send you out of the fifth kiln, the man on the mountaintop said flatly. Suddenly, the space behind Su Ming and the others distorted, and the yellow-browed man stepped into the dimension. At the instant he walked in and saw the mountain as well as the old man on it. His expression changed and he stared intently at time flowing away at the space around the old man. His breathing instantly quickened intensely. At the same time he appeared, the old man at the summit lifted his right hand and pointed at him. With it, Su Ming instantly felt as if the sky had crumbled and the earth had shattered, as if the universe was replaced by that one finger. This finger was an indescribable oppression and a vast force that simply could not be fought against. It was also at that instant that Su Ming found himself completely unable to determine the old man's level of cultivation. This person was just a projection, but even by itself it was already much stronger than all the powerful warriors Su Ming had seen in his life. If he really had to pick someone from his memories who could fight against him, then perhaps it would only be true Sacred World's sublime paragon, whom Su Ming had seen in the pictures provided by the Life Inequity Spear. Is he in Death Realm? Or is he a sublime paragon? As Su Ming's heart trembled, he saw that the space around the yellow-browed man had started showing signs of having time flow away once the old man pointed at it. The yellow-browed man's expression changed again. When his body shuddered, the flow of time around him disappeared, and excitement appeared in his eyes. During that instant, not only did Su Ming understand what was going on, even Zilong and Zhu Yukai had all seen it. The yellow-browed man was someone who had arrived late. He did not know what the old man had said previously, but the old man decided to change some of the flow of time around him so he would get caught up to date. He might have seemed to have arrived late, but after the flow of time around him had changed, he had arrived in the dimension with Su Ming and the rest. He also naturally knew all that the old man had said previously. All of this was incredibly abstruse. It looked as if it was quite difficult to puzzle out, but if they thought about it carefully, they would be able to understand it. However, as they gained an epiphany about it, inevitably, a great amount of respect rose in them towards the old man. He was strong, and his power in changing the flow of time caused Zilong and Huang Mei's hearts to tremble. Zhu Yukai's eyes sparkled, though no one knew what was going on in his mind. However, compared to these three, Su Ming's shock was the greatest, because while others might not know much about the power to change the flow of time, there was no way he would not know about it, since this was one of the Abyss Builder's inborn abilities. The fates of the 12 of you had led you here. There is only one method to obtain this art. No matter what method you use, be it enchanted treasures, your cultivation bases, or physical bodies, the first person who places his or her hand on the iron scroll on the stone platform before me will obtain it. I've left a brand on the iron scroll. The first person to touch it will definitely gain an epiphany and learn it. The old man swung his arm, and the world roared. The sky turned into a gigantic vortex that rotated with loud booming sounds. The ground trembled as well, and the mountain, which was tall to begin with, shot up considerably higher until it went straight into the clouds. No one could see the summit with their naked eye any longer. The legacy begins. At the instant the old man's voice came from the summit, Zilong moved. He might have been uncertain about what the old man meant by 12 people being in this place, but this was not the time to think. His body turned into a long arc that charged at the summit. Killing intent shone in the eyes of the yellow-browed man, and without any hesitation, he rushed over as well. Zhu Yukai frowned. He did not even bother looking at Zilong and Huang Mei, who had rushed out, but instead stared at the summit and took a few steps forward while seemingly deep in thought. Almost at the instant Reverend Zilong and Huang Mei turned into long arcs that rushed to the peak. Their expressions changed drastically. The first to react was Huang Mei, whose body shuddered before he plunged down. With a loud bang, he crashed to the ground. Trembling, he stood up and lifted his head to look at the mountain, and fear appeared on his face. At the instant he flew up, he sensed all of his cultivation base disappear. He had never had this sort of experience before. It was as if he had been reduced from an immortal to a mortal. This unfamiliar feeling of weakness all over his body sowed a seed of fear within him. Immediately after, Reverend Zilong also plunged to the ground. Once he fell with a bang. His face became incredibly sullen, but as his eyes sparkled, he hid that deep wave of wariness which had risen within him. He also noticed the weakness in his body, and it was a feeling he had not experienced in a long, long time. It was as if even a small creature could tear him apart right then. He lifted his head to look at the towering mountain, then gritted his teeth and started walking with strenuous effort. Compared to Zilong and Huang Mei, Zhu Yukai was much more relaxed. He had not flown up just then, but chosen to stride forward instead. It was just as difficult, but he was in a much better condition compared to Zilong and Huang Mei. All of this landed in Su Ming's eyes. If he still had not figured out what was going on, then he would not have been able to live up to this point nor obtain such great power, much less entered the fifth kiln. There's a seal in this place. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, but he was not thinking about it at the moment. His mind was focused on the old man saying that there were 12 people. Zilong, Huang Mei, Zhu Yukai, Flame Fiend's progenitor Long Hai, Xianxia, Yunyu, Nianyin, Huayu, and Su Hui only number to 10 people. Even if I'm added in, there are only 11 people. Who is the 12th? Is he talking about the bald crane, or is he? As Su Ming pondered over it, he took a step towards the summit. But the moment his foot landed, his expression changed. A feeling of weakness instantly surged up Su Ming's body. But he did not find this feeling surprising. After all, he had seen hints about it earlier. What caused his expression to change, though, was the quiet appearance of overlapping shadows on the body of the Supreme Treasure where he was at the instant that feeling appeared. This was the sign that the body of the Supreme Treasure was about to split up, and the surprised cries from Xianxia and his group rang out in his mind. While their voices were still resounding in Su Ming ears, the overlapping shadows grew in number, and in the end, with a loud bang, the body of the Supreme Treasure shattered. As the body of the Supreme Treasure was torn apart, progenitor Long Hai and Flame Fiend's progenitor became the first to be forced out. They turned into two long arcs that landed by the side, and when they fell on the ground, their expressions turned incredibly dark. Then it was Su Hui's turn. She was also flung out in an incredibly pathetic manner. She was followed by Xianxia and his group. When they appeared one by one in the area, Su Ming was also forced out of the Supreme Body. The next moment, the body of the Supreme Treasure melted into a palm-sized red jade that floated in midair and did not move. Xianxia's face immediately turned pale. He realized that he had lost the connection between him and the body of the Supreme Treasure, which meant that during that instant, for some unknown reason, the Supreme Treasure became an item without a master. If he could notice this, the other people could naturally notice it as well. When the body of the Supreme Treasure began to be torn apart, Zilong and Huang Mei turned their heads around to look. They trained their gazes on the numerous people that had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Zilong did not speak. He turned around and continued moving to the summit. Huang Mei's expression changed, and the ghost of a smile appeared on his lips, along with a hint of derision and anger. I see, so it's a treasure you managed to obtain somewhere. The lot of you grouped together, and only then did you manage to get into the fifth kiln. I've been fooled by all of you for a long time. I wonder who among you was the main soul of the Supreme Treasure. There was panic on Xianxia and his group's faces at that moment. Everything had happened too suddenly, so they did not have the time to prepare themselves. When they heard Huang Mei's words, their hearts trembled, and either intentionally or instinctively, they cast their gazes towards the calm Su Ming. Due to their actions, Huang Mei's gaze fell on Su Ming. He cast him a few scrutinizing looks before letting out a cold snort. Derision flashed briefly in his eyes, before a freezing glare replaced it. He was an almighty, but he had been deceived by a bunch of puny cultivators. When he remembered how he had lost the bet and had been prepared to pay a certain price to draw them to his side, he felt that this was a form of humiliation. It would have been better if you could have lied your way till the end, but you just had to have the bad luck of coming here and your body being torn apart. Useless pieces of trash. Huang Mei laughed coldly, then turned around and refused to spare another glance for Su Ming. He then continued climbing up towards the peak of the mountain with great difficulty. By then, Zhu Yukai was in the lead. Zilong and Huang Mei were behind him, but all three of them were still incredibly far away from the summit. They were also far apart from each other, because they were not walking on the same path. Zhu Yukai was moving forward in a straight path. As for Zilong and Huang Mei, due to them plunging down just then when they tried to fly, they were in different places and were walking on different paths. You've heard the old man's words. Since the body of the supreme treasure has been torn, there's no need for us to fuse together again. It'll depend on our own luck from now on, Su Ming said, calmly enunciating his words. He then turned his head around to cast a glance at Su Hui. She smiled at him, showing that he did not need to worry about her. Su Ming nodded. He no longer paid any attention to the group and moved forward. The others longed for mountain shifter art, and Su Ming desired it as well. He had already noticed that as his level of cultivation increased, he lacked enchanted treasures, but he lacked divine abilities even more. While he could fight against those who were weaker than him, if he ran into those who were as strong as he was or the old monsters who were stronger, then he would find himself without powerful divine abilities that he could bring to the table. Those that he had learned previously were either not powerful enough or were abnormally abstruse and not effective within a short period of time. At that moment, he yearned to obtain this one style, this mountain shifter, which the old man said could shock even almighties. Besides, Su Ming had also recounted the number of people in the area again, and he still found that one person was missing. Who was missing? Just where was he? Su Ming believed that he was not the only one thinking about it. The others must surely be wondering about it as well. Since he could not figure it out, he decided to bury this matter in his heart. He lifted his head to look at the summit and walked towards it. As he continued moving, the mighty pressure from the peak of the mountain became increasingly stronger. It was not the type of power that would make a person break down and collapse, but a power that could disintegrate cultivation bases and turn powerful warriors into mortals. And it was clearly hard mortals to walk up this mountain. As time trickled by, the other people behind Su Ming also chose to climb up the mountain. Xianxia and his group stuck close to each other and moved forward with great difficulty. Su Hui was panting while moving forward with gritted teeth as well. Since Long Hai and Huokue were both nascent divinities, they had it much easier compared to the others when they moved forward. In fact, the mighty pressure from the mountain was much less to the both of them compared to everyone else. Because of that, the two of them were much faster than everyone else. Even though they were the last to move, they were already moving side by side with Su Ming, and were only hundreds of feet away from Zhu Yukai. As time continued passing and the group climbed up the mountainside, Huokue and progenitor Long Hai surpassed Zhu Yukai and became the people closest to the summit. Their expressions were different, but both had excitement in their hearts. They continued climbing upwards as if they could see the iron scroll on the stone platform waiting for their arrival. Zilong's expression was dark, but he persevered with gritted teeth. Zhu Yukai frowned for a moment, but after a bit of hesitation, he shook his head and chose not to speak. As for Huang Mei, a cold sneer appeared at the corners of his lips. He did not believe that there would be such a loophole in this place that would allow nascent divinities to move with greater ease. At that moment, the mountain shuddered. It looked as if the whole place had started swaying, and a powerful rebound spread out. Su Ming's body swayed. At that moment, he had a strong feeling that the mountain he was climbing was not in fact a mountain, but a living ferocious beast. When it moved, he felt as if he was about to be flung off. His expression changing, Su Ming gripped tightly onto a mountain rock. His fingers had already turned white, but his grip was very steady. Even though he had lost his cultivation base and become similar to a mortal, Su Ming was not unfamiliar with climbing mountains. He grew up in Dark Mountain Tribe when he was young, and before he practiced the ways of the Berserkers, the mountains in that place were his playground, which was why his reaction was incredibly quick. Once he seized the rock, he pressed his body tightly against the mountain wall and simply allowed that mountain to move about while remaining still. If he could do this, then the others could do the same, but the expressions of Long Hai and Huokue at the forefront changed drastically. They noticed that when the mountain began swaying, their nascent divinities began swiftly withering away. This discovery immediately made them let go of the rocks they were gripping onto, and their bodies plummeted to the ground. In an instant, they became the last. Only when the mountain stopped swaying did they continue climbing upwards with a touch of hesitation. However, this was just the first wave of tremors. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the second wave of tremors arrived. They were several times stronger than before. The mountain swayed, and muffled booming sounds echoed in the air. All those climbing instantly stopped. With ashen complexions, they gripped onto rocks and only continued climbing when the swaying stopped after several breaths. If this was all there was and they continued like this, the mountain would not be that hard to climb. However, when the group managed to conquer about 3/10 of the mountain's height, the ground below them suddenly changed. It disappeared. Booming sounds echoed in the air, causing all the people to lower their heads and fix their gazes at the spot below them. Their pupils shrank at the same time, and it was especially so for Xianxia and his group. Their expressions changed drastically. There was no longer any land beneath them, only a pitch-black canyon, which was filled with the aura of death. There was also a vortex that rotated with loud booming sounds. It looked incredibly terrifying. If they still possessed their cultivation bases, they would not be bothered, but right then their cultivation bases were gone, leaving them no different from mortals. If they slipped, as the crowd fell into pensive silence, the third wave of tremors arrived. They were much stronger than the previous 2 times, and they did not last for just several breaths, but nearly 20. Within Xianxia's group, Nianyin was the one who suffered the worst luck. The mountain rock he held onto shattered, and he plunged into the vortex below. His face was pale. When shrill screams escaped from his mouth, his body sank into the pitch-black vortex. The sound of chewing and screams of pain came from within, and then they abruptly became silent. This scene not only caused Su Ming to feel a chill down his spine, even Zilong and Huang Mei immediately felt their skins crawl as they stared at the canyon below them. 11 left, an ancient voice stated from the distant summit, filled with endless indifference. Senior, you previously mentioned that no one managed to come here before, so it's only obvious that coming to this dimension requires luck and chance. If we die here in the canyon, then who will learn your mountain shifter art? You'll also need to wait for another eternity. Huang Mei immediately shouted. Did I say that? Then I must have remembered incorrectly. Before you, there were also some others who came to this place. But they were not fated for this art, the old man said calmly from the summit. Huang Mei found himself speechless for a long period of time after that. He was not the only one, the others also fell silent. The old man's words and a cultivator's death all turned into a dark shadow that loomed over the entire mountain and shrouded each of their hearts. In silence, Zhu Yukai quietly lifted his hand and continued climbing. Zilong and Huang Mei also continued heading towards the peak in silence. This was their only goal. At that moment, Su Hui was already ahead of Xianxiang and his group. With gritted teeth, she continued moving upwards bit by bit. The disappearance of her cultivation base and the feeling of becoming mortal made her remember all that had happened to her during her childhood. Suddenly, the fourth wave of tremors arrived with a bang and an intensity that far surpassed the previous few waves. It was also at that instant that Su Hui had lifted her right hand in preparation to grab a mountain rock ahead of herself. However, the swaying of the mountain caused her to seize empty air, and her body was flung outwards, into the vortex below her that had caught Nianyin as well. Below her were Xianxiang, Hua Yu, and Yun Yu. If Xianxiang extended his hand, he would have had the chance of catching her. But he hesitated for a moment, and Su Hui passed by him. Her expression was calm. She looked at Su Ming on the mountain, sighed softly, then closed her eyes. Su Hui did not make a single sound. At the moment she closed her eyes, she saw Su Ming lift his hand to continue climbing. She could call for help, but she did not. In this perilous mountain where no one possessed any sort of power any longer, what would Su Ming choose if she cried out for help? If he ignored her, then her heart would hurt badly. That pain would be mixed with bitterness, along with a deep wave of disappointment and sadness. However, if Su Ming chose to save her, she believed that there would only be death waiting for him. If he was to die like this, then Su Hui would rather he chose to ignore her. That was why she did not call out. At the moment she closed her eyes, she also tightly shut her mouth. Vaguely, Su Hui seemed to be able to see the darkness of twilight closing in on her. And in the mid of it all, a lone ship swaying about. A thin moon was fading away. Petals were scattered on the ground. The man left into the distance, leaving only the image of his back for her. Past the wind and past the mountain, she watched his lone back gradually leave into the distance. Partings always came suddenly and made others unable to find the time to get used to and accept it, though in the end, they had to accept it. On the three-life stone was a beautiful but morose flower of reincarnation, and whoever passed it would reach the spirit's nirvana. The desolate and drawn-out wails from the river of forgotten love symbolized reaching the end of the world, and it was the place where all relationships would come to an end. Su Hui's body plunged down. At the instant she closed her eyes, for some unknown reason, Su Ming's heart trembled. He did not notice Su Hui falling, because the swaying in the mountain caused him to be unable to think about anything else. The reason his heart trembled was because Zhu Yukai had turned his head back at that moment, and he sighed. This sigh seemed to have fused together with the sigh from below him, and during that instant, it moved Su Ming's soul and caused him to lower his head with a trembling heart. He saw her with her eyes closed, her mouth shut. She was a petite figure by then, akin to a kite with its string snapped, plunging into the canyon. If Su Ming still had his cultivation base with him, he would use his power to save Su Hui. Even if he did not have it but still had his inborn ability, he would change the flow of time so that she would stop falling. But he no longer had his cultivation base with him, and neither did he have his inborn ability. At that moment, Su Ming was like a normal person, a mortal. That was why he let go. He did not let go of his grip over Su Hui in his heart, but the grip he had on the mountain rock. At the instant he did so, his body plunged down into the canyon below him. It was just like when he had wanted to capture Yu Xin's unconscious body when she fell in the distance in the land of berserkers, and how when he wanted to capture Bai Su's body while she dissipated with a sad but beautiful smile. Yet in the end, he had only been left with a lock of hair fluttering in his hand. One to his left, one to his right. One in front of him, one behind him. In the end, he did not manage to catch a single one of them. What he seized was just the endless pain in the depths of his heart. That was why he did not think nor hesitate this time. There were certain things that one might lose the courage to do once they thought about it, and once they hesitated, they might come to regret it for the rest of their life. Sometimes one had to move based on instinct and walk down a path where one would not regret anything, and it would be enough. If you can close your eyes and shut your mouth to not cry out for help so as not to affect me, are willing to fall into the depths of hell alone, parting with me, and can even sigh in such a light manner after that, still unwilling to let me notice you, then I can lower the hand reaching for heaven. If I can't capture you, then I will fall to hell together with you. The release of Su Ming's grip on the stone and his subsequent fall was so sudden that the other people were left stunned. When they lowered their heads, they saw the shadow of Su Hui being devoured by the vortex in the canyon. Su Ming watched her falling body come closer to him. To fall faster, he used his dexterity to catch a protruding piece of mountain rock to use it to provide a boost to his speed. As the mountain swayed, Su Ming used the force of it to push his body forward, thereby becoming even faster. At that speed, he almost instantly ratcheted the vortex in the canyon. This was a place filled with fog and muffled bangs. When Su Ming saw the falling Su Hui, he stomped fiercely on the wall beside him, becoming so fast that he closed in on her with a loud whoosh and caught her in his arms. The two of them fell together into the seemingly endless canyon. At the instant Su Hui was held, The familiar presence and warmth beside her caused her to open her eyes and look at Su Ming. He was also looking at her. The two of them stared into each other's eyes while they fell amid the moaning wind. There were people in the world who would never voice their affections, but the affection that lay in the depths of their hearts was such that if one understood it, they would be able to smile for the rest of their lives. There were also people who always smiled. The mature charm of it might make one look like an elder sibling, but one should not be fooled by the gentleness. What was hidden behind that gentle demeanor was the other side of the personality. Yet no matter which side was shown, both of them would choose to adhere to the resolve in the heart and walk to the end of their path with unrelenting determination. If you go to the sky, then I will stay by your side right before everyone's eyes. If you go to hell, then I will stay by your side and sink with you. If you are white, then I am willing to make myself white. If you choose black, then I will be the same as you. I will become the darkness in the sky. You saved me again. This time, I saw your face clearly. A beautiful smile blossomed on Su Hui's face. Why didn't you call out to me? Su Ming asked softly. I was the one who didn't manage to hang on to the mountain rock. Not you. Su Hui also wrapped her arms around Su Ming. Her hair danced in the air as the wind swept them up. They surrounded Su Ming's face and covered his eyes. While tightly holding on to him, Su Hui buried her head into his shoulder before closing her eyes. As a faint smile appeared on her lips, there was also anguish within her that Su Ming could not see. At that moment, a low growl that was very close to them reached their ears. A gigantic head suddenly emerged from the obscure fog around them. It was black and covered in boils. Judging by looks, they could tell that this was Nian Yin, the cultivator who had fallen into the vortex previously. However, his body had grown several times larger. Just his head alone was 10 feet big. His entire person floated in the fog, and he was grinning hideously at Su Ming and Su Hui. The fog dissipated over there, and Nian Yin's body, which was around 100 feet tall, was completely revealed before their eyes. Su Ming saw countless boils covering his skin. In fact, quite many of them had burst, and yellow liquid was leaking out of them. There was also a thick, foul stench spreading through the area. With a low growl, Nian Yin charged towards Su Ming and pounced on him. He opened his mouth wide, dragging out a large number of strands formed by sticky liquid in the process, making him look an incredibly hideous sight. At the same time, he looked as if he wanted to devour Su Ming and Su Hui in one go. Su Ming's heart trembled, but he had lost all his power, and there was simply no way he could fight back. When he saw that the ferocious beast in which Nian Yin had turned was closing in on him, a huge hand similarly covered in boils shot out from the fog to seize Nian Yin's body, and it yanked him back. Nian Yin's 100-something feet tall body tumbled backwards swiftly. Once he was flung away, a ferocious beast that was several hundreds of feet tall and much bigger than Nian Yin appeared from the fog. This creature had also once been a cultivator, but he was even bigger. There were countless boils on his body as well as veins popping up on his skin. As he roared, his eyes turned bloodshot. He glared at Su Ming with madness and pain in his eyes. "You are mine!" he shouted out and rushed at Su Ming. At that instant, Su Ming saw around a dozen-something of these ferocious beasts that were originally cultivators coming out from the fog. Clearly, these people were all those who had fallen into the vortex when they came to the mountain in the past. For some unknown reason, after they died, they became existences that were neither human nor monsters. If Su Ming still had his cultivation base with him, he would not be bothered by these ferocious spirits that might or might not be dead. However, he was as feeble as a mortal at that moment. It was the same for his physical body. Forget a dozen-something of them, he did not have hope of fighting against even one of them. The ferocious beast that just shouted out his claim rushed towards Su Ming with a roar. The dozen-something ferocious spirits by the side along, with Nian Yin who had been pushed aside just then, also roared and charged over. Su Ming sighed and looked at Su Hui. She also looked at him before closing her eyes. Yet at the moment she did so, a low roar suddenly came from above the abyss. "Catch this!" After those words, a gigantic chain shot into the canyon, straight towards Su Ming. It closed in on them in an instant, and Su Ming lifted his right hand to grab it. At the moment he caught it, a huge force came through the chain from above and pulled Su Ming and Su Hui upwards. While roaring even louder, the dozen-something ferocious spirits rushed forward together. If they continued with this pace, then as the chain continued pulling them upwards at that swift speed, Su Ming and Su Hui would have a certain amount of chance of rushing out of the canyon. But the moment the chain started moving faster, it suddenly paused for a moment. "Huang Mei, what's the meaning of this?" An enraged voice came from above again. It was the same voice as before, but this time it was much clearer. It was Zhu Yu Kai's voice. Due to the chain freezing, the ferocious spirits' roars closed in. Just when they were about to pounce on them, Su Hui opened her eyes and cast a deep look at Su Ming before shoving him away so that she would leave his embrace and die in the ferocious beasts' mouths. Then, Su Ming would have a chance of leaving the place with the chain. This was her choice. Su Ming's heart trembled. When he saw that Su Hui's body had left his arms, he moved while still holding tightly onto the chain with his left hand and caught her shoulder with his right hand. Without any hesitation, he pulled Su Hui back before binding her body with the chain in his left hand and tying a knot around her. "Wait for me up there. This is my kiln. I won't die." Once Su Ming finished saying this, he used every ounce of his strength to shove Su Hui, whose face was filled with anxiety, upwards. "Pull the chain," Su Ming roared. At the same time he pushed Su Hui upwards, he let go of his grip on the chain, and his body plunged down again. Within an instant, the ferocious spirits rushed towards Su Ming at the same time and submerged his figure in the canyon. The chain was pulled upwards swiftly, while Su Hui simply allowed the chain to rise with a stupefied expression on her face. There were no tears in her eyes, but there was a blank look that made it seem like she no longer had a soul. The chain whistled as it moved up. Without the ferocious spirits chasing after, it swiftly moved through the layers of fog in the vortex. When it was yanked out of the canyon, Su Hui saw the sky, the mountain, and also Zhu Yu Kai holding the other end of the chain. There was also Huang Mei standing by the side with a dark expression on his face, along with a trickle of blood at the corners of his lips. A black dagger was in his hand. That dagger should have been something that he had on his person and not in his storage bag, or else he would not have been able to take it out. When the chain was brought up, Su Hui seized a mountain rock and dipped her head down quietly. When she looked down, Zhu Yu Kai sighed, and he did not finish his sentence. "He won't die." After some time, Su Hui whispered a few words as if she was answering Zhu Yu Kai, but it also seemed like she was saying those words to herself. A barely noticeable glint shone in progenitor Long Hai's eyes. He could have taken action before, but he did not. After all, even though he owed Su Ming a big favor for saving his life, the oath he swore was not something small. If the youth died like this, then it would be good for Long Hai. Flame Fiend's progenitor was also deriving pleasure from Su Ming's misfortune. A cold sneer was at the corners of his lips. Xianxia, Yunyu, and Hua Yu let out breaths of relief in their hearts. The mighty pressure Su Ming exerted on them had become so strong that it had reached an extent that he could control their thoughts, and it had all happened without their knowledge. "Won't die?" The canyon beneath the mountain is filled with a sinister aura, along with a thick aura of death. "Forget him, even if I fell in there, I would also die," Huang Mei said flatly with a cold smile. The others might not have said anything, but they agreed wholeheartedly to his words. Nian Yin and Su Ming's fall frightened them to no end. They did not know who the next one might be. Su Hui did not speak. She glanced at the canyon beneath her, watching it for a time silently. In her head were the words Su Ming had told her before he let go. She made up her mind. If Su Ming did not appear in the end, she would fall into the canyon once more. Even if she was going to become a hideous, ferocious spirit, she would still rather be with Su Ming. That was why she did not react a single bit to the other people's words. Soon, Huang Mei's expression changed. He lifted his head to stare at the distant summit above him. He was not the only one. Reverend Zilong also frowned and cast a glance at the summit before becoming absorbed in his thoughts. Zhu Yukai should have been the first to discover this abnormality. He cast a glance at Su Hui and remembered the certainty in her voice when she spoke just then. Gradually, progenitor Long Hai and Hua Kuei also revealed changes in their expressions. In the end, when even Xianxia, Hua Yu, and Yun Yu reacted to the situation, their expressions turned dark. Because, when Yen Yin plunged into the canyon, the old man at the summit mentioned that there were 11 of them left. Logically, he should have mentioned that there were 10 of them left by then. However, he did not say a single word. The meaning behind it left everyone uncertain. Time trickled by, but the old man at the summit still not say a single thing. Thus, everyone continued to climb the mountain, which occasionally swayed at a much greater intensity than before. Oh! In the canyon under the mountain, Su Ming closed his eyes. His memory was frozen at the moment he plunged down and was surrounded by a bunch of hideous, ferocious spirits. Due to intense pain, he lost his consciousness. Before that, though, he could sense that his body was being continuously torn. He had no idea how much time had passed. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a puddle of murky water. Ripples would occasionally spread out on the surface, and a rotten stench would fill the area. There is truth in heaven, and there are gates to the depths of earth. You may step onto the road to heaven, and you may stare at the distant land. An old voice reverberated in all directions, causing Su Ming's mind to instantly become clear. When he struggled to stand, he discovered that his cultivation base had already recovered, but Su Ming still fell silent, because he saw that his body was covered in countless boils. He lifted his hand to touch his face, certain that he had become like the ferocious spirits he'd seen not long ago. However, Su Ming swiftly stopped thinking about his body's situation, because the voice just then brought him a familiar feeling. It was something that stemmed from an event that happened in the distant past. When he thought about it carefully, he could find the answer to the familiarity. That voice belonged to the old man on the summit, which he had heard when he was beside the mountain. Su Ming stood up, and a freezing glare appeared in his eyes. If he was in the world outside, then he would absolutely not be able to hold any advantage over the old man. However, this was the 5th kiln, and Su Ming was an abyss builder. With a cold harumph, he rose and flew in the direction from which the voice had come. When he was in midair, he cast a glance over there, and he immediately saw an old man sitting cross-legged on a black lotus atop a stone platform in the distance. There were a dozen-something ferocious spirits prostrating on the ground around him, their faces filled with pain. As they worshipped him, the old man's voice reverberated in all directions once more. The path to heaven has been shut for you, but the gate to earth has been opened. My art is split into 2 parts. One is the mountain shifter that blends with the will of the universe, and it is a gentle art. The other is the mountain shifter that overrides the will of the universe. This is the ferocious part of the art. Go. The gate to enter the earth has been opened. You can go and search for the menacing version of the mountain shifter art, the old man said flatly, then lifted his right hand to swing his arm in the air. Immediately, fog started tumbling about in the air behind him. The ground rumbled faintly, and Su Ming saw the ground gained a murky look, because it had been entirely filled with fog. A gigantic mountain appeared under the ground. This was an inverted mountain that stood upside down beneath the ground. It made one feel as if the ground was not the ground but was formed by fog. If a person looked at this upside-down scene, they would be able to see the inverted summit in the fog. A mirror! Su Ming's heart trembled. This was the first time he had such a direct perception of the theory of the mirror he'd heard mentioned when he was in the world of Nine. If he described this fog as a mirror, then the mountain in which Su Ming stayed previously was the area beyond the mirror, and the inverted mountain in the fog was the area within the mirror. Or perhaps it was the opposite. The mountain where he was previously was actually the area inside the mirror, and the one Su Ming saw at that moment was the true mountain beyond the mirror. He could not see through it. He could not differentiate it. Perhaps everything would change endlessly with just the span of one thought. Su Ming stared at the old man in midair and frowned before shifting his gaze to the mountain under the fog. A contemplative expression appeared on his face. At the same time, The ferocious spirits prostrating themselves around the old man stood up. As they roared, they rushed to the inverted mountain under the fog. Their cultivation bases did not disappear, but as they charged forward, the mountain trembled, and 10 light circles appeared around the ferocious spirits. The ferocious spirits closed in on the regions where the light circles were at once, but there were about a dozen of the creatures, and there were only 10 of the light circles. A fight over the light circles instantly broke out, and within an instant, all the ferocious spirits beyond the light circles let out shrill screams of pain. Once their bodies disappeared, they appeared around the stone platform where the old man was while hugging their heads and wailing nonstop. It was as if there was something that they treasured being extracted from within them. That something turned into lines of various colors that fused with the old man's body. The ferocious spirits remaining on the mountain continued onward while roaring. There is a gate leading to the depths of the earth, but every single time you fail to enter it, 100 years of your memories will be taken away from you. When you no longer have any memories, the 7 emotions and 6 desires within you will be extracted. When you no longer have even your 7 emotions and 6 desires, your lives will be extracted. The old man said flatly and no longer looked at the wailing ferocious spirits. Instead, he lifted his head and cast his eyes on Su Ming, who still remained in midair. Welcome, current master of the 5th kiln. I am Muya. The old man smiled faintly. Su Ming stared at the old man and did not speak. Do you want to join this game? If you don't want to, leave behind 1,000 years of your memories. I will also extract 3 out of your 7 emotions and 6 desires. Then, on behalf of your father, I will let you leave this place. The old man smiled, but in Su Ming's eyes, that smile was filled with a strange, wicked air. The indifference in his eyes was a disregard for all forms of life in the universe. Why would I not want to? Su Ming stared at the old man. After a long time, a smile appeared on his face. That smile was also filled with a strange, wicked air. Fine veins appeared on his body. They might seem normal at first glance, but in truth, they were a Kang's Venus pathways. When a Kang appeared, the wicked air about Su Ming's body immediately turned sinister. It spread out in all directions and swept up the fog in the area before turning it into a rotating vortex around Su Ming. The old man was originally smiling, his expression calm, but when he saw Su Ming's smile and the sinister air about him, his eyes brightened swiftly. He even stood up and stared at Su Ming. His eyes sparkled several times before bellowed, "Very good! I've only ever admired one person in my life, but I also greatly despised his thick-head stubbornness and that pitiful, ridiculous, foolish loyalty of his. That person is your ancestor. He held the same rank as Luya and me, and he is Abyss Builder's progenitor, one of the 3 sublime paragons of the 5th true world. I didn't expect that someone like you would appear among his descendants. You managed to possess a being like a Kang who obeys the evils in the universe. With one step further, you will be able to become a unique, nightmarish existence. Has your father never told you that Abyss Builders are to never possess the 9 great lives in Old Man Extermination's ballad?" The old man laughed. The delight on his face did not seem to be fake. He swung his arm, and the fog beneath the area in front of Su Ming tumbled about before spreading out to reveal an entrance to a tunnel. "The gate to the earth has been opened. I look forward to you becoming my scion. If you succeed, then not only will I give you the mountain shifter art, I will also grant you a great serendipity." Su Ming stared at the fog beneath him spreading outwards to reveal that so-called gate to enter the earth. With a sparkle in his eyes, he asked flatly, "What serendipity?" "A great serendipity that will let this clone of yours enter Mastery Realm." A strange light shone in the old man's eyes. As he laughed long and hard, his words resulted in a loud bang. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes when he heard it. He did not continue asking about it. With one step, he walked into the entrance of the fog, and his body entered the gate to the earth. Once he entered it, the world turned upside down. A powerful light covered his eyes. A loud bang reverberated beside him, and he had the feeling as if he was moving through water. After a moment, When this feeling disappeared along with the powerful light in front of Su Ming's eyes, he saw everything around him clearly. He found himself standing on an inverted mountain. But he was standing at the highest part of the mountain, where the foot of the mountain was located. Right away, he could see the ferocious spirits formed by the 10 cultivators at the mountain beneath him. They were charging forward, their goal being the summit at the lowest part of the mountain. A freezing glare shone in Su Ming's eyes. At that moment, he might look hideous, but his cultivation base had been completely restored. With one move, he charged downwards, and he was so fast that even though he was the last one, he was closed in on everyone in no time. In the span of around a dozen breaths, the mountain suddenly began swaying violently. The intensity of these tremors was one that would bother Su Ming if his cultivation base had disappeared, but at that moment, they were completely insignificant. With a leap, he charged forward, as if he was plunging downwards. But after the tremors lasted for several breaths, circles of light appeared in 9 spots on the mountain. There were 9 spots, but there were 11 ferocious spirits formed by cultivators that were on the mountain. Su Ming was the last among them. He immediately saw the 10 ferocious beasts beneath him acting as if they had gone mad at the instant the circles of light appeared. They charged towards the 9 circles right away, and some of the more powerful ferocious spirits could completely occupy one in an instant. However, the slightly weaker ones began fighting among themselves in a frenzy. Booming sounds echoed in all directions. While Su Ming continued charging down, he saw Nian Yin fighting against another cultivator for a circle of light. At the same time, a powerful sense of danger rose swiftly in Su Ming's heart. It was as if the mountain on which he stood was sending a divine thought signaling danger to all the living creatures on it at that moment. With this divine thought around, the light from all 9 circles of light swiftly began to fade. At that moment, Su Ming had a powerful epiphany that when the light from those circles faded away completely, those who did not manage to enter them would have their right to be in the mountain this time cancelled. Their memories would be extracted to become the price for desiring the legacy. The moment Su Ming approached the circle of light, the ferocious spirit that was Nian Yin let out a shrill scream of pain. His head had been gobbled up by another ferocious spirit. While chewing his head, that person stood in the circle of light and began howling. When Su Ming saw that the 9 circles of light were swiftly fading away, the sense of danger in his heart grew even stronger. He did not have much time to think about it. With one step, he charged at the circle of light that was the closest to him. There was a ferocious spirit that was about 100 feet tall in that circle of light. Many of the boils on his body had burst, and some of them had already dried up. His eyes were bloodshot, and there was confusion and madness in them. Clearly, he had failed several times before, and an unknown amount of years' worth of memories had been extracted from him. However, no matter how little memories remained in him, a faint will from his soul still existed. He knew that he could not have someone else snatch the circle of light in which Hugh is standing, and that he could not be forced out of his circle of light, or else the pain of having his memories extracted as well as his 7 emotions and 6 desires taken away from him would come upon him again. That pain was an unimaginable nightmare to all people, no matter who they were. At the instant Su Ming closed in, the ferocious spirit roared. He lifted his swollen right hand and formed a seal before pointing swiftly at Su Ming. With it, the world roared, and a powerful gust of wind appeared out of thin air. It surrounded the area and gathered on the ferocious spirit's finger. Then, it turned into a long arc that seemed to be able to rip apart space and shot towards the incoming Su Ming. Killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes. He did not move back, but instead charged forward even faster. With a leap, he headed downwards and lifted his right hand. The purple-black ring on his thumb shone, and the life inequity spear appeared. Once Su Ming held it in his hand, and the instant the circle of light was about to completely fade away, he turned into an afterimage that crashed straight into the incoming long arc. Booming sounds echoed in the air. Su Ming shot through the long arc and stepped straight into the circle of light. He was so quick that it was impossible to describe his speed with words. When the other ferocious spirits in the area looked over, they only saw a piercing light and heard loud booms surge into the sky. When the powerful light dissipated and the loud bangs faded away, what appeared before the other ferocious spirit's eyes was Su Ming standing in the circle of light. Beyond it was a twitching corpse whose right eye had been stabbed by a long spear. With an indifferent expression, Su Ming slowly pulled out that long spear before he looked around him with a cold glare. It was at that instant that the circle of light beneath his feet disappeared, and immediately after, circles of light appeared some distance below everyone. This time there was no longer 9, but 7 of them. Almost the instant the 7 circles of light appeared below the 8 remaining ferocious spirits beside Su Ming rushed out at their full speed. They intended to snatch at least one spot for themselves. Su Ming did not say a single word. He did not think about snatching a circle of light from another ferocious spirit, but chose a circle and fixed his gaze on it. Whoever tried to snatch it from him, he would kill them. When the ferocious spirits were still cultivators, none of them were weaklings. They might have become even more driven by insanity after staying in this place for so many years and losing their memories as well as their 7 emotions and 6 desires through failure after failure, but their strength was definitely no longer comparable to that of their past selves. This is a game for that old Yamu. Over the years, none among these people have managed to succeed. This alone is enough proof that Yamu doesn't want anyone to succeed. So there is definitely some other form of obstruction in the final fight. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. As he moved forward, he stared at the first circle of light among the 7. "I'll choose that one." Roars reverberated in the air. The ferocious spirits in the mountain spread out and charged towards the 7 circles of light. After a moment, when Su Ming drew close to his target, another ferocious spirit came, having also chosen that circle. That ferocious spirit was nearly 200 feet tall. As he strode forward, he arrived almost at the same time as Su Ming. With a roar, he swung his right fist forward, stirring up a thunderous boom and sending a punch straight in Su Ming's direction. Su Ming positioned the life inequity spear horizontally in front of himself. Once he blocked the attack, booming sounds rose into the air, and he immediately pressed his left hand on his right before swiftly pushing forward. With a loud bang, Su Ming was forced back 3 steps and stopped at the edge of the circle of light. As for that ferocious spirit, it staggered back 4 steps. It stepped out of the circle of light, then opened its mouth wide to roar at Su Ming. As it did, killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes, and before the ferocious spirit even finished opening his mouth, Su Ming roared first. This was the first time Su Ming had roared after transforming into his current hideous appearance. A murderous aura that surged into the sky erupted from his body with a bang. It swept through the area, causing the air to distort, and the ferocious spirit instinctively took a few steps back. As his pupils shrank, he moved and avoided the circle of light where Su Ming was and rushed to another one. The brutal slaughter that surrounded the 7 circles of light instantly reached its most intense state. After a moment, with the price of 2 ferocious spirits dying, 1 ferocious spirit stood in each of the 7 circles of light. What caught Su Ming's attention was a ferocious spirit that was about 70 or 80 feet tall standing in the 7th circle of light. All the boils on his body had dried up. His eyes were drooping, and there was a tuft of white fur on his forehead. An ancient air would occasionally appear about his body. His eyes might have seemed bloodshot, but Su Ming noticed that there was a clear look hidden beneath it. This was a ferocious spirit that possessed intelligence. What interested Su Ming was that once he occupied a circle of light, no other ferocious spirits would try fighting for it. While he mulled over this, he figured out what was going on. The creature seemed to have noticed his gaze and turned his head to cast Su Ming a glance. Above the fog beyond the mountain was the old Yamu watching the scene with a smile. A bright light shone in his eyes. Not bad at all. The murderous aura around him is very thick. He's not the type that has never gone through hardships before. If this lad can obtain my legacy, then I will definitely not hold back in providing him with his serendipity. An abyss builder who possessed a Kang. Interesting. How very interesting. But I'll have to make this fight even more intense. Only then will I be able to see more. The old man licked his lips. Coupled with his smile, his expression made that strange, wicked air on him become even stronger. There was even an endless wave of wicked air coming from his body. He lifted his right hand and pointed at the mountain beneath the fog. At that instant, the circles of light on the mountain immediately faded away. Once they disappeared, new circles of light appeared further down the mountain. But this time, there were only 2. 7 circles of light were instantly reduced to only 2, and it almost immediately caused this competition over the legacy to reach a frenzied state. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the fog above him. He could vaguely see the old Yamu's figure. Once the 2 circles of light appeared below, the remaining 6 ferocious spirits beside Su Ming let out intense roars, and with bloodshot eyes, they madly charged forward at full speed. 2 circles of light. It meant that 5 out of the 7 would fail. Is this the rules you set? Su Ming ignored the 6 ferocious spirits that rushed out. He lifted his head to look at the indistinct old man in the fog above him. A piercing, cold glare appeared in his eyes. You'll choose 2 among the 7, and then you'll have them fight in a manner that will please you. Whether or not the person who eventually emerges victorious will obtain your legacy will depend on your mood. If you are not willing, then you will make him fail, or perhaps you will not extract his memories as a reward. I believe that's what you have been doing over the years. But those are your rules, not mine. Su Ming turned his head around and looked at the 6 charging ferocious spirits before closing his eyes. The instant Su Ming closed his eyes, countless veins appeared on his body. They filled his entire body, and a malicious as well as ancient presence erupted with a bang. This presence belonged to a Kang. By then, Su Ming had already had his Kang clone descend and fuse with him. When he opened his eyes again, the veins made it seem as if branches were growing over his body. A powerful presence spread out when Su Ming took a step forward. 2 circles of light. 2 slots. Then I'd like to see how you'll continue with your game when I am the only one left. When Su Ming walked forward, the mountain trembled. He leaped up and lifted his right hand. The life inequity spear shone with a brilliant light, and he threw it in front of him. With a loud buzz, the spear turned into a long arc that sliced through the air. It instantly closed in on a roaring, ferocious spirit, who lifted his arms to seize the projectile. But the instant he touched the spear, his arms disintegrated. A pained scream rang out in the air. The life inequity spear shot straight through that spirit's chest. With a bang, his body was pinned to the mountain. As the life inequity spear let out a loud buzz, the ferocious spirit's pained screams grew even shriller before fading away. 5 more. Su Ming rushed forward like a purple shadow that charged towards the other ferocious spirits who were fighting against each other. To them, someone dying was not something they needed to pay attention to. In the mid of the battles for the 2 circles of light, Su Ming saw something again. Within one of the circles of light was the ferocious spirit with that tuft of white fur on his forehead. But there was no other competitors around him. He calmly stood in that circle of light, while the ferocious spirits around him did not even spare a glance at him. It was as if, wherever he was, that place would turn into a forbidden ground for the other ferocious spirits. His expression was calm. It was as if there was nothing around him that could catch his attention. Even Su Ming was worthy, for he had only met his gaze for a moment before ignoring him. He left behind a powerful image to the people who had their memories continuously extracted from them, and that effect was so strong that it even affected their actions. It was to such an extent that they no longer remembered him in a normal manner, but remembered him as if his existence had been branded into their souls. There was only one possible way for him to do this. This person has always been the one who succeeds in reaching the end of Yamu's game in this dimension. There has never been a single exception where he was not the winner. The wariness branded in these ferocious spirits' souls took form after they were killed by him numerous times. That's why he can retain his intelligence, because the reward for winning every single time is for his memories to not be taken away. Su Ming's pupils constricted, and he cast a deep glance at the ferocious spirit with the tuft of white fur before rushing towards the spot where the 4 ferocious spirits were fighting against each other. As if they had sensed a great threat coming from Su Ming, they turned around simultaneously. Once they saw Su Ming, they rushed at him in unison. In the face of the four ferocious spirits who were clearly ready to work together, Su Ming let out a cold harumph. Before both parties even closed in on each other, he lifted his left hand and patted his storage bag. Immediately, a longbow appeared in his left hand. This treasure Su Ming had obtained when he fought against the Sand Earthlings. Upon taking it into his hands, Su Ming drew the bowstring with his right hand. With a loud buzz, 3 sand arrows gathered out of thin air before shooting out. The 3 arrows let out the same whooshing sound that was piercing to the ears. A sound as if the air had been sliced apart reverberated through the area as the arrows charged towards 3 out of the 4 ferocious spirits. Booming sounds echoed in the air. The 3 ferocious spirits looked as if they were about to dodge when the 3 arrows exploded simultaneously. The impact of that caused the 3 incoming ferocious spirits to freeze for a moment. Because of that, the final ferocious spirit stood out like a sore thumb. He was forced to have a face-off against Su Ming alone. Su Ming was not unfamiliar with this ferocious spirit. He was the one who flung off Nian when they were in the fog and was also the one who had shouted out those words. Both parties closed in on each other instantly. Booming sounds shook the sky and earth. The ferocious spirit let out a shrill roar, but his body froze in midair for a moment while Su Ming swept past him. When Su Ming left into the distance, the ferocious spirit's head crumbled while still in midair. He fell onto the mountain and stopped moving. Without stopping for even a single moment, Su Ming rushed towards the 3 ferocious spirits who had been blocked just then by the 3 arrows. When he closed in, he clenched his right hand, and the poisonous wasp pierced him with its stinger. The God Ascension nectar was injected into his body, causing Su Ming to lift his head swiftly. The veins on his face grew denser, and a powerful and domineering life force ran wild through his body, filling Su Ming's eyes with blood. With a single step, he charged forward. An uncomfortable feeling formed in his stomach, as if he would only feel better once he threw up whatever was in his stomach. It was a feeling akin to that of the body being about to burst, and waves of unbearable pain surged through Su Ming. Under that intense pain, he felt as if his entire body was about to burst into flames. Due to the stimulation of the God Ascension nectar, the Akang clone in his body also seemed to be going through a transformation he had never expected. The source of that change was at the origin of a cracking sound coming from Su Ming's body, one that only he could hear. This change made Su Ming immediately choose to give up on the illusion of stars, sun, and moon he was prepared to execute in order to kill the 3 ferocious spirits. He initially intended to kill one of them with a divine ability, this way making it easier to handle the remaining 2. Yet the moment the Akang clone in his body changed and the feeling as if his body was about to burst grew to its most intense state, he realized that if he did not let it out, then this time his body would immediately crumble. This was something he had not expected. What Su Ming did not know was that when he saved the resentful Wei, there was still a huge amount of God Ascension nectar left in his body. He might have suppressed it at the time, and if he'd had more time, he could have slowly absorbed and refined it, but only a short period of time had passed since then. When he injected more God Ascension nectar into his body, he made his body start boiling. It was this that caused his body to be in danger at that moment, and it was precisely this danger and the large amount of God Ascension nectar within him that brought about the change in the Akang clone. Su Ming did not know whether this change was good or bad. He did not have time to think about it, because as the 3 ferocious spirits roared, they had already closed in on him. Ripples of power erupted from their bodies, and they brought forth their strongest power to kill Su Ming in one go. Su Ming's eyes were bloodshot. During that moment of crisis, he hesitated no longer and acted based on the will of his Akang clone. He went along with Akang's transformation. The instant Su Ming chose to go along with the flow, the intense pain throughout his body descended on him again. Blood gushed out from various body parts, and purplish-red branches grew out of him. In the mid of the intense pain, Su Ming discovered to his shock that his Akang clone, which had originally fused into his body in the shape of a human, had turned into Akang's real self at that moment. The body that should be incomparably huge and could occupy the entire galaxy had now shrank numerous times to exist in Su Ming's body. This was Akang's transformation, and it was also the first intense change that happened to Su Ming's body. The three ferocious spirits closed in on him, as booming sounds rose into the air. When they spread out in all directions, shrill screams of pain that were far louder than the roars from the ferocious spirits rose up madly. Just listening to those shrill and forlorn voices was enough to cause people's skin to crawl. Within those screams was indescribable pain and misery. In fact, during that instant, the pupils of the ferocious spirit that had a tuft of white fur on his forehead shrank. He was already standing in the circle of light with a calm expression on his face, as if there was nothing around him that could attract his attention, and even when it came to Su Ming, he treated him with indifference, but at that moment, he fixed his stare on Su Ming, and his breathing quickened. Disbelief appeared in his eyes. He was not the only one. The drastic change of the Akang clone in Su Ming's body, the endless branches that stretched out from him, and the booming sounds that could not drown out the shrill cries that were obviously not from Su Ming also caused old Yamu, who was sitting above the fog and watching the battle underneath with a calm and composed manner, to instantly stand up from his seat. Distortions appeared in the air around him. His hair moved without wind, and rarely seen shock appeared in his eyes. His breathing quickened, and his eyes flashed. This is... Abyss builders cannot possess the 9 great lives in Old Man Extermination's ballad. This is something prohibited for them. This child's act of possessing Akang was already something that goes against the laws of heaven. But no matter what, that Akang isn't complete. What he possessed is only a part of Akang. While the act of possession itself is against the laws of heaven, it still could be accepted, but Akang belongs to the law and definitely does not belong to this child. In the future, once Akang becomes complete, this child will definitely have his actions limited by the laws. He will either be devoured by Akang, or will be separate from it. However, he just fused perfectly with that part of Akang's will he possesses. It has become an even more superior life form, and with just a part of its body, it became the life form that it was when it had its complete body. From now on, these two have fused into one, and they can no longer be separated. He is Akang and Akang is him. This is a fact that not even the laws can change. Even if Akang is completed in the future, it will still be the same. While old Yamu was shocked, the dimension in the land trembled, and signs of it about to crumble appeared. In truth, those signs did not just appear in this place. The entire 5th kiln was trembling. With the old man's divine ability, he could sense that the galaxy beyond the 5th kiln and the entire arid triad expanse cosmos was trembling together at that instant. This trembling caused the 4 great true worlds and the entire arid triad expanse cosmos to instantly burst into an uproar. Ripples appeared in the galaxy, planets shuddered, and the universe looked as if it was about to fade away and disappear. It was especially so for the foreign lands within the barren lands of Divine Essence's Western Ring Nebula. The remaining Akang souls roared together, and in their roars was endless fear and shock. Su Xianyi, you? Just what did you do for your son? The old man's heart shook furiously. He instinctively wanted to raise his hand, as fierce killing intent appeared in his eyes. As one of the inspectors from Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, I have the duty to kill all lives who interfere with the laws. This child's existence is a change that interferes with the laws. But the instant the old man wanted to attack, his expression changed drastically again. He lifted his head and stared at the sky. An incredibly wary expression appeared on his face, and at the same time he spat out 3 words. Su Xianyi. A will that shook the sky and the earth as well as caused an endless sea of fire to burst forth from the entire 5th kiln descended into the area. Wind stirred and clouds surged in the sky. As the world roared, fog tumbled about in all directions. A gigantic shadow appeared as if he had walked out of thin air to stand in the sky. This figure was several hundreds of feet tall and dressed entirely in golden armor. He looked like a warring immortal. As his long hair danced in the air, a golden face was revealed. There was not a shred of emotion on that face, for it was as cold as a piece of gold. However, there was a long chain wrapped around that figure's shoulder. This was a chain that stretched into the depths of space in the sky. But the thing that caused old Yamu's pupils to shrink was not the person. His gaze did not rest on him even for a moment. Instead, he fixed his eyes on the depths of space, from where the chain came. That person was not Su Xianyi. At that moment, an incredibly powerful will descended on the ground with a bang. Fog tumbled about beside the golden figure, and golden light stretched out to 100,000 feet. Then, another golden figure walked out from space. He was as tall, as dignified, and as emotionless as the other figure. There was also a chain wrapped around his shoulder. Almost at the instant the second golden figure appeared, golden light surrounded him as well. When it reached a piercing degree, the third golden figure appeared. 3 golden armored giants. 3 golden figures with chains wrapped around their shoulders. Once they appeared one after another, they roared before bending their backs. Then, as if they were pulling the chains, they started moving forward. Booming sounds shook the sky and earth, but Su Ming could not hear a single thing as he remained under the fog. In fact, he did not even have time to pay attention to the fog tumbling about above him. At that moment, his entire body was filled with intense pain as the God Ascension nectar spilled out from high. The burst of force had erupted from him in a frenzy once. He conformed to the drastic change within his Akang clone. As that force erupted from him and the 3 ferocious spirits let out shrill screams of pain around him, Su Ming's mind became clear again. With a single glance, he could see that the 3 ferocious spirits beside him were floating up. Numerous branches had pierced their bodies, and those branches grew from Su Ming's body. Shrill wails tumbled out continuously from the 3 ferocious spirits. Pained expressions were on their faces, and their bodies were swiftly withering away, as if those branches that pierced through their bodies were rapidly devouring all their blood, flesh, essence, cultivation base, and spirits. In fact, Su Ming could see veins having popped up on the 3 ferocious spirits' bodies. They wriggled about, but that was not because of the blood in them, nor were they wriggling about due to spasms. They were the branches spreading throughout the 3 ferocious spirits' bodies. In Su Ming's senses, those branches were a part of his body. They were dense and could not be told apart. He could clearly sense them moving, and in fact he could even control them slightly. With that feeling, Su Ming's heart trembled furiously, because he saw that those branches which had stretched from his body were devouring the 3 ferocious spirits' blood, flesh, and cultivation base while they screamed in shrill voices. The branches were not simply devouring them, however. Instead, they were swiftly disassembling the 3 ferocious spirits. It was as if the branches were rapidly looking for flaws within the creatures' bodies, searching for the parts that were lacking in their lives to use it to their advantage in disassembling them in one go. This scene was similar to how Su Ming had searched for the waves of tears flaws once he turned into Old Man Extermination after going through endless years of research, which had happened after Su Ming had run into the waves of tears in Divine Essence Star Ocean. Su Ming's heart trembled, and a scene appeared in his mind. It was the one that he once saw in the Seed of Life Extermination. Within that scene was a gigantic ancient ship. With the various lives offered to him, Old Man Extermination only needed to swing his arm to instantly know what flaws lay in their lives. This scene had initially shocked Su Ming, and he once desired this, but also knew that this was incredibly far away from him. But right then, a powerful light shone in Su Ming's eyes. He noticed that he was not that far away from reaching the state of Old Man Extermination in that scene. Ikang's transformation is due to the God Ascension nectar, but the bigger reason lies in the Seed of Life Extermination. Su Ming did not know how great of a shock he had brought to the entire arid triad expanse cosmos when his Akang clone fused perfectly with his body. He also did not know that old Yamu was looking at the space in the distance while he stood in the world beyond the fog above him. As the 3 golden armored giants bent their backs and pulled the chains forward, booming sounds echoed in all directions within the space. Gradually, a gigantic outline appeared clearly in Yamu's eyes. That outline belonged to a chariot, one which was entirely gold and looked like the sun. The chariot was 1,000 feet big, and its outline alone brought about a great and mighty pressure on Yamu. causing the fifth kiln to roar and seas of fire to surge up in countless dimensions. Su Xianyi. Old Yamu lifted his right hand and clenched it in front of himself. Immediately, black light shone in his fist. As he unfurled it and revealed his palm, a black ball of light appeared on his palm. That black ball of light looked as if it was the abyss that could devour all light in the world. Endless illusory figures shone non-stop within it. Each time this happened, a different mountain would manifest in it, and in just several breaths, more than 10 million mountains appeared. Yamu stared at the space. The wariness in his eyes was replaced by a powerful fighting spirit, as if he was waiting for the indistinct outline to gain corporeal form and reveal. The second most powerful person among the abyss builders in the fifth true world, Su Xianyi. This person was the prodigy the abyss builders' progenitor had predicted to be their chosen that would someday surpass him. As Yamu stared at the space, the booming sounds reached their strongest. Under the loud noise, the three golden-armored giants let out a roar at the same time. They took a swift forward to yank the chain forward, and the indistinct chariot seemed to be pulled out of space, entering the real world. The world instantly turned golden. Within the gold sky, gold earth, gold fog, and the gold space, a golden chariot was revealed. Standing on the chariot was a figure dressed in a golden robe, whose fluttering white hair also seemed to be dyed in gold. This was a man. An incredibly handsome, middle-aged man filled with an ancient air. His gaze was icy cold, and his face was like metal. There was a merciless and aloof air about him, as if there was not a single shred of emotion that belonged to a person within that body. Yamu stared at the aloof man on the golden chariot and asked in a low voice, "Which clone of Su Xianyi are you?" "The third clone," the middle-aged man said flatly and lifted his right hand. Immediately, endless golden light converged there and turned into a long sword that was around 10 feet tall. Its edge was so sharp that, with just a light wave, the sound of space tearing apart could be heard. "Are you the one who wants to harm my Ming heir?" The icy look in the middle-aged man's eyes gained an even more freezing edge. He did not speak much, but when his sentence was spoken, the entire world seemed to have been submerged in boundless ice. As cracking sounds came from the space around him, signs of it being frozen manifested. The world looked to be covered in a spiderweb that's spreading swiftly. The sky instantly looked like a giant ice flower. Old Yamu's expression changed. Just as he was about to open his eyes and speak, the middle-aged man who was at the center of the ice flower while standing on the chariot in the sky lifted the long sword in his hand and slashed at the ground with a simple swing. That slash froze the world. The ice flower instantly covered the ground, freezing all of it. The sword cut through the law in the world, causing it to roar, as if it had been cut in half. Fighting spirit sparked in old Yamu's eyes. The black ball of light in his right hand instantly erupted with black light. It spread along the ice flower, as if it wanted to dye it black. When he lifted his right hand, he swung his arm at the incoming slash. Immediately, the black ball of light charged at the sky and crashed against the middle-aged man's slash in midair. Mountain shifter. Old Yamu formed a seal with his hands. Once he formed the mark of a mountain above his head. He spread his arms wide open. An even darker light erupted from the black ball in the sky. The tens of millions of mountains in it seemed to appear in the sky at the same time. This scene might seem incredibly bizarre in words, but during that moment, the sky was filled with mountains. Booming sounds echoed furiously in the air. They came from the mountains collapsing, which caused old Yamu's face to turn increasingly paler. Once he spread his arms wide open. He gathered them in front of himself and pressed his palms together to form the shape of a summit before he stabbed the air in the direction of the sky. A loud bang that shook the sky rang out once more. The tens of millions of mountains in the air shuddered simultaneously. An array of golden light swept through the area. It cut through the mountains one after another as easy as a hot knife cuts through butter. When the mountains crumbled layer by layer, the golden longsword turned into a ray of golden light that instantly went through. Old Yamu's face was pale. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and when he staggered backwards, the mountains in the sky crumbled, and the golden light slashing down came to 3 inches above old Yamu's head. Then it stopped moving. However, the freezing will coming from it froze old Yamu's entire body. The glare from the tip of the sword also caused a crack to appear at the center of his brows. I respect you as someone older than me. Go and fulfill your promise. Let Ming-Er inherit that mountain shifter art of yours, then deliver a serendipity for him. The aloof voice said from the sky, and the ice flower around Yamu became even colder. If my real body was not in arid trade expanse cosmos, then with this abyss sword style of yours, which hasn't even reached the 5th heaven, you wouldn't be able to fight against my mountain shifter art. Old Yamu lifted his head and did not even spare a glance at the golden sword above his head. Instead, he stared at the indistinct golden chariot as the mountains crumbled around him. This is the 5th kiln, and I am only the 3rd clone, the middle-aged man on the chariot said flatly. His body gradually disappeared, and even the 3 golden armored giants slowly fused into space. When all of them were gone, the ice flower also shrank until the world returned to normal. The golden sword above old Yamu's head vanished. When the golden chariot disappeared, the world returned to normal, and the old man fell silent. After a long time, he let out a soft sigh, then lowered his head and looked at the area beneath him. He saw Su Ming in deep thought while the screams of the 3 ferocious spirits beside him became incredibly faint. Their bodies, which were 100 feet tall, were already so withered that their original form was impossible to tell. With a complicated expression, old Yamu sighed. Oh well, even though I am an inspector, Abyss Builder's progenitor was a friend of mine. That Su Xianyi's growth is also incredibly terrifying, so why should I get involved in this mess? But while I can choose not to interfere with that lad, trying to learn my mountain shifter art won't be so easy. The old man let out a cold harumph. When he saw that only Su Ming and the ferocious spirit with the white tuft on his forehead remained in the mountain beneath him, he lifted his right hand and formed a seal. Just as he was about to change it, his eyes focused, and he let out a soft gasp of surprise. He saw Su Ming moving in the fog-shrouded mountain. He was not moving to the other circle of light, but charging towards the spot in which was the ferocious spirit with the white tuft of fur on his forehead. Damn it, could it be that besides Abyss Builder's progenitor, all the other Abyss Builders also have a grudge against the laws? Abyss Builder's progenitor lived his life showing foolish loyalty, but his 2 descendants are each more overbearing than the last. Forget Su Xianyi. Even you dare to challenge the laws I laid? The old man let out a cold harumph. But just as he formed a seal with his right hand and was about to change the law, he suddenly froze, because he heard Su Ming utter one sentence when he rushed forward. That circle of light belongs to me. Countless branches filled the area beyond Su Ming's body while he was in the mountain. Those branches shrank swiftly as they swayed until all of them returned into his body. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes while he rushed to the ferocious spirit with the tuft of white fur on his forehead. He had said that sentence intentionally. The gaze in his eyes could be understood even without him having to say anything. The ferocious spirit who was originally standing in the circle of light saw Su Ming closing in. But just as he was about to step out, his foot froze in the air, and a chilling glare rose in his eyes, but he did not step out of the circle of light. Instead, he stood inside and lifted his right hand to form a seal before pushing his palms forward in the direction of Su Ming coming towards him. With it, a whirlwind appeared out of nowhere in front of the ferocious spirit. That whirlwind charged forward with a loud roar and became larger with each passing moment. In an instant, it became more than 100 feet tall, and it swept up everything around it while charging towards Su Ming. At the instant the whirlwind closed in, Su Ming swung his right arm forward. Immediately, the life inequity spear which had impaled a ferocious spirit on a mountain rock in the distance charged over with a howl. Once Su Ming held it in his hand, he rushed towards the incoming whirlwind without any hesitation. With a bang, they clashed. The life inequity spear in his hand turned into a purple-black light that shot through the whirlwind and rushed out. Su Ming's face was slightly pale, but whatever he lost was instantly filled by the power of the flesh, blood, and essence spreading out from a Kang's real form in his body. Needless to say, that power came from the 3 ferocious spirits that Su Ming had devoured just then. The moment Su Ming rushed out of the whirlwind, the eyes of the ferocious spirit with the tuft of white fur shone with a brilliant light. He lifted his right hand, and when he swung his arm again, nearly 100 gigantic whirlwinds appeared around him. Those whirlwinds took over all the area with a roar, and in the blink of an eye, they turned several hundreds of feet tall. Faces then manifested within them. Those faces belonged to an old man. His face was pale, but there was an awe-inspiring air to him. He existed in all the whirlwinds, which numbered to nearly 100, and he charged to Su Ming with them. As the whirlwinds closed in, mumbles tumbled out of all the nearly 100 mouths that belonged to the same face. The voices fused together and turned into a buzzing sound that echoed throughout the area. If anyone listened to it for a prolonged period of time, they would find the world spinning in a manner that they could not endure, as if their qi and blood were flowing in reverse, and as if their souls were about to be torn apart. Su Ming came to an abrupt halt. A strange light flashed in his eyes. The shadow of the sun appeared in his left eye, and the shape of the moon appeared in his right eye. Once they replaced his pupils, they overlapped with them and gained the light of stars. The illusion of stars, sun, and moon. At the instant Su Ming used this art, he formed a seal with his hands and moved forward. Immediately, the pupils of the ferocious spirit in the circle of light shrank. A grim expression appeared on his face. When he looked over, Su Ming had turned into hundreds of people that were rushing towards him from all directions, and he could not tell which was real one. Perhaps all of them were real. The key to this change lay in whether the ferocious spirit with the white tuft of fur would believe in what he saw. If he did not believe in it, then all of them would be fake. If he believed in it, then all of them could be real. The profound aspect of this art lay in the heart. An amazing illusory art. I see. It's one where illusions lie in reality and can turn real. The ferocious spirit with the white tuft of hair spoke for the first time. His voice was hoarse and ancient. After speaking, he lifted his right hand, bent his back, and pushed his palms against the ground beneath his feet. At the instant his right hand touched the ground, the near 100 whirlwinds exploded at the same time. It formed a powerful impact that rushed towards the hundreds of Su Mings in his eyes. At the same time, the mountain trembled, and mountain rocks appeared on all the Su Mings before his eyes. The hundreds of mountain rocks appeared at the same time and looked as if they were suppressing him to stop him in his tracks. The impact brought by the explosion of the whirlwinds was also coming for him, which formed a net that allowed no escape. Booming sounds echoed in all directions, but in the eyes of the ferocious spirit with the white tuft of fur, the hundreds of Su Mings who were suppressed moved at the same time, and then, there were no longer just hundreds of Su Mings around him, but thousands. I see, so that's how it is, the old man with white fur said flatly. He shut his eyes swiftly. At the instant he did so, he had his left hand cut his right palm, opening up a gash. When blood poured out, he flung his right arm outwards, and a blood-red mountain appeared. Mountain blood, the old man said calmly. When he flung his arm forward, the ground instantly turned red. The sky also turned crimson to welcome the blood-red mountain in the world. When it descended from the sky and the ground turned red, it did not matter whether it was the mountain rocks, the exploded whirlwinds, or the thousands of Su Mings, all of them turned red. Only one. Among the thousands of Su Mings not too far away from the old man with that white fur did not turn red. You are here. When the old man with the white tuft of fur spoke flatly, he turned his head around to cast a cold glance at Su Ming. Almost at the moment he looked over, the blood mountain in the sky crumbled on its own and was reduced to countless mountain rocks that charged towards Su Ming. A large number of red whirlwinds appeared out of nowhere as well and close in on him simultaneously. Booming sounds shook the sky and earth, and Su Ming coughed up blood. He staggered a few steps backwards, and when he coughed up blood again, he lifted his head to stare at the composed ferocious spirit with the white tuft of fur in the circle of light before he sucked in a deep breath. It was not that no one had ever managed to break his illusion of stars, sun, and moon before, but usually, they would choose not to believe in it before they could dispel it in a simple manner. After that, the art would still be around. This was the first time he saw someone who could see through the art and still chose to believe in it, also that he could forcefully break all that he believed in once he discovered the real body. If he was able to do this, then he had to have great confidence in himself, or else it would be incredibly difficult for him to do so. It was just like a mortal's dream. If someone died in their dream and believed in it, then most people would choose to return to the earth. However, there were certain people who would still ferociously choose to force themselves to rise from the dead even after they were certain that they had died. This was the power of will, and Su Ming belonged to that category of people. The ferocious spirit with the white tuft of fur before him was clearly also someone like this. A powerful enemy. Su Ming stared at the ferocious spirit with the tuft of white fur. In truth, he had never underestimated this person. The situation at that moment was also within his expectations. The ferocious spirit was also staring at him. At the instant their gazes met, Su Ming suddenly spoke. "Why do you insist on standing in the circle of light and continue to play a part in a game that others watch for their pleasure? It doesn't matter whether it is within the circle or beyond the circle. It is all a game. It is the same for you and me." The ferocious spirit replied calmly. "I have the intention to break this game, and you don't," Su Ming said once more. "A game? What is a game? You can see the game in this place, but how are you going to break or change a game you can't see?" The ferocious spirit's expression remained calm. A barely noticeable glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He took a step forward and spoke without mincing his words. "I cannot see the game beyond the circle of light, but I know that I can choose whether to walk out or not. I won't change because of someone else changing the rules. As for the game that I can't see, if I can't see it, then it doesn't exist. But for you, that isn't the case." When the ferocious spirit heard him, he suddenly laughed. "Whether it is so or not, I, Chun, know full well in my heart. If I want to walk out of this circle, I will. If I don't want to, I won't. Nothing you say will work." When Su Ming heard the ferocious spirit say these words, he also laughed. He then lifted his right hand as he rushed forward and pointed at the sky. "Dao Avenue Mountain." The world roared, and Dao Avenue Mountain manifested itself. "Peace arrives when the elephant is here." As Su Ming spoke, a gigantic scale appeared in the space above him. A white elephant stood tall like a piece of jade beside it. Su Ming flung his arms apart. The power of divine essence in him erupted from his body and fused swiftly into Dao Avenue Mountain. The malicious spirit let out a roar and rushed out to catch the scale. The white elephant landed on the scale tray, and the malicious spirit pointed at the ferocious spirit in the circle of light with a finger. "Malicious spirit weighs the elephant." But that was not all. When Su Ming executed the divine essence treasure that was "Peace arrives when the elephant was here," he lifted his right hand and pointed at the sky while pushing down on the ground with his left hand. "That which exists between the past and the future is destiny. Destiny's first transformation." This was Su Ming intending to use the power he possessed while he was in his first transformation as destiny to weigh the elephant. The mighty pressure and damage he would bring through this would be several times more than in the past. As the ferocious spirit with the white tuft of fur in the circle of light had a change in his expression, old Yamu's eyes shone while he was in the fog above. "Chun Bai, if you win against this person, I will grant you freedom." The voice from old Yamu swiftly echoed within and beyond the mountain beneath the fog. At the instant the ferocious spirit heard those words, his body shuddered, and a powerful presence that had never shown itself on him erupted from his body. At the same time, the ferocious spirit called Chun Bai lifted his foot and stepped out of the circle of light. Yet the moment he did so, his face turned pale, as if he had thought of something. When he whipped his head around to look at Su Ming, a complicated look appeared on his face. "You, who would not change your mind because of other people changing the rules, why did you step out now? In the end, you are still a part of someone else's game. You will never obtain this so-called freedom. Just a single sentence from someone else is sufficient to make you give up on your beliefs. Your heart is no longer firm. Are you confident that you can win against me?" Su Ming's eyes sparkled as he asked calmly. To destroy a powerful enemy, The first thing that must be destroyed in him was his will, then his beliefs, and in the end, his physical body. This was the strategy that Su Ming had prepared beforehand. He did not underestimate this person. On the contrary, he placed him on a very high pedestal. The reason why he said those words previously was so that he would think that Su Ming wanted to snatch his circle and make old Yamu share the same belief. Then Su Ming would use his will to land the first blow. This was him drawing a circle with words to form a prison. Su Ming's words were sharp and landed in the ferocious spirit's ears, causing his expression to swiftly change several times. In his path of cultivation, he placed emphasis on cultivating his mind and heart. With a powerful will, he managed to continue down his path without any hesitation. But the remarks Su Ming had thrown before to lay his trap, as well as the step he took in the end due to his desire for freedom, had formed a crack that could not heal in the ferocious spirit's heart. One of the things damaged was his pride. It was a pride born from his will, which would not change due to anything in the world besides his own opinion. This will was not something that could be suppressed by a mighty power, because if he did not want to, then he could choose not to obey Yamu's words. It was just that the price for it was incredibly great. However, he still had the right to choose. Yet as he took that step forward, his right to choose had disappeared, just as Su Ming had said, because he changed when someone else changed their rules. Because of it, his heart immediately trembled. For my freedom, I am choosing to temporarily obey him. No other words can change me. The ferocious spirit with the tuft of white fur glared at Su Ming. As he spoke, he took a step forward, lifted his right hand, then pushed it at the ground. With it, a dense ray of blood-red light appeared on his right hand. That light spread out, and a gigantic circular rune shining with red light appeared on the ground below his palm. A large number of runic symbols shone at the edge of the rune. As they continued swimming about, the blood-red light on the rune reached a piercing degree. Living fiend! As the ferocious spirit roared, the rune under his hand started moving swiftly before it charged out. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. When the red rune closed in on him, he formed a seal with his right hand before pointing forward. The treasure that was peace arrives when the elephant is here immediately rushed towards the rune with the malicious spirit intending to weigh the rune and the ferocious spirit with the tuft of white fur. Booming sounds rang out once again. Under the loud booms, the ferocious spirit lifted his right hand from the ground. The red rune instantly rose and surrounded Su Ming within it before it crashed with the malicious spirit weighing the elephant. A powerful impact swept through the area. The malicious spirit was torn apart, and as it tumbled backwards, it disappeared without a trace. The scale also crumbled. Only the white elephant crashed into the red rune, causing endless cracks to instantly appear on it before it crumbled. They were equal in terms of strength. A freezing glare shone in Su Ming's eyes. By then, he looked like a child after going through Destiny's first transformation. He lifted his right hand and swung his arm. Immediately, the air around him started distorting. Time flowed back, and the malicious spirit appeared once again, along with the crumbled scale. Weigh him again! As Su Ming took a step forward, the malicious spirit beside him roared. The picture of it weighing the elephant surrounded the area, occupying the sky. It charged at the ferocious spirit with the tuft of white fur. An art that reverses time. The ferocious spirit's pupils shrank, but he did not stop moving. Once he stepped out of the circle of light, he raised his arms and roared towards the sky. Break my palms! As the ferocious spirit roared, signs of his palm lines being about to break immediately appeared on his lifted hands. Immediately after, the ferocious spirit took a step forward and roared again. Tear my lines! A large amount of fresh blood instantly appeared out of nowhere on the ferocious spirit's palms. It was as if his palm lines were no longer palm lines, but had instead become wounds. As blood gushed out, the ferocious spirit pressed his palms flat on the ground. The ground trembled. A gigantic blood-red rune that was several thousands of feet big manifested on the ground while flashing rapidly with the ferocious spirit's hands at its center. This rune was no longer round but square in shape. As it rotated, its corners shone with a blood-red light. Booming sounds rose into the air as countless runic symbols rotated around the rune, which was expanding swiftly while charging at its target. Su Ming flung his right hand forward. The malicious spirit behind him immediately roared and rushed out, but at the instant it did so, a vicious smile appeared on the ferocious spirit's lips. He lifted his hands from the ground. With the first rune, I seal the area before me. As his voice echoed in the air, the blood rune that was stretching towards Su Ming was suspended in the air. It stood vertically and blocked the area in front of him before crashing into the malicious spirit. When a loud bang spread out, Su Ming shuddered. He immediately noticed that his body seemed to have been frozen the moment the red square rune appeared in front of him. His body came to an abrupt halt against his will. It was as if the rune erected in front of him had seized his body, causing him to be unable to move for an instant. During it, the piercing voice from the ferocious spirit echoed in the air again. With the second rune, I seal the area behind me. In an instant, a blood-red rune appeared under the ferocious spirit's feet before it coming behind Su Ming. The rune's appearance caused Su Ming's body, which had by then regained some mobility, to freeze for a moment again. As Su Ming's expression changed, he noticed that his power had been suppressed by these two runes in front and behind him. His body was also forcefully fixed in place. He was not the only one. Even the malicious spirit was the same. In fact, even the scale and the white jade elephant were frozen in midair. What is this divine ability? Su Ming's pupils shrank. With the third rune, I seal the heavens. With the fourth rune, I seal the earth. With the fifth rune, I seal all ends. When the ferocious spirit spoke again, blood-red runes appeared around Su Ming one after another. There were 5 runes of them in total, but they were all connected together, forming a huge seal around him. With the 6th rune, I seal the heart. With a loud bang, the 6th rune appeared under Su Ming's feet. Because of it, a perfect seal was formed, and it completely sealed Su Ming within it. The ferocious spirit then rushed forward and turned into a long arc that instantly came into the rune. During that moment, he flung his arms outwards. I turn the netherworld into my hands, and with the 7th rune, I seal the soul. At the instant he said those words, the ferocious spirit's body let out a loud bang and distorted before disappearing from midair. However, he appeared beside Su Ming, who was sealed by the red runes. Yet the ferocious spirit was no longer in the shape of a human. Instead, he had turned into a black skeletal hand that shot out from the ground. That skeletal hand might have seemed to have stretched out from the ground, but if anyone took a closer look, they would be able to see that the hand had grown out of the rune. This was the ferocious spirit's trump card. He fused his body into the rune and turned into the black skeletal hand. That hand was several dozens of feet big. When it seized Su Ming, the ferocious spirit's crazed roars immediately echoed beside his ears. With my body, I activate the 7 seals rune, and I will seal you and seal you and seal you again. At the instant the ferocious spirit made his first declaration that he would seal him, a powerful whirlwind erupted from the skeletal hand. Since it was the center, it could be said that Su Ming was at the center of a whirlwind. As he was swept up violently, an intense pain surged through his entire body. His flesh and blood were swiftly torn apart. His cultivation base dissipated non-stop, and his soul suffered the pain of being torn apart. When the second declaration to seal him was said, a loud bang rose up with it. Su Ming felt as if his entire body was about to collapse. The sealing power from the rune turned into an impact that was equivalent to self-destruction, and it was raining down continuous blows on his body. At the instant the third declaration was uttered, Su Ming, who was unable to move, was seized by the skeletal hand. His body, torn by the whirlwind, had blood pouring out from the eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. A powerful sense of danger swiftly rose from the bottom of his heart, screaming at him that the shadow of death was looming over him. This is my strongest divine ability. Do you think it'll be unable to kill you? I'll seal you. The ferocious spirit's voice appeared again, and a bang rang out in Su Ming's body. A large amount of fresh blood gushed out from all over him. under the destructive impact of the sealing power and the whirlwind tearing at him. His body began breaking down. His arms were torn away. His legs were ripped off. His chest was also split, as if he was being cut to pieces like paper. However, he did not break completely. As he was torn, a large number of thin branches appeared between Su Ming's limbs. Those branches were like veins. They forcefully connected his body, preventing the tearing from completing. But the more it was so, the greater Su Ming's pain became. Under it, he gritted his teeth and did not shout. But a crazed killing intent appeared in his eyes. The more painful it was, the greater his killing intent would grow. The longer in pain he was, the harder he would struggle to continue living. Die! Be sealed! The fifth declaration from the ferocious spirit to seal Su Ming rang out. A large number of the branches connecting Su Ming's limbs were broken. As it happened, the indescribable pain caused Su Ming to grit his teeth and turn it into a burst of his life. Su Ming lifted his head and roared under the intense pain and outburst of life. As he did so, it was as if all the pain he felt was let out of his body. A hint of his cultivation base then seemed to be restored due to it. "You're the one dying." At the instant that hint of cultivation base was restored, Su Ming turned his head around with a ferocious growl. A strange light appeared in his eyes. Possession! When Su Ming said this word, a dark light shone in his eyes before instantly turning dull. But at the instant this happened, his soul spread out and rushed out of the center of his brows to charge towards the skeletal hand that was the ferocious spirit under him. When his soul touched that skeletal hand, he heard the ferocious spirit immediately making his sixth declaration to seal Su Ming. Booming sounds surged into the sky from where Su Ming was held. His body turned into a blood fog, for he had been torn apart. He fused into the rune, and booming sounds echoed ceaselessly. A powerful wave of impact stirred up from the ground. It distorted the air until even old Yamu above the fog found himself unable to tell what was going on, and his pupils narrowed. But he could sense that Su Ming had not yet died. The loud bang that lasted for about 20 breaths slowly faded away. The distortions formed in the air due to the impact also gradually dissipated. The mountain remained as the mountain. Not a single part of it was damaged. The two circles of light were still around, and they were shining with a brilliant light. Su Ming disappeared, or rather, his body had disappeared, but there was a lot of blood on the ground. The blood-red rune was also still around. The cube formed by the 6 square runes shone with a crimson light. The skeletal hand in it had already disappeared without a trace and turned into the ferocious spirit with the tuft of white hair. He was on one knee in the rune, unmoving. He closed his eyes with fatigue on his face. Not a single ripple of his presence spread out, as if he was a dead person. Time went by quickly. In just the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the ferocious spirit's eyes flew open. A brilliant light shone in them as the man lowered his head to look at his body. After a long while, when he lifted his head, he raised his right hand and pushed it against the ground. His body immediately trembled viciously. All the blood in the rune rose up in the air and charged into his body. When it fused into him, the ferocious spirit's body started changing swiftly. It slowly shrank. The shriveled boils contracted, and a large amount of black smoke spread out. His hair gradually grew longer, until all the blood around him merged into his body. Once it happened, he became the size of a normal person. His body recovered completely, losing that hideous appearance of before. He was dressed in a white robe. When he lifted his head again, what was revealed was Su Ming's face. Old Yamu above the fog did not reveal any surprise on his face. Clearly, he had long since predicted this outcome, but his expression was dark, and no one could say what he was thinking. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. He did not completely possess that ferocious spirit with the tuft of white fur, but once he obtained the memories regarding the 7 seals rune, he devoured his soul and gave up on the body. He borrowed it to form his own again. The power of the 7 seals rune was so great that Su Ming's heart pounded with lingering fear even after the incident. This was why he had been so eager to obtain that art. and the only way to do so was to devour the ferocious spirit's memories during possession. This was Abyss Builder's inborn ability. However, if Su Ming's previous words had not opened a crack in the heart and mind of the ferocious spirit, he would have definitely needed to go through a considerable amount of difficulty during the possession. At that moment, Su Ming exhaled and looked at his right palm. He lifted it and pushed it against the blood-red rune in front of him. At the instant he touched it, the rune shone before gradually turning dark. When it disappeared without a trace, Su Ming lifted his head again and looked at the fog above. It obscured the view, making it impossible for him to see what was there. But during that instant, a crack appeared at the center of Su Ming's brows. The malicious eye manifested swiftly in the crack, and immediately, the fog in the sky was magnified endlessly. He looked through layers upon layers, and in the span of a few breaths, Su Ming saw old Yamu in the fog. He also saw the dark expression on his face. Su Ming stared at the old man, and the old man also stared at Su Ming. Their gazes met each other through the fog. "I won," Su Ming declared flatly. Old Yamu was silent. After a moment, he lifted his right hand and swung his arm forward. The mountain below him immediately roared. It started swaying violently, and Su Ming quickly lowered his head to see that a gigantic vortex had appeared at the top of the inverted mountain. That vortex rotated with loud bangs as it continued growing bigger. It lasted only for the span of a breath before a mountain appeared underneath the vortex. It was a mountain that was the exact same as the one on which Su Ming was standing. It stood in the vortex in a normal manner, so its summit touched the summit of the mountain on which Su Ming stood, forming a picture that was like an hourglass. Su Ming saw Zhu Yukai at the forefront on the mountain beneath the vortex. He also saw Reverend Zilong and Huang Mei following closely behind him. Besides these three, Su Ming also saw Flame Fiend's progenitor Long Hai, Xianxia, Yunyu, Huayu, and Su Hui. The moment Su Ming saw the crowd, the people also saw an inverted mountain appear before their eyes in the vortex which trembled viciously while the world roared. They also saw Su Ming. He didn't die. Xianxia, Huayu, and Yunyu immediately sucked in a sharp breath. At the instant they saw Su Ming, their hearts trembled. Tears flowed down from Su Hui's eyes. She stared blankly at Su Ming, who appeared in the inverted mountain above her, as if that one look would last an eternity for her. Progenitor Long Hai's expression remained as calm as ever, but his heart let out a loud thump. He had mulled over it in his head and believed that even if he did not help him, Su Ming would not take any action against him. After all, with his level of cultivation, he would definitely value him highly. When he thought about this, even though his heart remained slightly anxious, not a single change appeared on his face. The eyes of Flame Fiend's progenitor shone, for he was very nervous. He knew Su Ming better than Long Hai, and because of that, he could not help but start regretting. When Zilong saw Su Ming, his expression remained the same, but his pupils shrank slightly, because he noticed that Su Ming was the closest person to the summits of the two mountains. When Zhu Yukai saw Su Ming, a hint of a smile appeared on his face before it disappeared, and he returned to that ugly appearance of his. As for Huang Mei, he let out a cold harumph and moved faster, facing the mighty pressure in the place head-on, climbing to the summit with gritted teeth. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. All the various expressions on these people's faces allowed him to see all sorts of things. The deliverance of that chain earlier had originally been to bring him and Su Hui upwards at the same time, but an accident had occurred on their way up. During it they had heard Zhu Yukai's voice, and in his words he mentioned Huang Mei. Because of it, Su Ming had already guessed everything that had happened. Zhu Yukai had tried to save them, while Huang Mei used some sort of unknown method to stop him. Su Ming's expression remained the same. He cast a cold glance at Huang Mei, and the aloof look in his eyes was the same as when he previously stared at the white-robed teenager. Su Ming did not speak. With one step, he charged towards the summit, and he was so fast that the crowd who had lost their power could not compare. They could only watch helplessly as he turned into a long arc and charged for the summit. He was so quick that, in just an instant, Su Ming had already stepped onto the spot where the two mountains connected, at the two summits. Su Ming might have seemed calm from the outside, but he was prepared for a vicious battle. After all, old Yamu had a hostile expression on his face just then. It wasn't beyond that person to dispel the mighty pressure on the other people's bodies and intense battle. However, even when Su Ming reached the stone platform on the summit, the other people were still climbing slowly. The seal on their cultivation bases did not show any signs of being released. They could only stare at him going to the stone platform helplessly. Zhu Kai sighed and gave up on moving forward. Reverend Zilong frowned and cast Su Ming a profound look, then also chose to give up. A great refusal to accept defeat appeared on Huang Mei's face, but he was still hundreds of feet away from the summit. He was too far away to catch up. Humph, I am not the sort of person who goes against his own word. Since I promised you that if you reach the summit, you will become my scion, I will not interfere with you, old Yamuz said in Su Ming's heart. These two mountains are complete opposites. One of them is in the sky, and the other is in the ground. Understanding one of them will not make the art complete. Only when you will understand them at the same time will you be able to obtain the real mountain shifter. I did not create this art on my own, but inherited it from Mountain Shifter Expanse Cosmos, which is also part of Dark Dawn Union. This art is the supreme art in Mountain Shifter Expanse's cosmos that governs the changes in the world. It is equal in terms of power to Abyss Builder's 9 heavenly Abyss sword styles. They are both naturally born arts. Learn it. I will send you to the core of the 5th kiln, but before that, I will give you the serendipity I promised you. I will definitely not go back on my word. Old Yamu's voice echoed in Su Ming's heart, but as Su Ming continued listening to it, his words were filled with a peculiar air. It was as if old Yamu was not saying those words to him, but were saying them for someone else. But that voice was clearly echoing in his heart. The people who Su Ming could see around him did not seem to be somebodies who were worthy of old Yamu explaining himself in such a manner. 9 heavenly Abyss sword style? Su Ming's eyes sparkled. This was the first time he heard of this art. It is an art your progenitor created after he gained an epiphany about the change in the universe within arid triad expanse cosmos. He declared that there were 9 heavenly changes, but at most, I saw only 7. Even that progenitor of yours believed that the remaining ones could only be achieved in theory. You'll learn about this in the future. Now hurry up and learn that mountain shifter art of mine. Once you learn it, I'll have fulfilled my promise, and my projection will be free to leave the 5th kiln. As old Yamu's voice echoed in Su Ming's heart, his eyes shone, and he swept his gaze past the 2 stone platforms. One of them was above him and the other beneath him. A single iron scroll was on each of them. When Su Ming looked over, light shone in his eyes. After a period of pensive silence, he lifted his right hand and placed it on the stone platform above him. At the instant he did so, the inverted mountain started trembling viciously. Cracks appeared on it, and in the blink of an eye, the mountain started showing signs of crumbling. At the same time, a loud bang rang out in Su Ming's head. An epiphany towards the universe, the world, and the entire cosmos surged into his consciousness. It filled his whole mind and turned into countless memory fragments that stirred up a storm in his head. In the storm of those memory fragments, Su Ming saw mountains. Among them were Dark Mountain, the 9th summit, and all the mountains he had seen, traversed, or touched in his life. All of them had differing heights, but they swiftly overlapped with each other, and a vague epiphany gradually formed in his heart. In the other people's eyes, Su Ming's hair danced in the air. The air beside him distorted, and mountains manifested. As they changed, more cracks appeared on the inverted mountain above, and the signs of its crumbling became even greater. A powerful, mighty pressure that had never appeared before on Su Ming's body manifested with a bang, shaking everyone's hearts. It was especially so for Huang Mei. Intense jealousy showed up in his eyes, and as his face distorted, veins popped up. It won't be that easy for you to obtain such a powerful divine ability. Huang Mei gritted his teeth, then struck the gourd behind his back with his right hand. He then shouted out, "Treasured gourd, please kill him." The shout was firm, powerful, and filled with confidence. Even if the sound of the mountain above cracking were echoing in the air, Huang Mei's voice was still very loud and clear, and it attracted all the people's attention. It was especially so for Reverend Zilong. At the instant he saw Huang Mei bringing his right hand up and striking the gourd behind him, his pupils shrank. Zilong had always been wary of Huang Mei's gourd. He had vaguely been able to see its origins, which was why he had constantly compromised with him. Even when they had been fighting for a supreme treasure beforehand and Zilong was ambushed by his despicable tricks, he had only attacked briefly and did not try to force him into a corner. Zilong could only force down his anger. The source of it all was that gourd. Zilong was 8/10 certain that the gourd was definitely the legendary supreme treasure from the fifth true world. When he saw Huang Mei finally using that treasure and heard him pleading for the gourd to kill Su Ming, Zilong immediately sucked in a sharp breath. His guess had been correct. When Zhu Kai saw the gourd and heard Huang Mei's words, his expression changed. Xianxia, Yunyu, and Huayu knew nothing about the treasured gourd's origins, but their hearts still trembled when they saw Huang Mei's actions, because after Huang Mei spoke, a powerful ripple of power erupted from the treasured gourd. The ripples tumbled about and formed a gigantic impact in the shape of a vortex that swept out in all directions. Lu Ya's gourd. Progenitor Long Hai's expression changed continuously until he cried out in surprise. He fixed his stare on the gourd, and his nascent divinity started showing signs of being close to dissipating. Flame Fiend's progenitor was in the same state. As he stared at the gourd behind Huang Mei, strong greed appeared on his face. Huang Mei saw the group's expressions, and a cold sneer appeared at the corners of his lips. He had been in possession of this treasured gourd for years, and had used it very rarely because he wanted to be able to wrestle victory into his hands in one go during a critical moment of a fight. He had originally not wanted to use it just like that, prepared to attack and kill whoever it was that obtained the mountain shifter art before him so that he could snatch it away. However, Su Ming's appearance was the last straw for Huang Mei. He absolutely would not allow anyone else to obtain that powerful art. He would do everything he could to get that art. I'd like to see who will still dare to snatch that art from me after I kill that person. Huang Mei laughed coldly. He did not believe that Su Ming had any chance of surviving this encounter. In his experience, as long as he used the treasured gourd, all of those who were targeted would definitely die, unless their level of cultivation was much higher than his. As he laughed coldly, the treasured gourd behind his back lit up, shining brightly. As the vortex roared, an eye appeared on the gourd. There was an aloof look to it. When it appeared, it immediately stared at Su Ming. With a blink, a dense wave of white fog appeared at the mouth of the gourd. That presence was filled with a thick fragrance that immediately filled the area. From the distance, it looked like there were white clouds erupting from the mouth of the gourd. I, Huang, am the only one who can gain an epiphany of this mountain shifter art. You're just a young boy, die. Huang Mei laughed madly, and with a loud bang, the fog from the gourd behind him erupted. Su Ming opened his eyes at the summit before lowering them to stare at Huang Mei. Unable to help itself, a strange expression appeared on his face. All the people saw this strange expression, but no one knew the meaning behind it. The time taken for that gourd of yours to attack is a little too slow, Su Ming said with a strange tone in his voice. Once he said those words, the people were all momentarily stunned, especially Huang Mei. He stiffened for a moment. It was the truth. This particular aspect about his gourd was something that brought resignation to him. Every single time he finished the incantation, he would need about a dozen breaths before the divine ability would erupt from the fog. But fortunately, once it erupted, it would lock onto its target formlessly, causing all those who were targeted to be unable to escape no matter where they went. Even if it's slow, it'll still be enough to kill you, Huang Mei said in a prideful manner. Su Ming's expression became even stranger. He sighed. His action caused the others' gazes to flicker, because there was not a single hint of fear or panic on his face at that moment. Thus, that strange expression of his puzzled everyone. The next instant, Su Ming no longer hesitated and lifted his right hand to strike his storage bag. Immediately, a gourd the size of a palm appeared on his right hand. When he lifted it up, he swept his left hand over it. "Treasured gourd, please kill him," Su-Ming said with a strange tone in his voice. He believed that one of the two gourds was definitely an imitation, but he trusted the bald crane. The change that had happened to it when it saw the gourd was something that Su-Ming would never forget. He felt that there was a high possibility that his was the real thing. Almost the instant Su-Ming brought out the small gourd, all the people's expressions in the area changed. And then all of them became strange at the same time. Even Reverend Zilong, with his ability to remain calm, could not help but widen his eyes at that instant, disbelief appearing on his face. Zhu Yukai also blinked a couple times. He stared at Su-Ming and Huang Mei before a smile that he could not control appeared on the corners of his lips. He thought that the scene right then was slightly out of expectations, and rather absurd. Compared to the two of them, Xianxia, Yunyu, and Huayu found themselves a little unable to accept the development of this situation. They stared at the small gourd on Su-Ming's palm with a dumbfounded gaze before looking over at the big gourd on Huang Mei's back. And then, their minds were completely occupied by the two gourds of differing sizes. The big one should be stronger, right? Besides this one single thought, Xianxiang's mind was empty. As for progenitor Longhai, he sucked in a sharp breath. He suddenly realized that there were plenty of secrets surrounding Su-Ming. Just that gourd alone could immediately overturn the world in this place. Flame Fiend's progenitor blinked. He was unable to tell just which one was the real deal. Huang Mei was especially affected. As his expression changed drastically, he cried out in surprise, Why do you have it as well?" At the instant he said those words, the gourd behind him let out a loud bang again, and as a large amount of white fog erupted from it, a small human rushed out. That small human was semi-transparent and held a black blade in her hands. Her expression was slightly sluggish, and judging from her appearance, this small human was a female. When she rushed out of the fog, she fixed her stare on Su-Ming. "Treasured gourd, please kill him." Powerful killing intent shone in Huang Mei's eyes. When he saw that Su-Ming also had a gourd, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. But when the small human appeared from his gourd, that feeling immediately disappeared. He lifted his right hand and pointed at Su-Ming while roaring. The small human from the gourd behind him immediately threw her head back and let out a piercing screech, before rushing over towards Su-Ming. The fog beside her tumbled about and covered her body, making it seem like she was riding on clouds. Murderous aura surged into the sky from her. An indescribable, mighty pressure erupted from Su-Ming's gourd as well. It brought with it an extreme sharpness that seemed like it could cut through all the laws in the universe. "So what if you also have a gourd? It's just an imitation. How dare you bring it out against the real thing?" Right after Huang Mei finished saying these things, 7 eyes appeared on Su-Ming's gourd. Those 7 eyes blinked at the same time, their gazes aloof, and Huang Mei's heart let out a loud thump. He remembered how his gourd only had 1 eye when he used it. However, when he recalled how his gourd would definitely succeed every time the small human appeared, a great amount of confidence rose in him again. But right then, fog burst out of the gourd in Su-Ming's hand. At the same time, a small human the size of a palm rushed out of the gourd. He was also holding onto a blade in his right hand. The small human from Su-Ming's gourd was very small, but he was not an illusion. He looked incredibly real, and his appearance was also very distinct, just like that of a real person. He was also not female, but male. And the small human from Su-Ming's gourd did not have any sort of delay like Huang Mei's did after he recited his incantation. Instead, he flew out immediately, and compared to the small human from Huang Mei's gourd, he chose to remain silent instead of throwing his head back to roar. One of them roared, the other remained silent. One of them had a delay, and the other moved immediately. Even if they had yet to collide, all of the people in the area were shrewd, calculative monsters, so it was impossible for them to be unable to tell just which of the two was real. However, the thing that made them hesitant about their answer was the fact that one of them was too big and the other too small. At the instant Huang Mei's expression changed, replaced by disbelief. The small human from his gourd turned her head around and bit down on his neck, but he was clearly already used to this. He did not dodge and simply allowed that little female to suck his blood, flesh, and essence. When she let go of him, she let out a screech and rushed out to crash into the small human from Su Ming's gourd. In the mid of Huang Mei's nervous anticipation, his body suddenly shuddered, and he opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but his face turned pale and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. This blood was not due to being injured, but from outrage. He was not the only one feeling out of sorts. The expressions of all the other people in the area turned incredibly strange as they looked at the scene in the sky with dumbfounded expressions. There was no battle, no slaughter, no loud bangs that rose from any form of collision. The small human who flew out from Su Ming's gourd stopped in midair. The female human from Huang Mei's gourd instantly closed in, but the instant she did so, she trembled and acted bashfully in front of the male. But that was not all. As the small human from Huang Mei's gourd started acting bashfully, she approached the small human from Su Ming's gourd, who had an aloof and prideful expression on his face. Once she did so, she knelt down in the air, and the human from Su Ming's gourd even put on an expression as if he did not really like her. He then nodded, as if he was forced to do something very difficult. The small human from Huang Mei's gourd stood up again and swiftly shrank to the same size as the small human from Su Ming's gourd. All the people who witnessed this scene, no matter how they looked at it, thought that the female human was showing her infatuation to the male human. At the same time, cracking sounds rose swiftly in the air. They came from the cracks that appeared on the gourd on Huang Mei's back. Those cracks spread out before the gourd, eventually shattered into pieces. Sorry about that, but I have a gourd as well. Su Ming let out a dry cough, then a freezing glare appeared in his eyes. He brought his right hand up and pointed at Huang Mei, and the small human from his gourd as well as his wife immediately lowered their heads to cast Huang Mei a cold look before charging forward swiftly. Huang Mei was so enraged by Su Ming's words that he coughed up blood again. The outrage on his face reached an extreme state, and as he lifted his head to roar towards the sky, despair appeared on his face. His roar was shrill and forlorn, as if no matter how he shouted, he could not vent out the extreme outrage in his heart. When he saw the two small humans from the gourd swiftly close in on him, about to cut his neck, he quickly let go of the mountain rock and plunged into the depths of the canyon. The two small humans from the gourd flashed and continued after him, but a big hand appeared in the air beside the falling Huang Mei and caught him. The back of that hand crashed into the incoming two small humans. Loud bangs surged into the sky. As the two small humans tumbled backwards, chilly expressions appeared on their faces, especially on the one from Su Ming's gourd. A powerful killing intent shone in his eyes, but he immediately returned to Su Ming's side. As for the small human who originally belonged to Huang Mei, she also came to Su Ming's side. Adoration was in her eyes as she gazed at the small human from Su Ming's gourd. It was as if just one gaze from him was enough for her to give up on everything for him. Su Ming lifted his head slowly and stared at the fog above him, the killing intent in his eyes growing stronger. He lifted the gourd in his right hand and swung it. Immediately, the small human from his gourd flew back, and the female human that originally belonged to Huang Mei also went to the gourd with him. Fortunately, Huang Mei could not see this scene, since he was seized by the palm, or else he would have definitely coughed up another mouthful of blood. "You want to save him?" Su Ming asked faintly while staring above himself. "He is willing to enter the earth. In my path, there are gates leading to earth, so I will naturally save him," an ancient voice said from the air. That voice belonged to old Yamu. This time, his voice echoed in the air, and all the people could hear him. Su Ming did not speak, but stared at the air above him with an aloof gaze. It might be important to him whether Huang Mei lived or died, but compared to the thoughts raging in his mind at the moment, his survival was insignificant. Su Ming had previously wondered about one thing. Old Yamu was clearly speaking to him, but no matter how he listened to it, he seemed to be explaining his actions to another person. If he was in another place, Su Ming would not think too much about this strange matter. But this was the fifth kiln, and because of it, Su Ming had to delve into it. Since old Yamu was insistent on saving Huang Mei, Su Ming immediately decided to use this matter to test what was going on, which was why he did not speak. Not a hint of him showing any sort of compromise appeared on his face. He stared at the sky and stood on the summit aloofly, without saying a single word. If old Yamu softens his tone, then it would mean that my guess is correct. He ran into someone when I was engaged in that fierce fight on the mountain. It is then because of that person that he spoke in such a manner, as if he was explaining his actions to someone else. It would have been due to his wariness. But if his tone won't soften up, my guess is incorrect. A myriad of thoughts spun in Su Ming's mind, but he did not show a single hint of it on his face. After about a dozen breaths, a sigh came from the fog above. Enough now. I've been here for many years. If I want to leave this place, I need a physical body. That boy just now seemed pretty decent, so I want to borrow it for a while. Once I leave, he will no longer be him. Aren't you going to hurry up and gain an epiphany of my mountain shifter art? The voice from the fog above caused Su Ming's heart to tremble furiously. He lowered his head in silence and cast a glance at the iron scrolls on the stone platforms. Once he sucked in a deep breath, he raised both his arms. But just as he was about to press his hands on them, he spoke calmly without lifting his head, as if he was speaking very casually. When I was fighting against that ferocious spirit, which of my father's clone did you encounter, senior? The third. Old Yamu answered without much thought, but the moment he said it, a brilliant light suddenly shone in his eyes. The third clone, huh? Su Ming said faintly. He had a strong feeling that Yamu was staring at him from the fog above. However, the habit of having his expression not change to reflect his thoughts was already something embedded into Su Ming's bones, so he was not worried about having his thoughts seen through. His words just then were purely to fish for something from Yamu. He had said those words at random, so it did not matter to him even if he got it wrong. He just wanted to see Yamu's reaction and use it to make his judgment. However, Su Ming had not expected that his words would allow him to get an answer that caused his heart to tremble violently. What a sly lad, but I like this cunning of yours. As for what is going on between you and your father, I'm not willing to get myself involved in it. Old Yamu in the fog chuckled and stopped speaking. Su Ming's heart trembled. He closed his eyes and pushed his palms against the two mountain rocks. Booming sounds echoed in the air, and everything in his mind was forced down, replaced by illusions of mountains. As the one above crumbled, cracks also gradually appeared on the swaying one beneath him. More cracks formed, and more mountains appeared in Su Ming's head. In the end, a loud bang rang out. The instant the mountain above him completely collapsed, the images of countless mountains gathered together in his head before turning into a black ball of light. That ball of light was an illusion. There were numerous mountains shining in it, and it had a vast, mighty pressure. Su Ming could sense it clearly, and he found that it was also spreading out from his body. During that instant, the expressions of all people who sensed that mighty pressure from Su Ming's body changed. They felt as if there were 10,000 mountains pressing down on their heads. Booming sounds rose into the air, and the mountain beneath began crumbling again. When all of it shattered into rocks, all the people on it were swiftly swept up. At the instant this happened, their power was instantly restored to them. The next instant, the black ball of light in Su Ming's mind gained corporeal form, turned into a brand on his soul. The shape of the brand was formed of 3 glowing spots connected together. There was a primitive presence to it, as if it had been naturally formed when the universe was initially created. At the instant the brand was left in him, Su Ming sensed the existences of all the mountains in the entire universe. Their numbers were countless. They were normal mountains in an innumerable number of planets, illusory ones that could not be counted, those that existed in the minds of legions of people, and they all formed a law that had yet to be discovered by the people in arid triad expanse cosmos. The mountain shifter art practiced the laws of mountains. A mountain is formed of 3 dots. These 3 dots form the outline of a mountain, and they mark the beginning of the universe. They are the source of power. You, my scion who inherited the art from Mountain Shifter Expanse Cosmos, you who are a foreigner to my world, remember this, Mountain Shifter is just the first style. Up to now, since the date this art was created, it only has this one style. If someone from the worlds beyond is destined to create the second style, he should come to my Expanse Cosmos Mountain Shifter Expanse Cosmos and leave behind the second style. Because those in my world have never had any other desire but to inherit this Mountain Shifter art besides this. At the instant the brand was left in Su Ming's soul, an ancient voice echoed in his heart. That voice felt like it had come from the passages of time and was full of sincerity. Su Ming's heart trembled. He opened his eyes, and the shadow of mountains appeared clearly in his pupils. During that moment, he had a strong feeling that, with just one thought, he could control all the mountains in the universe. The world instantly crumbled. As the fog around him tumbled about and the mountain beneath him collapsed, a gigantic vortex appeared out of thin air above him. While it spun about with loud booming sounds, a powerful suction force swept up the people's bodies. When Su Ming opened his eyes, he saw Su Hui's body in the distance. She was already close to the vortex, and beside her was Xianxia. Su Hui seemed to have seized him by the arm, but there was panic on his face, and fear filled him as he shook his head non-stop. In the end, his expression morphed into that of anguish. Su Ming did not look closely at him. With one move, he took his first step forward, and when his foot landed, a glowing spot appeared. Then Su Ming took his second step, and the second glowing spot appeared. He leaped up and appeared right next to Su Hui, who was above the two spots. A smile bloomed on her face. She let go of her grip over Xianxia's arm, which resulted in him being swept into the vortex, and allowed Su Ming to hold on to her. The third glowing spot then also appeared. At the instant this happened, the spots connected and formed a mountain. That mountain might have been an illusion, but it allowed Su Ming to hold on to Su Hui in midair, remaining tall and still with the vortex beneath him. It was as if a real mountain had appeared in the sky. With one arm around Su Hui, who was staring at him, Su Ming faintly spoke into the air. Where is my serendipity? There are plenty of worlds in the fifth kiln, but only this world was created solely by me. Your serendipity is the essence of this one world I have gathered over countless years. Old Yamu said from above, his voice echoing throughout the world that started rumbling furiously. Shadows appeared beside Su Ming. There were dozens of them, and all of them had the appearances of the ferocious spirits. Nian Yin was one of them. These ferocious spirits were the people Old Yamu had captured over the years. At that moment, all of them stood transfixed in the air. However, their bodies were withering rapidly, and a large amount of life force erupted from their bodies. This life force turned into thin white threads that charged towards Su Ming. Su Ming swept his gaze past the area and immediately saw that the three people he had absorbed with Akang's true self were not among the ferocious spirits. The one with the tuft of white fur was also not among them. Clearly, those who were absorbed by Akang and possessed by Su Ming were in a state of having been truly wiped out. From then on, they were no longer a part of Old Yamu's game. As the life force from the ferocious spirits in the area turned into thin threads and fused into Su Ming, his body let out a bang. His cultivation base increased exponentially, filling his entire body in an instant. The life force from the dozens of ferocious spirits around him was the quintessence formed from their cultivation bases. At that moment, all of it gushed out and filled the world. By then, all the other people in the world had been sucked into the vortex, and Su Ming had no idea in which dimension they had been transferred. At that moment, the only ones present were Su Ming and Su Hui, who was in his arms. In the face of the rampaging power from the cultivation bases spreading out from the ferocious spirits, Su Ming's expression changed. My power has already been restored. I can protect myself, so you don't have to bother about me? Su Hui said softly while smiling faintly. When Su Ming turned his head around to look at her, he saw her wink at him. A sly look appeared in her eyes, and her appearance changed swiftly. Once her body distorted, she turned into the appearance of the body formed by the supreme treasure. You found it rude to snatch this item, but I'm fine with it, so I got it for you? Su Hui said with a smile and left Su Ming's arms. As she retreated, she faced the rampaging power from the place head-on. Su Ming blinked. He remembered the anguished expression on Xianxia's face when he went to grab Su Hui just then, but he had no idea what method she had used to threaten Xianxia into giving her that supreme treasure. With the body of the supreme treasure around, Su Ming believed that Su Hui would have the highest possible protection, so he stopped thinking about how she had obtained it. Instead, he sucked in a sharp breath of the vast life force coming towards him. With it, Su Ming's body let out a bang as if he was about to explode. The rampaging life force and power from the cultivation bases spread out from the dozens of ferocious spirits from all directions and surged into Su Ming. This scene was similar to transferring cultivation bases. Besides a few, the dozens of ferocious spirits were all almighties in Mastery Realm. Because of that, the transfer of their cultivation bases was a great serendipity that was unprecedented in the universe. This serendipity could be gentle so that Su Ming would not have to suffer, but old Yamu did not have the obligation to make this serendipity gentle. His thought process was simple. I've given you the serendipity, but as for how much you can absorb will depend entirely on you. If you have the ability, then absorb all of it. If you can't sustain it and end up with your body bursting, then that will be due to your greed. It won't have anything to do with me? Old Yamu said flatly as he cast a cold glance at Su Ming absorbing that life force. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. However, at that moment he could not speak. The rampaging life force and the power from the cultivation bases forced him to only circulate them rapidly in his body as he absorbed them. Fortunately, Su Ming had some experience with this sort of thing from the God Ascension Nectar, or else if anyone else had been in his place they would definitely panic. This was a serendipity, but also a disaster. However, Su Ming had the right to choose and give up on this disaster. If he did so, then the serendipity would stop. He could avoid endangering his life, but if he gave up on it so easily, he would not be Su Ming. Sweat covered his body while booming sounds continuously spread out from it. A large amount of life force surged madly into him through all his pores. The pace at which Su Ming circulated his cultivation base could not catch up to that of the life force and power of those cultivation bases fusing into him. It was at that moment that Su Ming threw his head back and roared. His cultivation base clone had broken through the later stage of World Plane Realm and attained great completion of World Plane Realm. Since this is a serendipity, then I might as well give you more. Old Yamu cast Su Ming a glance, and a malicious smile appeared on his face. He lifted his right hand and swung his arm forward. Booming sounds immediately surged into the sky, and the dimension shattered. As the dimension collapsed, space distorted, and the power of essence that had gathered over countless years erupted forth. It then immediately surged into Su Ming's body, causing it to instantly swell up. Absorb it. Remember this: when you can't absorb it anymore, don't blame me for not granting you that serendipity. When you can't sustain it anymore, search for a place to avoid the dimension's destruction. After that, you can step into the vortex that will form after the dimension fully collapses. That vortex will relocate you to the core of the fifth kiln. Now I have fulfilled my promise. Boy, it'll all depend on you for how much you can absorb. Old Yamu smiled faintly. He moved and his appearance changed. His body turned into an illusion. Then he swiftly gained corporeal form, and he transformed into Huang Mei. He lowered his head to scrutinize his own body. His smile grew wider, and he turned around to take a step into the air. He then disappeared from the crumbling dimension. Su Ming. Su Hui was still in the rampaging dimension. She immediately cried out anxiously when she saw what was happening, but was continuously forced back by the rampaging power and could not get closer. It's fine, I can last. As Su Ming's body swelled up, he threw his head back and roared. Immediately, he expanded even more, and his cultivation base stirred up a storm. The storm might have been instantly suppressed, but Su Ming's cultivation base had reached a breakthrough during that instant. A moon appeared behind him. It was a gray moon, and a boundless, strange, and enchanting air spread out from it, along with a thick aura of death. In that crumbling dimension, the appearance of the moon caused the rampaging power to surge towards it. Booming sounds reverberated in the air. It came from some of the dozens of ferocious spirits around Su Ming transferring their cultivation bases to him. When some of their bodies reached an extremely shriveled state, they exploded. Old Yamu's art prevented these former cultivators from wasting even a single bit of their existence even after they had delivered all of their cultivation bases to him. At the time, they actually had to make their souls explode and turn into quintessence after they were reduced to ashes. If Su Ming could absorb it, then he should. If he could not, then he was not to blame Yamu for not giving him that serendipity. Your serendipity is right there. You can see it, but I'm going to make you unable to absorb it, since it'll be over your limit. This was a form of counterattack from Yamu to Su Xianyi. However, that counterattack was reflected on Su Ming. Without understanding them, cultivation bases that are forcefully gathered together are just empty. Old Yamu, who had now taken Huang Mei's appearance, walked out of the distortions that manifested in the galaxy beyond the fifth kiln. He turned his head around to cast a glance at the fifth kiln, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. In the collapsing dimension within the fifth kiln, Su Ming sensed great danger. Forget the turbulent source after the dimension crumbled. Just the dozens of ferocious spirits around him already made it hard for Su Ming to continue absorbing them. Even though he broke through great completion in World Plane Realm and stepped into Lunar Culpa Realm, the moon that appeared for Su Ming was a dead moon. The scattered life force and cultivation bases in this place and the essence from this dimension will allow my cultivation base to increase by leaps and bounds if I can absorb all of it. But it'll just be a simple increase in my cultivation base. Without an epiphany, everything will be insubstantial. In the end, I will have great strength, but I won't be able to control it with my mind. I'll have power in me, but I won't be able to use it even a single bit. I have to absorb this serendipity exceptionally quickly, which prevents me from gaining an epiphany. This is that old Yamu's goal. A glint shone in Su Ming's eyes. But I'll be taking this serendipity. Su Ming's eyes fell shut the next moment, and an incredibly thick aura of death surrounded him. Once this happened, waves of cold air spread out through the area from Su Ming, freezing the collapsing dimension. Snow began to fall and swirled in all directions, and not a single bit of warmth remained in Su Ming's body. He was cold, just like a dead person. He opened his eyes at that moment, and his eyes were gray and dull. Su Ming did not have the epiphany that would allow him to reach Lunar Culpa Realm, but he had the epiphany about his own life, the path of life that would allow him to walk from winter to spring, to move from death to regaining consciousness, from mean death to bright young. The gray moon meant that Su Ming had died. It symbolized the midwinter of his life. As the aura of death erupted from Su Ming's body, a cloudy film appeared on the gray moon behind him. A large amount of life force, the essence of the dimension, and the rampaging cultivation bases surged into Su Ming's body before flowing out of it to turn into the power to form the moon of Lunar Culpa Realm. Su Ming stood with his long hair dancing in the air and was filled with an incredibly cold air. As he stood in midair, his body swiftly returned to normal from its swollen state. The gray moon behind him shone with the light of death. At the same time, a fierce light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He brought his right hand up and struck the center of his brows. With a bang, overlapping shadows appeared on his body. That was the clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole, moving out and standing to Su Ming's right. At the instant that clone appeared, the life force and rampaging power split up and surged into the clone, causing him to immediately collapse with a bang. But while he collapsed, the blood and flesh that spread out from him tumbled backwards swiftly, as if they were being regrouped. As they were forced apart, they gathered together again, and each time they were forced apart before they subsequently gathered together, the body would become stronger and tougher. Gradually, as the clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole continued regrouping and reforming, a moon appeared behind him. That moon's color was red. It was a shade of red that was akin to blood, and a strange, enchanting color that was similar to that of autumn leaves. The gray moon symbolized death and midwinter, while the red moon symbolized the autumn red that marked his struggles in death and his desire to dye the sky in blood. During that moment, with a bang, Su Ming's Zikang clone appeared above his cultivation base clone, and his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. His 3 clones formed 3 spots at that instant, and they formed the mark of a mountain. It was a towering mountain. The unmoving, rudimentary heavens. Bang! The dimension shuddered violently, and old Yamu's footsteps came to an abrupt halt while he was walking through the galaxy beyond the 5th kiln with a composed expression. When he swiftly turned his head around, his expression changed. Mountains had 3 spots. In the crumbling dimension, Su Ming's cultivation base clone was the first spot. The gray moon where the spot was symbolized death and midwinter. Su Ming's clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole was the second spot. The crimson moon exuded a presence in which life force and the aura of death intersected with each other, resulting in a bright red, the shade of autumn. This was the meaning of autumn Su Ming had come to understand in his life. Above his cultivation base clone and his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole was the Akang clone. He was the third spot of the mountain mark. Once the clone materialized, a moon immediately appeared behind him. It was a piercing yellow. Its light was like the color of the moon itself, but behind the clone, it symbolized endless fire and heat. They were the flames of summer, a type of arrogance that was filled with an abundance of life. 3 clones, 3 moons. At that moment, as the mark of the mountain, they turned into a sight that did not move in any direction. As the rampaging power of cultivation bases swept past, the sound of the dimension shattering echoed in the air. It sounded as if the universe was being destroyed, and it would last for eternity. The dozens of ferocious spirits were swiftly withering away. A large amount of life force surged into Su Ming, and it was immediately devoured by the mark of the mountain formed by the 3 clones, then rapidly spread out to be dissolved by the 3 moons. Gradually, the aura of death from the gray moon became thicker. The gray light spreading out symbolized the shadow of death, and it even caused Su Ming's cultivation base clone to exude a grayish-green air. It was as if he was a corpse that had crawled out of hell itself. The cultivation clone's gaze was chilling, heartless, and aloof. It was powerful enough to make all the people who were familiar with Su Ming find him an unfamiliar sight. That appearance made him seem as if he was a god that had control over the netherworld. Su Ming's clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole was a powerful physical body that only cultivated the body and did not practice any divine abilities. At that moment, as the life force and cultivation bases surged into him, he continued becoming increasingly more powerful. As his body shattered and reformed, it became stronger. Each piece of his bone, as well as every inch of his flesh and every drop of blood, were becoming more powerful at a maddening pace, as if he was being refined repeatedly for thousands upon thousands of times. The moon behind him was crimson, just like the blood that stained his hands his whole life. The smile at the corners of his lips gave off a terrifying feeling. The body that was dyed red by the moonlight gave others the impression that they were looking at a crazed immortal fighting against the heavens while he was in a state between life and death. Above these 2 clones was the Akang clone, and he looked as if he was lifting up the god of hell and the crazed immortal fighting against the heavens. At that moment, the Akang clone was no longer fully human. There were countless twisting branches spreading out from his body, and when they spun around the area, they made it seem as if the Akang clone had turned into a tree. As he threw his head back and let out a soundless roar, the branches immediately surrounded him. The yellow moon behind him immediately erupted with an indescribably vast life force. That life force was the searing heat of summer. It came from Akang's life, and only Akang, a powerful life form that could be written into Old Man Extermination's ballad, was worthy of Su Ming's state of summer. Only it could sustain the vast amount of life force existing in the moon that symbolized summer. The presence from the 3 great clones allowed Su Ming to devour and absorb the rampaging streams of cultivation bases around him. With 3 moons, he formed the mark of the mountain, and this was 3 mountains illuminating the moon, and I created it on my own. Su Ming's 3 great clones shouted at the same time. As the 3 moons rapidly absorbed the life force and cultivation bases, unending booms rang out from the bodies of the dozens of ferocious spirits around Su Ming. Those booms came from the ferocious spirits self-destructing after they had delivered all their life force and cultivation bases. About a dozen breaths later, only 4 out of the dozens of ferocious spirits were left in the area. They were trembling, having already been reduced to only skin and bones. Their expressions were still blank and vacant while they delivered their souls to Su Ming. But they lasted for only several more before exploding with a bang. When all of the ferocious spirits self-destructed, a large amount of power swept through the area with an even more violent presence. It rushed swiftly to Su Ming, as if wanting to make him burst. There was a domineering will within it, one that screamed that no matter what, he had to absorb it, whether was willing or not. A loud bang rang out in Su Ming's mind, and the mark of the mountain formed by the 3 great clones shook furiously under the impact. Soon after, the power that was formed by the ferocious spirits self-destructing forced its way into Su Ming's 3 clones to nourish the moons behind them. However, this forceful entry was no longer a form of nourishment. It pushed the moons to swell up. I still lack a clone. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. What I need is my real physical body, the one that belongs to me as an abyss builder. That is my real body, and it will bear the burden of walking from death to life, from winter to spring. He will bear the burden of walking down the path for the resurrection of all living things. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. He had never longed for his real body to appear as badly as he did during that moment. He yearned to fuse with it and complete the final step of his state of life. From death to life. From a state where he had his eyes shut to him opening his eyes. That desire spread out from Su Ming's 3 great clones and formed a calling that could penetrate the dimension and move through space. That call shot through the 5th kiln, divine essence star ocean, the area where the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds were stationed, and sent straight to true morning Tao world. Within it was a gigantic rune formed by countless fragmented continents. At its core was a corpse that lay unmoving on an altar for ages. During that moment, it started shivering furiously. Those shivers made it seem as if the person was about to wake up. As he shivered, brilliant light shone swiftly from the altar beneath the corpse. Once that light appeared, it spread out and instantly covered all the fragmented continents in the area. At the same time, booming sounds echoed in space. The gigantic rune in the galaxy was activated and began operating. As the rune came into operation, a powerful, mighty pressure descended and suppressed the corpse on the altar, causing it to be unable to stand up or open its eyes no matter how much it shivered. In the meantime, booming sounds echoed in all directions. When the powerful and mighty pressure descended, it caused many people in true morning Tao world to instantly notice it. Beyond the rune were 2 rotating planets. Sitting cross-legged on one of them was a woman in white. She had an incredibly beautiful face, but her expression was cold. She frowned and stared at the rune in the distance. While she watched it sparkle, she sensed the suppression descending from its self-activation. "Someone is summoning him," the woman said softly. On another planet was a person in black robes. He was standing at the peak of the mountain and staring at the gigantic rune in the galaxy. A hood covered his face, so his expression could not be seen, but based on his posture, a vague grimness could be sensed about him. The child has grown up and he has learned how to summon, but the time for the corpse to be used is nigh. How can I let you take it away just like this? A hoarse voice slowly said from within the black hood. There was an ancientness to the speaker. However, at the instant the voice reverberated in the air, the gigantic rune formed by countless fragmented continents let out a violent rumble that shook the sky and earth. It seemed like the whole galaxy trembled from it. At the same time, 8 of the numerous fragmented continents that formed the rune shattered into pieces. Booming sounds reverberated in the galaxy. The corpse with its eyes shut at the center of the rune began trembling even harder, and his body slowly started showing signs of rising up in the air. This scene caused the woman in white's expression to change. The man in black let out a cold harumph and swung his arm. Immediately, thousands of long arcs rose into space from the 2 planets. Those thousands of long arcs were thousands of cultivators. They appeared around the gigantic rune and simultaneously sat down with their knees crossed as if they were suppressing it. In the mid of the booming sounds, the corpse that seemed as if it was about to rise up sank down and was once again pushed down heavily on the altar. However, during that moment, a roar that seemed to have come out from thin air echoed in the hearts of all cultivators who were in the area. Within that roar was madness, along with determination and a force struggling against the world. It was a roar calling out to the real physical body. Su Ming's roar from within the fifth kiln in Divine Essence Star Ocean. Along with that roar, loud booming sounds rose into space. As a large number of fragmented continents in the rune shattered, the thousands of cultivators shuddered together, and at the instant all of them coughed out blood, the corpse at the center of the rune swiftly began levitating again. At that moment, the man in black moved without any hesitation and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he appeared on the altar at the core of the rune and lowered his head to glance at the corpse before bringing his right hand up and pushing it down on it. That one push caused the galaxy to tremble. The corpse was slammed fiercely back on the altar. At that moment, it was as if the momentum of the entire galaxy was gathered on the black-robed man's right hand. It was as if he was borrowing the power of the entire true Morning Dao world to suppress that corpse. However, the instant the black-robed man borrowed the power of true Morning Dao world to suppress the corpse, the power dissipated for an instant from his hands. It was as if true Morning Dao world was extracting the power from the black-robed man's hands. The Kismet is not allowing me to do this? The man in black lifted his head to look at the space above him, and the corpse on the altar rose into the air again. The shadows of 3 moons also appeared beside it. 2 were at his feet, and 1 was above his head. They formed the shape of a mountain. When the shadows of the moons took shape, numerous distortions appeared around the corpse, as if it was about to move through space and disappear. The man in black let out a cold harumph and lifted his right hand again. His fingernails instantly grew longer, and with one flick of his wrist, they broke off from his fingers and turned as sharp as needles. They sliced through space and stirred up sharp whistles before piercing the corpse's body. With a bang, the distortions around the corpse instantly collapsed and disappeared. However, at the instant the 5 fingernails pierced the skin, the corpse opened its eyes. This was the first time the corpse had opened its eyes. It was the first time anyone saw them not closed. At the instant it happened, a low voice that contained countless years suppressed within it came from the corpse's mouth and shook the universe. D-Tion. D-Tion. The roar emitted by Su Ming's 3 great clones at the same time echoed through the crumbling dimension within the 5th kiln. Just then, Su Ming had had a powerful feeling that he was summoning his real body. He even had the feeling that he was already in his physical body and could have it move through space to arrive in this dimension. However, he was stopped again and again. During that process, Su Ming used the rampaging power around him to forcefully take away his real body. But during the critical moment, he was stopped again. But it had allowed Su Ming to gather all his power of Lunar Kulpa realm, as well as the 3 mountains illuminating the moon to break all barriers and open his eyes. His real physical body's eyes. It might have only lasted for an instant, but it had allowed him to see a person in black robes, and the face underneath that black hood. It was D-Tion. One of these days, I will snatch my real body back. Su Ming threw his head back and roared. There might no longer be a single ferocious spirit around him, but the destruction of the dimension had reached its peak. During that instant, the collapsing dimension was letting out deafening booms. They made it seem like the world had exploded on its own. The entire dimension completely burst apart. As it happened, the rampaging power swept through the area and surged madly towards Su Ming. It was as if his existence was the black hole in the exploding dimension. The eyes of all Su Ming's 3 clones shrank. At the instant the rampaging power surged over, they formed a seal with their hands at the same time. With a bang, a powerful light burst forth from the moons behind the 3 clones. The light was formed by shades of gray, red, and yellow. At the instant it overlapped with Su Ming, he let out a low growl. 3 mountains illuminate the moon. The moons behind his 3 clones grew larger during that moment and overlapped with each other at the spot in the middle. The 3 moons then turned into one. It was so big that the moment it appeared and the rampaging power in the dimension crumbling around him swept over, it absorbed and devoured it. Booming sounds echoed in the air, causing Su Ming's moon to become larger, until it reached the height of several hundreds of feet. That moon was something that no other cultivators had ever obtained before. In fact, there was never a time that such a large moon was formed by anyone when they reached lunar Kulpa realm in the universe. That was because Su Ming's moon was formed by all the cultivation bases from dozens of almighties. It was formed with the essence of a dimension gathered over countless years. It was the moon formed when Su Ming walked from death to life and from midwinter to spring. Rumbling sounds reverberated in the air, and the dimension shattered. Su Ming did not waste even a single bit of his serendipity. He absorbed all of it and formed the most powerful moon in lunar Kulpa realm that no one before him had ever formed, and no one after him would ever form either. Even those in solar Kulpa realm would be incredibly weak before his moon. This was the one moon in lunar Kulpa realm that filled the world. One that could threaten almighties who were masters of fate, lives, and death. At the instant that moon was formed, Su Ming's 3 great clones gathered and fused together, instantly turning into a one person. The moon was behind him, filling Su Ming with a monstrous, malicious air. After all, no one possessed such a large moon in lunar Kulpa realm. The moon shone in 3 colors, and they overlapped continuously. When the gray light appeared on Su Ming, he was the incarnation of the netherworld under the universe. He symbolized death and destruction. When red light appeared on his body, he was not the only thing that was dyed entirely in red. His heart and soul were also colored that way. During that moment, Su Ming was the crazed immortal who knew all forms of slaughter. That red was the desire for blood, which was the resolution Su Ming had made in the past. His determination to dye the sky red. When the yellow light appeared on Su Ming's body, it meant that he no longer symbolized death or the red shade of autumn. He was no longer destruction and slaughter, but was a life force at its most supreme state. He was the type of life force that was merciful to all forms of life in the world and would nourish them. He was the eternal existence within the scorching summer where all those who followed him could obtain eternal life. 3 different lives, 3 different presences, and 3 different feelings fused together, giving Su Ming a malicious air that surged into the heavens. The word wicked could no longer be used to describe the bizarre air about him. However, one thing was certain. From then on, Su Ming was an existence that had never appeared before in arid triad expanse cosmos. When he opened his eyes, the world before him gone. He also saw the body of the supreme treasure tumbling backwards in the turbulence stirred up once the dimension was destroyed and reduced to nothingness. Su Ming turned his head around. During that moment, the presence of death spread out from his whole body. He was dressed in a long gray robe, had long gray hair, gray pupils, and he was the heartless and aloof persona of death. He took a step forward, and even with the impact of the dimension's destruction, there seemed to be no form of power that dared to stop his actions. With one step, he appeared beside the body of the supreme treasure, then lifted his right hand to catch its arm. Su Hui's heart shuddered. Even her breathing had stopped for a moment when she saw Su Ming's gaze and those gray pupils. A powerful sense of unfamiliarity rose in her, causing her to almost be unable to recognize the person in front of her as Su Ming. With the arm of the body formed by the supreme treasure in his hand, the gray Su Ming lifted his head. With an aloof gaze, he moved towards the void that was formed after the dimension collapsed. With a loud bang that sliced through space and shocked the heavens, Su Ming brought Su Hui into the void. With a flash, they disappeared from the destroyed dimension. At the instant they left, Su Ming turned his head around and cast a glance at the countless fragments left after the dimension beneath him had been destroyed. With a heartless gaze, he cast a glance at one of the fragments. It was during that moment that the expression of old Yamu in the galaxy beyond the 5th kiln turned incredibly dark. He had been able to sense everything that happened to Su Ming in his dimension because he had left a brand there before he left. He did not expect that Su Ming would be able to sense the brand's existence. The strangeness of Su Ming was something he had expected less, and even his heart trembled from that. From death to life, from midwinter to spring, what a path. What a man you are, Su Ming. Old Yamu mumbled after a while. 3 mountains illuminate the moon. The 3 great clones each turn into a mark of a mountain and reflect a moon at the same time. This moon is something that has never appeared before, and it is so strong that it can shock even an average almighty in Mastery Realm. He could have used the serendipity to reach Lunar Culpa Realm and then head to Mastery Realm, but he did not, and that shows that he is aiming for something incredibly big. I can tell that he is aiming for his real physical body, because if he isn't complete, then even if he reached Mastery Realm, he would be far from the person he created right now. If he fuses with his real physical body someday, then he will become complete, and then based on his epiphany, he will be able to move from death to life, which is the life realm. This is what you are plotting for. You created a cultivation method, a divine ability that would allow you to step straight into life realm within the 4 great realms for masters of fate, lives, and death. This divine ability is powerful enough to stand toe-to-toe with the Mountain Shifter art and the 9 heavenly abyss sword styles. What a man you are, Su Ming. Old Yamu stared at the galaxy behind him and mumbled under his breath. A hint of respect appeared in his eyes. In the near future, another almighty in life realm will appear in arid triad expanse cosmos. Yamu let out a sigh filled with emotion, then turned his head around to walk into the distance. Su Xianxia, with a son like this, even if you are suffering greatly now, you should be relieved and happy. Old Yamu's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Then, he vanished without a trace from the galaxy. Within the 5th kiln, Su Ming was in the void with Su Hui. There, they seemed to go through countless years. Vaguely, Su Ming saw Reverend Zilong. He was fighting against some ferocious beasts in a dimension within the void. He also saw that Xianxia, Yunyu, and Huayu having split up. He saw Yunyu scream in pain when a fire spirit burned his body and devoured his nascent divinity. He also saw Huayu, who was skilled in sealing souls, carefully moving forward through a swamp, completely unaware of a dozen pairs of green eyes staring at his back coldly. Su Ming saw Flame Fiend's progenitor as well. He had a battle axe in his hand and was laughing loudly at the sky, unwilling to part with that axe because he was too fond of it. Progenitor Long Hai was quietly following Xianxia. There was a cold sneer at the corners of his lips. He had been following Xianxia for a long time without the latter noticing him. There was also Zhu Yukai. Su Ming saw him sitting on a mountain. While looking at the bright moon, tears trickled down his cheeks. In his hand was a medicinal core. His tears fell and landed on the ground. When they broke off into even smaller droplets, Zhu Yukai's murmured to himself, "I will definitely find the 5th stone, head to the 5th true world, and find abyss builders. No matter what price I have to pay, I will resurrect you." Su Ming saw all of this when he moved through the void. He could ignore everyone else, but when it came to Zhu Yukai, he remembered the life inequity spear as well as how the other had acted to save him when they were in the mountain. Those were acts of kindness, and acts of kindness had to be repaid. When Su Ming remembered Zhu Yukai's words, his hair no longer remained gray, but turned yellow. His pupils also gained a yellow shade, and the presence spreading out from him was a vast, indescribable life force. There was also a warmth in him that would cause a person to instinctively want to get closer to him. At that moment, even if he was not smiling, in all people's eyes, there would be a faint smile on his lips. The warmth in it was a charm that would cause everyone to give up on everything and choose to follow him. It was the light of God that would intoxicate people and make them want to worship it. Su Ming had no idea how much time had passed. When he reached the end of the void, a hazy layer of fog appeared in front of him. He could tell that there was a border formed by several spirit trudging platforms there. This was the deepest part of the 5th kiln, and the place where the first border was located. Once he moved past this place, he would step into the real core of the 5th kiln. Over there, the 5th stone would appear. Su Ming reached the first border while moving through the void. The spirit-trudging platforms there were not completely empty at that moment. There were a few fire spirits lying sprawled on them. The color of those fire spirits was rather dull, but the presence spreading out from their bodies was incredibly powerful. Almost the instant Su Ming rushed out of the fog and stepped on the spirit-trudging platforms, the fire spirits turned towards him with fierceness in their eyes. However, that fierceness disappeared right away and turned into confusion that revealed itself in screeching. Not a single hint of malicious intent could be heard in their voices. Instead, there was a feeling of closeness and intimacy. Su Ming smiled. With his golden hair and golden eyes, he stepped onto a spirit-trudging platform with Su Hui, who was pale, in his arms. The strength of the fire spirits gave her goosebumps. Su Ming's arrival caused the fire spirits to immediately scatter from the place. When he stepped on the spirit-trudging platform, they sized him up with curiosity before surprised delight appeared in their eyes. Then, they ran to him one after another, as if the golden light spreading out from his body could make them extremely comfortable. Su Ming lifted his head. He did not bother with the fire spirits, but stared into the distance. There was the real core of the fifth kiln. As he watched it, he lifted his foot, intending to move forward, but then he came to an abrupt halt. Darn it all! A certain catchphrase from a certain bald crane who had just woken up echoed in Su Ming's mind. Hey? What's this light? What is this light? The bald crane immediately screamed, and a smile appeared at the corners of Su Ming's lips. He lowered his head to look at his storage bag. It shone before his eyes, and the bald crane flew out on its own. When it saw Su Ming, it widened its eyes. If you're awake, then follow me on your own, Su Ming said faintly and did not linger anymore in that place. He took a step forward and left into the distance to walk straight into the space leading to the core of the fifth kiln. The bald crane widened its eyes behind Su Ming. As it stared at the golden light around him, it was astonished and puzzled. Suddenly, roars came from behind it. When it turned its head back, it immediately saw the fire spirits adopting hostile expressions, looking as if they were about to pounce over. The bald crane shuddered, and with a loud screech, it transformed into golden bald crane with golden light spreading out from its body. But its light did not have any effect on fire spirits' hostility. Instead, as it pierced their eyes, they roared furiously and rushed forward. Unfair! With a shrill screech, the bald crane fled, flapping its wings desperately to catch up to Su Ming. With much difficulty, it avoided being caught by the fire spirits, and as it escaped, its heart filled with indignation. Darn it all, I just woke up, you know? Why did I run into something like this? And why isn't that golden light I made effective? Something's not right. The color is the same, so could it be that there is something different fundamentally? While feeling indignant, the bald crane continuously changed the light on its body. One moment it was golden yellow, then yellowish brown, and in the next it had the shade of wax. But when the bald crane caught up to Su Ming and looked at him again, its body froze for a moment before it widened its eyes. They went blank, because at that moment, the color around Su Ming's body was no longer golden yellow, but crimson red. Long red hair, red eyes, a long red robe, and a vast murderous aura as well as madness spreading from his entire body formed a killing intent that surged into the sky and filled the area. Even the void around them trembled non-stop because of that killing intent. After a long while, Su Ming's expression gradually changed. This time he was no longer gray, nor gold or red. Instead, he returned to how he usually looked. With a frown on his face, he moved forward in the void, his expression slightly dark. I need to fuse with my real body as soon as possible, or else my clones will be slightly unstable. I couldn't control the changes previously. At the slightest stimulation, I would change. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes while he was in the void. He had noticed what was wrong with him, since it was like his whole personality changed at a moment's notice. That change was not something he could control on his own. As 3 personalities, 3 clones, and the 3 mountains illuminating the moon fused together, they might seem stable, but in truth a crucial part was missing. his real self. Before I absorbed the serendipity and had the three mountains illuminating the moon fused together, I didn't have those fluctuating emotions. But why did this happen once I had the three mountains illuminate the moon and turn them into the gigantic moon for my lunar Kulpa realm? Su Ming frowned while charging forward through the void. I remember the Duke of Crimson Flame once mentioning that abyss builders have an incredibly mysterious divine ability, which allows them to have all of their clones fused together with a unique method so that they can reach an incredibly terrifying state of power. I didn't quite understand what he meant previously and thought that the previous method I used was the way. But by the looks of it now, could it be that the method of fusion I used only now is that mysterious fusion that belongs to abyss builders? Su Ming wondered. However, the instant that thought formed in his head, a sense of danger rose in him. Fog tumbled about swiftly in the void beneath him, and shrill roars were coming from over there. "Give me back my life!" Within the roars there were drifting words that echoed in space. They were indistinct, but were piercing and shrill to the ears. "Keep me company. Give me back my life." The voice rose and fell as if there were numerous people talking at the same time. They said different words, and as they echoed in the air, a powerful wave of resentment spread through the void. Then, Su Ming saw shadows appearing out of nowhere in the void beneath him. They turned into strange life forms that resembled ghosts, and he could clearly see that there was madness and great resentment on their faces. Once they saw Su Ming, dark light shone in their eyes and they charged towards him silently. Almost the instant he saw the ghosts, a gray tint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. His hair also turned gray, and a thick aura of death swiftly erupted from his body without reservation. At that moment, Su Ming was cold and heartless. Not a single hint of emotion could be detected in his eyes. He was like a dead man, and in the world of the dead, there were no living creatures. All those who lived were the enemies. The instant Su Ming turned gray, he let go of Su Hui's hand. Her heart trembled, and she moved back. At that moment, Su Ming was so unfamiliar to her that it was as if she had never gotten to know him. That aura of death coming from his body made her think of death. The aura was so thick that it filled the entire void in the blink of an eye. The powerful resentful immediately dissipated, as if it was a presence that simply did not belong on the same level. He. The bald crane came to an abrupt halt and widened its eyes in disbelief. When it stared at Su Ming, even though it did not have any feathers on its body, it's still as if they were standing up from goosebumps all over its skin. "Darn it all, what's going on?" The bald crane was stuttering slightly. It moved back swiftly, feeling as if it had seen a fierce ghost. Such a thick aura of death. Could it be that he climbed out of hell? Damn it, how could this be? This is... The bald crane shuddered, but an excited glint gradually appeared in its eyes. "Ha! The stronger Su Ming is, the more I can bully others in the future and snatch their crystals as much as I want to. Bald crane? Oh, bald crane, you are too great. How could you follow a monster like this? You are the person I admire the most. There is no other person I admire more." While the bald crane was filled with excitement, the gray-eyed Su Ming was so cold it was as if he was a block of freezing ice. He lowered his head and cast a faint glance at the void beneath him, where the ghosts who originally wanted to rush out had all now come to a halt in shock once the aura of death had spread out. "All of you should not be alive, even if you are existing in this sort of state." When Su Ming said those words coldly, he lifted his right hand and seized space. Cracking sounds instantly rang out, and the life inequity spear took shape. Su Ming caught it in his hand. Sync he'd changed, besides the coldness on his face. There had not been a single hint of any other emotion on him. In fact, Su Ming's mind was very rational at that moment, and once it reached a certain point it would turn into callousness. That rationality could allow him to use whatever method and means to destroy the existences he wanted dead. It could be said that this particular state of his and the red madness were two complete opposites from each other. While speaking, Su Ming had already taken a step forward. He was so quick that he instantly closed in on the ghosts. They screamed shrilly in pain, and gray light shone in Su Ming's eyes. Immediately, Cracking sounds rose into the air. The aura of death from Su Ming's body turned extremely cold and spread out rapidly through the air to cover the entire area, causing the ghosts to freeze for a moment. During that instant, Su Ming threw the long spear in his hand forward. With it, the void roared. A gigantic moon appeared clearly behind Su Ming. The color of that moon was gray. When it appeared, the screams from the ghosts became even more shrill and forlorn. Their aura immediately spread out from their bodies, as if they were about to wiped off. They wanted to retreat, but when Su Ming threw the life inequity spear, a vortex was formed at the tip of the spear. That vortex stirred up the entire area, causing all the ghosts who wanted to retreat to be unable to move. They could only fade away equals while screaming in pain under the aura of death from the moon. However, there were some ghosts that escaped from the pull of the vortex. But just as they were about to change their forms and escape, Su Ming struck his storage bag with his left hand, and a gourd appeared. There were no longer just 7 eyes on the gourd, but 8 of them. Su Ming recited the incantation, and once a glint shone in all 8 of the eyes, 2 small humans flew out and went after the ghosts who intended to flee. The bald crane saw this, and its pupils swiftly constricted. It stared at the small female, and a perplexed expression appeared on its face. Well, darn it all. Why does that small human look so familiar? Why does it feel like one of the female gourds I created to take revenge on Luya after I was chased down by that old bastard? It really feels like one of the gourds I created to disgust him and seduce that small human from his gourd. The bald crane scratched its head in bemusement, filled with surprise. Su Ming's rationality reached its peak. His calmness had already become mercilessness. When he attacked, others would die. In fact, endless aura of death was spreading out of his entire body. It was as if he had taken over the right from hell of administering death to others. This was the gray Su Ming. When life inequity spear was thrown forward, the vortex that was formed in the void looked as if it was the road heading to hell. When it was activated, it caused the ghosts that were fleeing in a state of being half alive to scream shrilly. Their bodies were sucked into the vortex and they were about to enter the cycle of reincarnation because of the gigantic gray moon behind Su Ming. As for the ghosts running away, the 2 small humans from the gourd charged forward and reduced all of them to ashes as booming sounds rose into the air. They disappeared into the void and vanished without a trace. Everything had just begun when it already ended. Su Ming, with his long gray hair, flung the life inequity spear in his hand. Once it turned into a ring, he lifted the gourd, and the 2 small humans immediately tumbled backwards and went back after they turned into long arcs. They disappeared into the gourd. There were no longer any ghosts roaring in the area. Everything had returned to silence. Su Hui stared at Su Ming blankly. A cold chill crept up from the bottom of her heart. The callous air about Su Ming was incredibly clear. It was an air that said that he cared nothing for all that lived. There was only pure rationality in him, heartlessness when all emotions were cast aside. The destructive power from the gray moon had spread in a scattered fashion. If Su Hui had not noticed it beforehand and charged backwards, then there was a high possibility that she would have been affected by the destructive power. This was still nothing, though. When Su Hui looked towards Su Ming, she saw the gray pupils in his eyes, and she could not help but tremble. She bit down on the bottom of her lip and said softly, "Su Ming." However, her voice did not elicit an answer from him. Su Ming only cast Su Hui a faint look, the merciless look in his eyes as cold as ice. Without another glance, he turned his head around and took a step towards the void in front of him. Su Hui's face was slightly pale. In silence, she controlled the body of the supreme treasure to go after Su Ming. The bald crane had already registered what was going on at that moment, and as it mumbled under its breath about the gourd it created in the past, it swept its gaze towards Su Hui. "Hey, big sister Su, don't mind him. It's fine. Everything's fine." The bald crane flew to Su Hui's side and let out a few fake coughs before starting to comfort her. But the title he used to address Su Hui did not sound quite right. "I know that little boy Su. I'm telling you, based on my analysis, based on what my partner told me, I think That he kind of went a little off his rocker. While the bald crane followed Su Hui, it gestured with its claws as it spoke. In the words of my homeland, his emotions are now split into several parts, and he can't control them on his own either. First of all, he's someone that gets angry easily. Once he's mad, gray will immediately appear. Next, he's afraid of stimulation. Once he's stimulated, red will instantly appear. I'm just not entirely sure what sort of situation will cause that gold color to appear. The bald crane scratched its head and had a pensive look on its face as it scrutinized Su Ming, who was ahead of them. Su Ming's expression was cold. While he walked in the void, he allowed the power of time to surround him. He walked past the dimensions that allowed him to step inside, but he did not go into them. Instead, he charged towards the core of the fifth kiln. Time trickled by. Su Ming had no idea how much time had passed, but as he charged forward, he drew closer to the core of the fifth kiln. At that moment, a voice from the distance echoed airily through the entire fifth kiln. Su! That voice was powerful in a manner that it had never been before, and it was so strong that once Su Ming heard it, his body shuddered violently. He could tell that this was a woman's voice. When the bald crane heard that voice, its body also shuddered. Based on the look in its eyes, it seemed to be struggling. By its side, Su Hui's expression changed. She knew the bald crane's peculiarities when it heard the voice previously, so she raised her right hand and flung it at the bald crane without any hesitation. It turned into a long arc that charged towards Su Hui and fused into the body of the supreme treasure. Only then did the struggle on its face become much fainter. Su! The woman's voice spoke again. This time there was an urgent tone to it. In fact, Su Ming did not know whether this was a figment of his imagination, but he heard a quiver in the voice. A loud bang rang out in his head. He was unfamiliar with that voice, but there was something weirdly familiar about it. It was as if there had been a point of time when his past self had heard that voice countless times. Su Ming's long hair changed swiftly from gray to its original color. The aloof air about his body disappeared, and the original Su Ming returned once more. His body trembled while he stared at the void from which the voice came. She is. Su Hui saw Su Ming return to his past self and approached him quietly. She stopped by his side. Su Ming shook his head. I frightened you just now. That wasn't my intention. Once I fused the moons in my lunar Kulpa realm, some problems arose in my personality, Su Ming mumbled. He took a step forward and charged towards the place from which the voice came. At that moment, Su Ming no longer had any sort of composure or rationality to him. There was only a resolve in his heart and an urge brought by a guess that caused his heart to pound in anxiety. Su Hui followed Su Ming quietly, moving beside him. Time passed breath by breath, and Su Ming became increasingly faster. The woman's voice echoed in his ears time and again. After an unknown amount of time passed, he saw a gigantic altar floating in the void before himself. When his eyes landed on it, endless booms rang out in his head. He saw a coffin lying on the altar. It was a transparent coffin, and there was woman within it. At the instant Su Ming saw the woman, he felt as if there were millions of thunderbolts rumbling in his head at the same time. His body trembled. Confusion as well as a myriad of other emotions appeared in his eyes. This was the core of the fifth kiln, and the altar was the center of the core. The coffin on the altar lay there all year long in the void, using the space in the fifth kiln to absorb the life force from all those who came. All that life force was then delivered to the woman's body lying inside. This was a rune with the fifth kiln serving as its main point. The goal of the rune was to continuously deliver life force to the woman so that her own could be preserved and not vanish. As Su Ming stared at the woman in the coffin, tears fell from his eyes without his notice. There was no way that he would not know this woman. She was the mother who appeared in his memories when he was in Western Ring nebulous foreign lands, holding onto the baby in her arms and using her body to protect him even after she had died. She was Su Ming's mother. He trembled. With tears trickling down his cheeks, he walked one step after another towards the coffin. Su! The woman's voice appeared again. This time, it was so clear that it seemed as if it was right beside Su Ming's ears, causing more tears to flow down his face, and the booming sounds in his mind became even stronger. Su, my dear Ming heir. The gentleness in the voice brought with it a warmth with which Su Ming was unfamiliar. It was a warmth born from a mother's longing for her own flesh and blood, as well as a care and devotion for her son. Don't be afraid. With your mother around, you'll be fine. I promise you that I will always protect you until your father and I grow old, and until the both of us no longer have the strength to stay with you and watch you complete the journey of your life. Yun heir, you must be strong. Your ancestor was the one who gave you your name. He is filled with hopes for you. No matter what, you must remember that you are an abyss builder. You are a proud abyss builder. Your father is a highly praised powerful warrior that might be able to surpass your ancestor. And I came from dark dawn. The last few sentences did not echo in the void, but instead echoed in Su Ming's soul. The words weren't spoken right then, but came from the past. They were from a scene that Su Ming had long forgotten. He felt his head being torn. A loud bang rang out, and he remembered all that had happened. He remembered that, at the time, he had been swathed in darkness. He was very cold, and his fragile life could not stand against that cold. However, there was a voice that continued motivating him by speaking to him every single time he wanted to give up on life. At that moment, he understood what had happened. At that time, he was still an infant in his mother's womb, a baby that nearly died due to the curse placed on him after the Abyss Builders were massacred. Su Ming saw a fuzzy scene in his head. In it, a woman was lying in the coffin. She stroked the bump on her belly with a kind smile on her face. Tears that he could not see flowed down her cheeks as she mumbled softly to the baby in her womb. By her side was a silent middle-aged man. He watched the scene quietly and clenched his fists tightly. His heart was filled with madness and grief, but there was also a fire burning in him that no one could see. The scene changed. When the next one appeared, the galaxy had already become the galaxy that belonged to true Morning Dao world. The middle-aged man held his wife in his arms and roared forlornly at the heavens. Within his roar was a disappointment towards life. It was a supreme state of suffering that came from the soul, and there were blood-red tears flowing down his cheeks. For great true worlds, you slaughtered my entire race. You even refused to spare a baby and cursed him. Now you took away my wife's life as well. If that's the case, then what is the point in me continuing to stay alive? I lost my home, my wife, my son, but I'm still alive, and there's only one purpose in me. I will overturn the entire arid triad expanse cosmos. Not only will I make the entire true Morning Dao world to be made for Abyss, I will make the entire arid triad expanse cosmos be made for Abyss. If my son survives, then from now on, he will no longer be known as Su Yun. He will be known as Su Ming. This name Ming means to engrave, and I will have him carve the language of the Abyss in arid triad expanse cosmos, a language that will cause all the people in the universe to tremble. Su Ming lifted his head swiftly. His mind was torn in the mid of the loud bangs. As memories of the past rose to the surface in his head, he remembered everything. With tears falling down his eyes, Su Ming arrived at the altar, right beside the coffin. He quietly stood there and stared at his mother's face. Su Ming then shuddered and knelt down. The face was unfamiliar to him, but also familiar. He could not tell just what sort of emotions were in his mind at that moment. He only wanted to watch her in this place quietly, just like how she wanted to motivate him gently even while she wept, like how she wanted to protect him in the past even when she closed her eyes. This was his mother. Ma! Su Ming murmured. Su Ming did not bother about time passing by him. He knelt beside the coffin and stared at his mother in it. He just watched, that's all he did. Scattered on the altar and around it were a few stones shining with a golden light. Those stones were the fifth stone Su Ming needed. Yet then, he didn't even spare a glance at them. He knelt beside the coffin like a wanderer who had left his mother's side for a long, long time, and one day, he finally returned home, but he did not manage to see his kind mother waiting for him. Instead, The only thing he was met with was a tombstone. The grief and the unstoppable flow of tears was born of the familial love shared between those of the same flesh and blood, a love that would never end. And Su Ming felt it, even though he had lived his entire life as an orphan. Su Hui stood by the side, then in silence came to Su Ming's side and knelt down with him. After a long, long time, Su Ming lifted his head and cast a deep glance at the woman in the coffin before standing up slowly. I once thought that I was an orphan without a mother and father. The only ones who stayed by my side were my elder, Xiao Hong, and some playmates who grew up with me, Su Ming murmured. Su Hui stayed by his side and listened to him quietly. She knew that Su Ming did not need a person who would talk to him at that moment. What he needed was a listener. For my tribe, I could descend into madness. I could eat those herbs, even it meant throwing away my life in the process. I could make myself rush out of the house my elder sealed in the mid of my madness. I could fight together with my tribe members. The song of the Sun in the past is something I still remember to this date. Tong Tong said she'll tell me a secret when I returned. I still remember it. There was nostalgia in Su Ming's eyes, along with anguish. But one day I realized that all of it was fake. There was no dark mountain, no tribe. Even the playmates who grew up with me were a part of a scheme. In fact, for a long time I didn't want to believe that the girl whom I was infatuated with when I was a boy was also fake. Su Ming smiled, and as he continued smiling, he started laughing loudly. The 9th summit is a home I found when I was lost. That is true, but fate loved playing tricks and made me come to the barren lands of divine essence. Only when I was here did I learn that I did have a mother and a father. Su Ming lowered his head. With tears in his eyes, he stared at the woman in the coffin. If turning arid triad expanse cosmos into a place built for the abyss, and carving the language of the abyss in the universe is your wish, then I will use my entire life to fulfill it. Su Ming raised his right hand and seized the air in the direction of the coffin. Immediately, a 5th stone turned into golden light and flew into his hand. In the past, I wanted to go to the 5th true world to search for my master, but now, I want to see Abyss Builder's homeland, because I am an Abyss Builder. Su Ming did not say this sentence out loud. Instead, he shouted these words in his heart in a manner that would shock the heavens. Before this, Su Ming might have known that he was an Abyss Builder, but in the depths of his heart, he never really acknowledged this status, and neither did he acknowledge that he was an Abyss Builder. All of the stories he had heard were just stories. He did not empathize too much with them. Yet now everything had changed. The voice from his mother and the scenes in Su Ming's mind, all of these things caused him to no longer feel unfamiliar with the term Abyss Builder. It was no longer something unrelated to him. It did not matter whether it was the threat from the 4 great true worlds or his mother's words. All of them caused Su Ming to take the initiative and acknowledge his identity as an Abyss Builder for the first time. At the instant he did so, the 5th kiln trembled viciously. Multiple wills descended around Su Ming from all the dimensions of the 5th kiln. These wills manifested themselves and turned into countless powerful living spirits. At the instant their shadows appeared, they looked at Su Ming, bent their backs together, and bowed to him. Among these living spirits was the 1,000 feet tall tree, some powerful fire spirits, ferocious beasts with all kinds of strange appearances. All of them bowed, causing all the dimensions in the 5th kiln to tremble furiously. Their wills fused together, and with the land where Su Ming was as the center, they formed a gigantic illusory kiln in the void. The kiln was semi-transparent. Light flowed out from it and surrounded Su Ming, making it seem like he had turned into the core of the illusory kiln. As waves of light shone, Su Ming sensed the 5th kiln's acknowledgement towards him. At that moment, it did not let out rumbling sounds that were too loud, and neither were there changes that shook the sky and earth. However, Su Ming knew that he had already become the master of the 5th kiln. As it shuddered, all the dimensions in it looked as if they were about to crumble. At the moment the wills of the living spirits in it descended, all the people in the kiln sensed the great change, but they did not know the reason behind it. Xianxia had his hands fastened on the ground so that his body could be fixed to the place and he would not be sucked away by the enormous vortex that had suddenly appeared in the sky. Hua Yu's face was pale. As he laughed brokenly, he lay in a sea of flowers. His body was buried in mud, most of it already melted into nutrients to nourish the plant life around him. By his side was progenitor Long Hai. He stared at Hua Yu with a smile, and his body, which was originally just a nascent divinity, was now covered in flower petals, as if he was about to have it gather together again. Flame Fiend's progenitor was charging forward through a dimension when he lifted his head to look at the sky in shock. There, he saw the sky swaying violently. Reverend Zilong had an incredibly sullen expression as he stared at the island that was only thousands of feet away from him. On that island was a tree, and on that tree was a crimson fruit. Yet now, as the ground shook and the mountains swayed in the dimension, the ground where the tree was collapsed. If there was one person among the people who could have a slight clue as to what was happening, then he would be Zhu Yukai. At that moment he was standing on a mountain. As booming sounds came from it as it swayed, the clouds in the sky tumbled about. While the whole world transformed, Zhu Yukai's expression changed swiftly. This is the fifth kiln acknowledging its master. Could it be that there is someone among us who is an abyss builder? At the same time, beyond the fifth kiln, the continent where dust burners lived had long since returned to its original state. But at that moment, all the dust burners threw their heads back and roared. Their bodies transformed on their own and turned into those of fire spirits. This had nothing to do with their levels of cultivation. Even dust burners' tribe leader and progenitor could not control their bodies and turned into fire spirits. As they roared, all the dust burners heard a voice from their spirits echoing in their minds. The fifth kiln has acknowledged its master. Once dust burner's progenitor turned into a fire spirit, a brilliant light shone in his eyes. While in the void within the core of the fifth kiln, Su Ming sensed that the fifth kiln had acknowledged him as its master, and it would act according to his will. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he lifted his right hand and swung it forward. Immediately, the figures surrounding the kiln disappeared. The countless dimensions around him also vanished, causing everything around him to return to normal. When Su Ming turned around, he took a step towards the void. The coffin was still on the altar, and there would still be plenty of life force that would be sucked into the coffin to nourish the woman until she eventually woke up under the effect of the rune. If Su Ming wanted to, he could take away the fifth kiln, but he did not do so. He would leave it in this place to continue attracting powerful warriors through the passage of time. Only by doing so could the rune remain in effect, and only by doing so would his mother have the chance of waking up someday. When Su Ming vanished from the void, he brought Su Hui and walked out of the fifth kiln to appear in the galaxy. When he turned his head back, the fifth kiln behind him. Everything that he went through in it was like a dream. Su Ming sighed softly, but the moment he did so, a flash of golden light instantly shot out of his storage bag, causing the area around him to immediately turn golden. That golden color was different from the golden light that manifested from Su Ming. A vast amount of power spread out from the light, which seemed to possess a vague feeling that it could absorb the power of the universe. There was also a presence about it that seemed to not fit with Divine Essence Star Ocean, as if its appearance would immediately be detected by Divine Essence Star Ocean and be rejected by the galaxy. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. When he dipped his head down to look at his storage bag, he sensed that the fifth stone he took and placed in his storage bag was now shining with a golden light that stretched to 100,000 feet. With a bang, it forced its way out of the storage bag. It was as if this item was something that absolutely could not stay inside once it left the fifth kiln. When it flew out, it did not fly into the distance, but floated around Su Ming and rotated around him non-stop. The galaxy trembled while the golden light continued spreading out in all directions. When it reached a distance when no end to it could be seen, a great disaster that could stir up the entire Divine Essence Star Ocean appeared. Dust burners who had turned into fire spirits had just returned to their former selves. At that moment, the heart of dust burner's progenitor shuddered. He could clearly sense a power that was completely different from Divine Essence Star Ocean and did not fit with the galaxy traveling swiftly towards their continent from the fifth kiln. The fifth stone. Dust Burner's progenitor immediately raised his head. The territory of the Rongwu race was in the core of Divine Essence Star Ocean and was pitch black. When the fifth stone's presence spread out, countless pairs of eyes immediately opened up in the darkness. Within each of them was a madness that was similar to that of a wild beast. The fifth stone. Another fifth stone appeared. "Snatch it! We have to snatch it!" Muffled cries echoed in the darkness, and the madness in the eyes immediately reached its peak. Virtue Rooters, the race who had the bodies of snakes and heads of humans, opened their eyes within the karst cave they resided in as well. Hissing sounds echoed in the air, and a great will swiftly filled the entire planet. Find that presence that does not blend with Divine Essence Star Ocean. Find the fifth stone, and bring it to me. Besides Dust Burners, Heaven Traversers also remained silent. At that moment, even though they also noticed the fifth stone's presence, Heaven Traverser's progenitor only opened his eyes while sitting cross-legged. Then he closed his eyes again, not attempting to snatch the fifth stone like he would have done in the past. He knew that each time a fifth stone appeared, that presence which did not blend with the universe in this place would sweep through the entire Divine Essence Star Ocean and attract numerous beast swarms to fight over it. Once they seized the fifth stone, they could head to the mysterious fifth true world through that stone, and rumors regarding the fifth true world had circulated in Divine Essence Star Ocean for a long time. After all, the fifth kiln flew out from that place, and from the supreme treasures in there, it could be seen just how rich was that mysterious fifth true world. And that place was already empty of life. If anyone obtained a serendipity in that empty galaxy, it would be incredibly great. Even if they did not choose to go to the fifth true world, as long as they had the fifth stone in their possession, they could choose to do one of two things with it. One of them was to pass it to the guardian races in the fifth ocean. They would offer an incredibly high price in exchange for the fifth stone. The other would be to refine the fifth stone into an enchanted treasure. They could borrow the power that did not blend with the laws in the galaxy and create a supreme treasure that could cut through laws. It was not that there were no such treasure in Divine Essence Star Ocean, but most of them were legacy treasures of various races. They were just like the runic symbol on Heaven Traverser's progenitor in the past. When they created it, they had added the fifth stone in it. These three temptations were enough to cause crazy fights over it, and the disaster that stirred up every single time the fifth stone appeared to be one filled with blood. After all, it wasn't only the ferocious beasts and the races at the core of Divine Essence Star Ocean sensed the fifth stone's appearance. All the races and ferocious beasts within the inner parts and the periphery also sensed the stone's appearance at that instant. In fact, some of the ancestral spirits who were originally deep in sleep opened their eyes under the stimulation. The booming sounds coming from the regions in Divine Essence Star Ocean reached their most intense volume at that moment. The fifth stone. The ground in a planet collapsed. A huge hand clenched its fingers into fist in the depths of the ground. A giant crept out of the earth. The giant had two heads and threw both of them back to roar at the sky. The fifth stone appeared again, as faint sounds echoed in a wasteland covered in dust. A strange living creature with a semi-transparent body slowly gained corporeal form. When it stared into the distance, it moved in a flash and disappeared. Scenes like this appeared in many places within the galaxy. Everyone's attention was directed at the fifth stone. During that instant, Su Ming also noticed the ripples of power from the fifth stone that did not blend with the fifth stone, and a glint appeared in his eyes. He understood why Xianxia was chased down by the four great alien races because of one fifth stone. In fact, there had definitely been other races and ferocious beasts who had went after his life as well. A stone like this. Su Ming stared at the fifth stone. When it was in the kiln, it did not stand out, but when it was in the world outside, it was as dazzling as the sun, because it did not belong to this world. Because of that, it was not accepted, and became a sharp weapon that could fight against the laws in this place. This sort of stone would definitely be desired by others. It doesn't matter whether it's Heaven Traverser's progenitor or Dust Burners. Neither of them told me the truth. As for Dijo Mo Sha, with his level of cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to know too much about the fifth stone. Since it is such a treasure, No wonder it would stir up such a fight over it. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he formed a seal with his right hand and pointed at the fifth stone with a finger. However, the stone did not move. It continued to stay beside Su Ming, shining with a golden light. It would not enter the storage bag. Su Ming frowned. Then a fierce glare appeared in his eyes. He opened his mouth and sucked in a deep breath in the direction of the fifth stone. It shuddered and rushed into Su Ming's mouth. It was instantly swallowed, and golden light spread out from Su Ming's body. After some time, it slowly vanished. However, this was just a temporary suppression. It would not be long before the stone flew out again. Su Ming was able to hide it for a time only because his soul was that of an abyss builder, and they came from the fifth true world, same as the fifth stone. If Su Ming's real self had been there, he would have been able to completely accommodate the fifth stone and not have a single ripple of power spread out. However, he didn't have it, and so he could not hide the stone permanently. Su Ming was silent for a moment before casting a glance at the fifth kiln and pointing at it. When he did so, booming sounds came from the kiln, and it started trembling. A great sea of fire swiftly spread out from within it, making the kiln to look as if it was burning. Immediately after, a couple figures were swept out by the impact of the flames and pushed out of the kiln. Among them were Xianxia, Reverend Zilong, Flame Fiend's progenitor, and also progenitor Long Hai, whose body was no longer illusory. The last to appear was Zhu Yukai. These people were the survivors. As the fifth kiln trembled, they were all forcefully expelled from the dimensions in which they had been. Once they left the fifth kiln, all of them had different expressions on their faces when they looked at Su Ming. These people had been close to the first border when they were in the fifth kiln. They had sacrificed a large amount of life force for that, but Su Ming did not feel at ease with them staying there, which was why he decided to have the fifth kiln chase all of them out. He swept his gaze past the crowd before stopping on Zhu Yukai. This man was also looking Su Ming. The two of them met each other's gazes, and Zhu Yukai's eyes lit up swiftly. "Huokue," Su Ming said faintly. The eyes of Flame Fiend's progenitor shone. When he looked at Su Ming, he took a few steps backwards. He might have left the fifth kiln, but he was incredibly weak at that moment, and his wariness towards Su Ming did not reduce. Instead, it had become greater. "I promised you this corpse. Take it." As Su Ming spoke, he struck the storage bag with his right hand, and the corpse of the white-robed teenager, who was the centipede, immediately appeared in front of Su Ming. When he threw it, it charged towards Flame Fiend's progenitor. Flame Fiend's progenitor was stunned, then hesitated for a moment while looking at Su Ming. But the other's expression remained empty. Not a single change could be detected on him. With hesitation, Flame Fiend's progenitor watched the corpse getting closer to him. He could not see through Su Ming's thoughts and did not know whether there was any form of trap waiting for him in that corpse. But if he gave up on it just like this, it would be incredibly difficult for him to find another corpse in Mastery Realm. At that moment, he gritted his teeth. He believed that Su Ming should not be intending to kill him, and that even if he wanted something from him, it wouldn't be something like the position of a guard due to his level of cultivation. Hence, resolve appeared in his eyes. He charged towards the corpse of the white-robed teenager. It was much stronger than his previous physical body. Because of it, not only would he have not suffered any loss in this venture, he would have instead obtained a serendipity. However, the instant he approached the white-robed teenager's corpse, Reverend Zilong had already taken a step forward and appeared beside the corpse. He lifted his right arm and swung it, and the expression of Flame Fiend's progenitor changed swiftly before he moved back swiftly. "Fellow Taoist Zilong, what is the meaning of this?" Flame Fiend's progenitor immediately demanded in a shrill voice. "This person is a guest of the four great true worlds. I will take his corpse back," Reverend Zilong said faintly, but he did not look at Huokue. Instead, he looked towards Su Ming. "That's my war trophy," Su Ming said in a soft voice while staring at Reverend Zilong with a frown. Besides a few people, there was not a single bit of fondness within him towards the four great true worlds. At that moment, as he said those words coldly, a gray tint gradually appeared in his hair. "Oh? Then I'd like to see whether this war trophy of yours will belong to you." A brilliant light shone in Reverend Zilong's eyes. He paid no attention towards the matter of bringing the white-robed teenager's corpse back to the four great true worlds. He wasn't bothered by it in the least. What he paid attention to was the blood of ancient Wu within it. If he refined that corpse's body and gathered together a hint of ancient Wu's blood, his trip to the fifth kiln wouldn't have gone to waste. Hence he absolutely wanted that corpse. As he spoke, he patted the white-robed teenager's corpse with his right hand and put it into his storage bag before casting a cold glance at Su Ming. This scene caused the people around them to keep their expressions still. Xianxia took a few careful steps backwards. When he narrowed his eyes, he stared at Su Hui and at the body of the supreme treasure she possessed at that moment, and a barely noticeable resentment as well as anger shone in his eyes. Zhu Yukai did not speak. His expression remained the same, and his thoughts could not be seen. As for Flame Fiend's progenitor, his expression was dark, but he knew that even if he had a physical body at that moment, he would still not be Reverend Zilong's opponent. He could only grit his teeth and tolerate it. At that moment, Su Ming's hair had turned completely gray. This change was immediately seen by everyone, especially Reverend Zilong. His pupils shrank in a barely noticeable manner. The Su Ming at that moment suddenly gave him an incredibly dangerous feeling. It was a feeling of death, a cold, freezing presence that was akin to the arrival of midwinter. That feeling caused him to instantly gather up his power, and a light lit up in his eyes. The gray Su Ming signified extreme rationality and the power of hell. He no longer cared about his methods when he did things, but only about whether he would succeed in the end. Long Hai, if you still don't attack, then I will immediately crush your oath and make you lose your soul forever. As Su Ming said those words in a cold voice, he swept his gaze towards Zhu Yukai. Fellow Taoist change it is not impossible to resurrect your wife. Progenitor Huokue, this is your physical body since I already gave it to you, then it has nothing to do with me anymore. I will help you attack, but you also have to fight for it yourself. The three sentences spoken flatly immediately caused Long Hai, Zhu Yukai, and Progenitor Huokue's expressions to change. Reverend Zilong's heart also suddenly let out a loud thump, and his expression changed drastically. A monstrous savage glare appeared in Zhu Yukai's eyes, which had turned bloodshot. At that moment, he looked as if he had gone mad. He fixed his stare on Su Ming for a moment, then whipped his head around to reveal powerful killing intent. His power went into a rampage while he stared at Reverend Zilong. Long Hai's expression changed. Hostility appeared on his face when he glared at Zilong. As for Flame Fiend's progenitor, his nascent divinity went into a rage. Killing intent flashed past his face, and burning flames erupted from within him. The three of them split up into three different directions to surround Reverend Zilong, and the gray Su Ming lifted his right hand. The life inequity spear appeared with a buzz. A freezing glare shone in Su Ming's eyes when he asked in a freezing tone, "Are you going to give me my war trophy back, or not?" Reverend Zilong's expression changed several times before he focused his gaze on Su Ming. After a moment, he looked towards the other three around him. The three sentences had allowed Su Ming to turn the tables and make Zilong into the public enemy number one among them. He felt as if there was a sword hanging right over his head and he had a tiger by the tail. Flame Fiend's progenitor was still easy to deal with, and Reverend Zilong did not pay special attention to him. But progenitor Long Hai was an almighty who had become famous many years ago, even if he was only a nascent divinity and was no longer as he was during his peak. But when aided by Flame Fiend's progenitor, he could be considered a real threat. Besides, progenitor Long Hai gave Reverend Zilong a feeling that he wasn't really just a nascent divinity. Then there was Zhu Yukai. Originally, Reverend Zilong did not pay too much attention to him. Even if he was able to take action to save Su Ming when he had no power while they were on the mountain with that mountain shifter art, Reverend Zilong also had some methods at his disposal. That was why he had only cast him a sideways glance at that moment and raised his position only slightly higher. What truly caused his heart to let out a thump against his chest was the name Su Ming had used to refer to that person just then. He had not called him Zhu Yukai, but Chang He. Chang He. The instant Reverend Zilong heard that name, Only one person appeared in his mind. The disciple of true sacred world's sublime paragon, who was known as the future culpa lord of true sacred world. The war immortal change He was an almighty in life realm and could look down on the entire universe. Due to him becoming estranged and subsequently having a falling out with his master, he was exiled to the barren lands of divine essence. Zilong had been in the barren lands of divine essence for many years and had heard of Changhe's name before, but he had never been able to find a single hint of his presence in divine essence star ocean. That's why when he heard Su Ming's words, the shock Reverend Zilong experienced was difficult to describe. He stared at Zhu Yukai. After a long while he shifted his gaze to Su Ming. The gray Su Ming brought about a great wave of wariness in him. It did not stem from his level of cultivation, but from his control over other people's emotions. With just 3 sentences, he had trapped Zilong in the current situation, and hesitation rose in his heart. This was a battle between almighties. He had not even taken action yet, but fear had already risen in his heart, and he was already hesitating. Because of it, there was absolutely no need to continue with this fight. He would definitely lose. It had been a long time since Reverend Zilong had felt this sort of outrage. It was a different feeling from when he had been ambushed by Huang Mei and had his supreme treasure snatched from his hands. Instead, it was a humiliation of not being able to even struggle and fight back when he was threatened. Freezing light shone in his eyes. It was quiet all around him. Su Ming stared at Zilong coldly, not saying a word more. The battle was about to break out at any moment. To fight or not to fight? If I fight, I cannot win. But if I don't fight and leave just like this, my reputation will be completely ruined. Reverend Zilong's heart was in conflict. In the mid of his uncertainty, his heart trembled, and understanding rose instantly in his mind again. What a well-executed persecution. If I fight, I don't have confidence to win, but if I don't fight, then this matter will leave behind a brand in my heart, and as my heart hesitates, it will ruin my chances of heading into Fate Realm. And I am the one who brought this on myself. Reverend Zilong gritted his teeth. Powerful fighting spirit rose in his eyes. He no longer hesitated. He would fight this battle. However, the instant he decided to fight, Zhu Yukai, Progenitor Long Hai, and Flame Fiend's progenitor released ripples of power for the fierce battle to start. Su Ming suddenly spoke up. "Do you want this item?" As he spoke, he lifted his right hand, and a small puncture that looked as if it was left behind by a poisonous wasp was revealed on his palm. Thick waves of fragrance spread out from within it. The instant that fragrance spread out, Su Ming clenched his fist, causing the fragrance to immediately disappear. However, even if it just appeared for a single moment, that fragrance was enough for Zilong's expression to change drastically. The fighting spirit in his eyes immediately turned chaotic again, under that attack against his heart. He was not the only one affected. Zhu Yukai also lifted his head swiftly. Once he cast a glance at Su Ming, he lowered his head and no longer paid any attention to him. As for Progenitor Long Hai, his eyes sparkled, but he did not speak. Flame Fiend's progenitor remained silent as well. "What do you mean? What is that fragrance?" Zilong's expression changed. He had only taken a whiff of that fragrance just then, but the cultivation base within him had already started circulating on its own. This change was caused his heart to pound in excitement. "Leave behind the war trophy and become my guard for a year. Then I will give you 10 times the amount of the fragrance you had just now." "This is an oath," Su Ming answered flatly. This was a way out for Reverend Zilong, and his expression became sullen. After some time, he brought his right hand up and swung it forward. Immediately, the white-robed teenager's corpse was brought out of his storage bag and came to float in front of Su Ming. If he could afford to not fight, then Zilong did not want to fight. "I'll remember your oath. I will protect you for a year in exchange for 10 times the amount of the fragrance just now. I will accept this." Once Reverend Zilong finished speaking, he cast a cold glance at the other 3 beside him. "I can give you the corpse." Su Ming's expression remained the same when it shifted to Flame Fiend's progenitor. 1 year as your guard. I will definitely complete my task. Flame Fiend's progenitor said quickly. The thing he feared the most was Su Ming giving him the corpse without giving him the reason. That had caused him a great amount of internal conflict. But at that moment, when he heard Su Ming stating his conditions, he immediately agreed to it, afraid that Su Ming would go back on his word. That was the reason why he quickly swore the oath to the universe as an almighty. I left behind a seal on the corpse. Fuse into it, Su Ming said flatly. Resolve appeared on Flame Fiend's progenitor, and he turned into a long arc that charged towards the white-robed teenager's corpse. He fused into it in an instant, and the corpse immediately exuded purple flames as it shuddered. The flames burned the corpse, causing it to gradually wither and dry up. It shrank continuously. Judging by the looks of it, he would need some time before he could completely occupy the corpse. Protect me for a year, and I will return you your freedom. Su Ming turned his head around and looked towards progenitor Long Hai. The man remained silent for a moment before he swore an oath as an answer to Su Ming's request. 1 year later, I will give you hope to resurrect your wife. The final person Su Ming looked towards was Zhu Yukai. He stared at Su Ming, and after a long while he nodded. He was willing to give up on everything for a hope to resurrect his wife. Su Ming raised his head to look at the galaxy. His long gray hair slowly changed. When it returned to his normal hair color, a glint appeared in his eyes, and he took a step forward. He turned into a long arc and charged into the distance. Su Hui immediately followed behind him. The other people followed in silence as well. Flame Fiend's progenitor had already fused with his physical body and charged along with them. Only Xianxia remained in the area. His expression was dark and sullen. He stared at the group leaving into the distance, and a sinister look appeared in his eyes. He needs these almighties to protect him? I wonder what his goal is, but none of this is in any way related to me anymore. However, you snatched Xian family's supreme treasure, and I will definitely make you pay. The hatred in Xianxia's eyes was incredibly deep. As he let out a cold harumph in his heart, he turned around. But just as he was about to leave, his body suddenly shuddered. At that moment, the fifth kiln was activated once again. As the flames from the kiln spread out, a powerful suction force came from it, giving Xianxia no way to fight against it. He was swiftly sucked back into the fifth kiln. The galaxy around the area gradually became calm once more. Su Hui, I'm going to a place I know nothing about, you. As Su Ming charged forward through the galaxy, he sent a divine thought to Su Hui, who was by his side. The fifth true world, right? She asked calmly. Su Ming turned his head around to cast a glance at Su Hui. He did not speak, but continued charging forward. The people behind him also remained silent. Time trickled by. Several days later, a thick layer of fog surrounded the galaxy ahead of them. Su Ming stopped just outside the fog. Su Hui knew the spot. This was the place where Dust Burner's tribe was located. The moment Su Ming and the others arrived, the fog in the area immediately started tumbling about furiously. An indistinct figure walked out, and when he approached the group, his body was no longer a mere illusion, but gained corporeal form and turned into Dust Burner's progenitor. He swept his gaze past Su Ming, Zilong, and the others behind him. Eventually, in silence, he bent his back and bowed towards Su Ming. He was bowing to the current master of the fifth kiln. Progenitor, I would like to trouble you to send her to the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean. Su Ming cast a glance at Su Hui, then looked towards Dust Burner's progenitor before he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed towards him as well. Dust Burner's progenitor lifted his head, looked towards Su Hui, and nodded. Su Hui was silent for a moment, then asked quietly, You're set on going alone? Go back and wait for me at the entrance to where the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds are stationed, Su Ming said calmly. Su Hui fell silent, then sighed softly and did not say anything else. Progenitor, please. Su Ming bowed again. Don't worry. I will ensure her safety along the way. If you truly reach that place, Remember that there is a place called Burning Dust Planet. It is said that it is Fire Spirit's birthplace. Please retrieve a handful of dirt from there for me. Also, now that you have the 5th stone, you must be careful. Dust Burner's progenitor delivered this sentence to Su Ming's mind through a divine thought. When he saw Su Ming nodding, he swung his arm and turned into a burning fire cloud that swept up Su Hui's body and charged into the distance. But at that moment, a shrill cry rang through space. "Damn you, you old fool, I won't be going back." In the mid of that loud shout came a cold harumph from Dust Burner's progenitor in the fire cloud. At the same time, a long arc flew out from the fire cloud. It turned into the bald crane which swiftly returned to Su Ming's side. When it moved, it could not see Su Hui staring at Su Ming behind it, while she was being swept away by the fire cloud. Her gaze gradually went farther into the distance until it disappeared from the galaxy, and their companionship that had lasted for nearly 100 years ended. Su Ming stared at the fire cloud leaving into the distance until it vanished from his field of vision. Then, when he turned around, his long hair turned gray, and his pupils gained a gray gleam, and not a single shred of emotion was left in him. My fellow Taoists, there will definitely be fierce battles during this 1 year. The promises I made to all of you will last just like how the universe will last for eternity. I will definitely not go back on my word. I will have to trouble all of you during this year. Su Ming stared at Zilong and the others. Then with a cold look in his eyes, he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed towards them. Since we're guards, you should at least tell us the reason why you want us to protect you, Progenitor Long Hai suddenly said. Su Ming cast a glance at Progenitor Long Hai with a cold and merciless gaze. Progenitor Long Hai also turned his eyes to Su Ming. The two of them stared into each other's eyes for a moment, until Progenitor chose to look away. Zilong might have seemed as composed as ever, but he was also staring at Su Ming. Clearly, he also wanted to know just what reason might cause Su Ming to want them to become his guards. The curiosity within Flame Fiend's progenitor was much less compared to the others. This was different from his previous personality, but ever since he met Su Ming, his experiences with him had caused his wariness towards Su Ming to be etched deep in his bones. When he was before Su Ming, Flame Fiend's progenitor had only one simple thought in his mind: do not fight back, do not refuse him, do not be greedy. As long as there was nothing wrong with the physical body that he should obtain. Compared to the other three, Zhu Yukai was calm. Even if Su Ming had a supreme treasure in his hands, unless it was an item that could resurrect his wife, he would not be interested in it. He had even given away his life inequity spear, so there was no way there would be another supreme treasure in the world that would tempt him. He also understood that Su Ming knew about his origins. Asking him to be a guard was just secondary. His real reason might be to have Zhu Yukai to keep the others in check. Su Ming avoided progenitor Long Hai's gaze. He instead opened his mouth in a cold manner, and a flash of gold instantly flew out. When it surrounded him, it turned into the 5th stone. When that stone appeared, the universe around them instantly tumbled about. The space around them distorted, and ripples spread out in all directions. A presence that did not blend with the world erupted from the 5th stone. Once it appeared, progenitor Long Hai's pupils shrank swiftly. "This is the 5th stone," he said immediately. "The 5th stone." Reverend Zilong's expression also changed. He stared at the 5th stone, and a hint of hesitation appeared on his face, but he soon calmed down. He knew that this was an item that he could not keep. Even if he managed to snatch it, he could not take it away from Divine Essence Star Ocean, and most importantly, he did not have the confidence to snatch it. Flame Fiend's progenitor licked his lips and forced down the instinctive greed that rose in his heart. If this item had been on anyone else, he might have some thoughts in his head, but when it came to Su Ming, the fire of greed in him was immediately extinguished. Zhu Yukai was the most composed. He first cast a glance at the 5th stone, then at Su Ming, and a barely noticeable smile appeared on his lips. He knew that if Su Ming dared bring out the 5th stone, had the courage to let him see it, and even promised to give him hope in resurrecting his wife, then it could only mean one thing. He is an abyss builder. Once he connected that to the fifth kiln acknowledging its master, everything immediately became clear in his mind. What you will need to block is all the people who come here to snatch the fifth stone, Su Ming said flatly. Progenitor Huokue, this new physical body of yours is stronger than your previous body. Is it enough for you? Progenitor Long Hai, it doesn't matter whether your previous oath is 1,000 years or 10,000 years. You can complete it in just 1 year. Is this enough for you? Su Ming looked towards Reverend Zilong. But to me, it doesn't seem to be enough, Zilong said faintly. It is God Ascension nectar. Su Ming's expression was calm, but the instant he said his sentence, his words did not echo in space, because his divine thought was reverberating in Reverend Zilong's mind. At the instant he heard God Ascension nectar's name, Zilong's body trembled viciously. When he lifted his head to stare at Su Ming, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. After a long while, he nodded in a solemn manner. Su Ming looked towards Zhu Yukai and did not speak. After they stared into each other's eyes for a moment, he averted his gaze. There were times when there was no need for words and two parties could understand one another without a word. When Su Ming turned around, he became a long arc that charged forward. The crowd followed him and left into the galaxy in the distance. Time passed. 10 days later, at the depths of Divine Essence Star Ocean's core, Su Ming found the fifth ocean based on the Jade Slip Dust Burner's progenitor had given him in the past. It was an ocean that existed in the galaxy. The waves surged up in space, and everyone could clearly hear them crashing in the galaxy before they even got close to the area. That strange ocean was boundless. It was something that was incredibly difficult to find in any other place besides Divine Essence Star Ocean. If there was an ocean, then there was definitely a beach. At the edge of the ocean were countless shattered planets. They were reduced to flying stones that formed a dazzling beach. If anyone took a closer look, they would be able to see that the ocean was in truth not made of water. Instead, it was made of deep blue powder that gathered together. It floated around the area like aura, giving people the idea that they were looking at an ocean when they saw it from the distance. Booming sounds echoed in space and would continue doing so for all eternity. When the group approached a shattered stone on the beach of the fifth ocean, Su Ming stopped and stared at the ocean. At the same time, a dazzling light erupted from the fifth stone that surrounded him. That light swiftly turned into a long arc and rushed into the fifth ocean. That long arc shot forth, causing the waves in the area to tumble about and roll backwards to form into a tunnel within a vortex. Even Su Ming could not see the end it. Booming sounds reverberated in space, causing the entire galaxy to tremble. Su Ming fell silent. Based on the descriptions on the Jade Slip, when the fifth stone appeared in the fifth ocean, it would open up a tunnel on its own, and it would be the path that would lead them to the fifth true world. A tunnel was needed for this path to be fully opened, but soon after it would close up. Yet for an instant it would allow people to pass through it. 1 year. Su Ming raised his right hand and the life inequity spear appeared. Once he held it in his hand, he pierced the shattered stone beneath him, then sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. The instant he closed his eyes, Zhu Yukai also sat down cross-legged beside him. He knew his duty. He was not protecting the fifth stone, but Su Ming. Flame Fiend's progenitor also found a shattered stone not too far away and sat down to meditate while waiting for the fierce battles that would definitely arrive soon. Progenitor Long Hai remained still for a moment, then chose a shattered stone farther away. Once he sat down, he raised his head and stared at the galaxy. No one knew what he thought about. Reverend Zilong stood with his eyes closed and did not move. But in his heart, the sentence Su Ming said 10 days ago still echoed. God Ascension nectar. There's no doubt about it. That was definitely God Ascension nectar. Only this item that had already become extinct and is only spoken about in legends could possess such a thick fragrance. Only that item could make my cultivation base tremble when I took a mere whiff of its fragrance. Time trickled by, and in the blink of an eye 1/2 a month was gone. During it, besides the loud booms, no other sounds could be heard around the fifth ocean. No one came to the place either, but it was precisely because of this that the group's hearts became even more on guard. During that 1/2 a month, Su Ming sat without moving. He did not open his eyes, making it seem as if he was deep in sleep. He waited quietly for time to pass, for the inevitable arrival of thieves. Another 25 days passed as quickly as lightning. The final day of the first month of a year passed like normal, when suddenly the meditating Zhu Yukai opened his eyes. He was the first among them to do so. A moment later, Zi Long exuded the ripples of power that belonged to his cultivation base. When he opened his eyes, he looked into the distance. Right after him was progenitor Long Hai. The last to notice what was going on was Flame Fiend's progenitor. The moment he opened his eyes, an intense rumble passed through the galaxy in the distance, and a long arc charged forward. Within it was a gigantic meteor about 10,000 feet high, and it was chafing against space while charging to the area. Standing on the meteor was a big and burly man. He was 30 feet tall and looked half-baked. As his hair fluttered, a brilliant light shone in his eyes. Behind him was a brownish-yellow tail, and it was wrapped around him, causing the man to look incredibly strange and enchanting. Due to the bright light, all those in the vicinity could see that his eyes were not of a normal person's color, but yellow. His pupils were vertical. When he approached, he saw Zilong with the others at first glance. His pupils constricted, and the meteor came to an abrupt halt 10,000 feet away. He glared at Su Ming, who was surrounded by Zilong and the others. The fifth stone was shining with a dazzling light in front of the youth, and a hint of greed appeared briefly in the man on the meteor's eyes. However, he did not act rashly. Instead, he chose to sit down and stare at them coldly. Zilong frowned. There might be a hint of wildness in him, but he also valued oaths highly. Since he already promised to guard Su Ming for a year and Su Ming's offer for his help was tempting enough, no other thoughts rose in his heart. Of course, Su Ming's own power was also great enough to deserve his attention. Besides, Zilong had also managed to tell what was different about Zhu Yukai, as well as the strange connection the two shared. Because of that, lashing back at Su Ming would do him no good. It would be better for him to take the normal route and fulfill his end of the promise. Fellow Taoist Long Hai, 1 year is not really long. It's short enough to last for the duration of a session of meditation. However, this 1 year will not be easy. This person's level of cultivation is similar to yours. Do you want to go and warm up? Zilong asked flatly. Why would I be unwilling to? Progenitor Long Hai stood up and laughed. Once he stretched his limbs for a moment, petals appeared above his nascent divinity. They filled the area around him, and when they covered his body, it seemed like he possessed a physical body. With a single move, he turned into a flying flower that rushed at the man on the meteor 10,000 feet away. The man's pupils shrank and he stood up. A ferocious smile appeared on his lips. What he wanted was not to fight, but to wait. Even if the people guarding the owner of the fifth stone had outstanding power, he believed that as time passed and more people came to this place, their power would become insignificant. With a bang, the duo engaged in battle. As loud booming sounds reverberated in the air, waves of impact filled the area. In less than the time taken for half an incense stick to burn, long arcs charged over from the distant galaxy. This time there was not just one, but nearly 100 of them. Within each long arc was a living spirit from Divine Essence Star Ocean. Some of them had the shape of humans, and some of them had the shapes of beasts. All of them were coming to the area extremely quickly, but none of them were almighties. Flame Fiend's progenitor let out a cold harumph. Without the need for anyone to give him a command, he rushed forward instantly, immediately stirring up a purple sea of fire that swept through the area. The second month during the period of 1 year required the opening of the tunnel to the fifth true world. On this month, booming sounds surged into the heavens in the area beyond the fifth ocean. The sounds of battle echoed in all directions, and a thick, bloody stench spread out through the entire area, causing the place to turn into a place of disaster. From the moment progenitor Long Hai attacked, he never returned to rest, and it was the same for Flame Fiend's progenitor. Living spirits continuously rushed over, and they reached such great numbers that even Reverend Zilong did not hesitate to attack. By then, there were 3 days left until the end of the second month, but the battle in that place had already reached an incredibly intense state. Fighting against Reverend Zilong was a giant with 2 heads. He was strong and practically of equal strength. Booming sounds echoed in the galaxy due to their divine abilities. There was an old woman near progenitor Long Hai. They kept exchanging blows. As for the ferocious beasts and the other races from Divine Essence Star Ocean, they were all handled by Flame Fiend's progenitor alone. None among them were almighties, but there were quite a lot of them who were in Solar Culpa realm, and since the swarm numbered to thousands, only the sea of fire from Flame Fiend's progenitor could surround them and prevent them from rushing out. Time passed, and soon the 2nd month was over. When the 3rd month arrived, the battle reached its peak, because a group of people with the bodies of snakes, virtue rooters, had rushed to the area. There were thousands of them, and while the person leading them was not in Mastery Realm, he was only half a step away from it. All virtue rooters were incredibly powerful, and when they closed in, the sounds of battle surged into the sky. But they were not alone. Almost at the same time, 2 long arcs charged forward from the galaxy. Those were 2 gigantic dark turtle that were 1,000 feet big. A man was sitting on one of them while a woman on the other. The man was green-skinned, and there was a red glare in his eyes while freezing air spread out from his body. As for the woman, she was incredibly alluring. She did not have a lot of articles of clothing on her person, and there was a seductive look on her face. She was an incredibly tempting sight to others. The 5th ocean is certainly lively, no? The woman chuckled in a coquettish manner and patted the dark turtle beneath her. That turtle immediately increased its speed. Their arrival and the large number of virtue rooters instantly changed the tides of battle. Progenitor Long Hai's expression changed. The pupils of Flame Fiend's progenitor shrank, and as for Reverend Zilong, he frowned. The 3 of them might not have used all their strength, but judging by the situation right then, even if they attacked with all they had, they might still not be able to see persevere. After all, this was just the 3rd month, and that meant there were 9 more months left for the duration of 1 year. At the instant Zilong, Long Hai, and Hui Kuei hesitated, Zhu Yukai, who had been sitting beside Su Ming all this while with a calm expression, opened his eyes. He stood up slowly, and the instant he did so, a presence that was completely discordant with his big and plump body erupted from him. As the presence filled the space around, Zhu Yukai closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he gave off a feeling as if he had transformed into another person. He was like a sharp spear that had been unsheathed. A sharp aura that shook the sky and earth erupted from him with a bang. He raised his right hand and seized the space in the direction towards Su Ming. The life inequity spear in front of Su Ming shuddered violently and let out a loud buzz that sounded like a delighted cheer before it flew up and landed in Zhu Yukai's right palm. Once he held the spear, the aura about Zhu Yukai's body rose again and swept up the galaxy, disrupting the space around the area, affecting the laws, and shocking all the people currently fighting beyond the 5th ocean. The hearts of everyone, no matter who they were, trembled at that instant. Their cultivation bases started showing signs of waning as if they had begun withering. It shocked them, and they looked in the direction from which the terrifying ripples of power originated. Even though Zhu Yukai was still as fat as ever, his image changed. With the long spear in hand and his aura growing stronger by leaps and bounds, everyone thought they were not looking at a plump person, but a giant who could hold up the entire sky. In fact, as the space behind Zhu Yukai distorted, an indistinct figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man, a white-haired man with an expression of grief and utter despair due to having given up on all hope. At that moment, he was not Zhu Yukai, but true sacred in-world's war immortal Chang He. There were clearly 2 souls in his body. One of them was Zhu Yukai, and the other was Chang He. These 2 souls would occasionally fuse together, but more often be separate from each other. But at that moment, Chang He's will stood tall in the universe. With his right hand holding onto the spear, he looked as if he was lifting it slowly before him, and once he did so, Zhu Yukai lowered his head and mumbled softly, "What joy is there in living?" With a soft sigh, he swung the long spear through the galaxy before him. That one sweep caused the galaxy to instantly fall silent. The space in front of Zhu Yukai was torn apart, the damage spreading outwards. As it expanded, it grew larger until it eventually turned into a gigantic tear in space that was 100,000 feet long. It had looked like the spread had been slow, but everything in the galaxy seemed to have become still. Because of it, the slow rip was no longer slow, but something progressing extremely quickly. As it swept through the area, it first crashed into the dual-headed giant fighting against Reverend Zilong. There was shock in the giant's eyes, but he was instantly covered by the tear, unable to dodge it. Then, the tear swept past the two people fighting against progenitor Long Hai. The near 1,000 cultivators fighting against Flame Fiend's progenitor, the thousands of virtue rooters who came, the cold man sitting on the dark turtle and the coquettish woman sitting on the other turtle all were visited by that 100,000 feet long tear in space. When it disappeared out of sight, everything returned to normal, as the world had recovered from being frozen still. But when that happened, there were no pain-filled screams, no struggles. The dual-headed giant in front of Zilong was simply torn to shreds. Even his nascent divinity did not manage to escape, reduced to nothingness. The two people in front of Long Hai suffered the same ending. There were no exceptions to the thousands of virtue rooters, either. No matter what level of cultivation they possessed, they were all reduced to ashes at that instant. The man and woman who had just arrived on the dark turtles also became part of space at the instant the galaxy recovered from being frozen. It was just as Zhu Yukai had said just then. What joy is there in living? It would be better to die in battle. The entire area was in dead silence. Reverend Zilong shuddered. This scene was completely out of his expectations and had happened too suddenly, not giving him the chance to do anything. If Zhu Yukai had wanted to kill him, then no matter how many Zilongs there were, it would have still been difficult for him to even try to fight back. He would have faced the same fate as all those before his eyes. They were reduced to dust. An almighty in life realm. He's really the war immortal Chong He. Reverend Zilong's face turned pale. When he looked at Zhu Yukai, fear showed up in his eyes. Progenitor Long Hai was already stunned to his feet. Even if he was an almighty in mastery realm, life realm was something inconceivable to him, something he did not even dare dream about. After all, reaching fate realm was already his greatest desire. Life realm, it was something he never even thought about being in his reach. To him, the might of those in life realm was the same as what a cultivator in chi condensation would feel when they ran into those in nascent soul. Flame Fiend's progenitor shuddered. During that instant, even though he did not die, he still sensed the life force of the thousands of people around him instantly vanishing. An almighty in life realm, the art to reverse life and death? Is this Zhu Yukai? This isn't any ordinary show of power in life realm. This is the sign of those about to head into death realm. Only they can reverse life and death like this. Reverend Zilong raised his head swiftly, and when he looked at Zhu Yukai, there was a zealous look in his eyes. Su Ming had long since opened his eyes. He stared at Zhu Yukai standing in front of him, and he saw the loneliness on the illusory man as well as the despair born out of loneliness and pain. He remembered all the scenes he'd seen when he obtained the life inequity spear. As the prodigy of true sacredine world, the disciple of a sublime paragon, the future culpa lord of true sacredine world, Chong He could only watch helplessly as his lover turned into a medicinal core. When his master asked him to swallow it to step into death realm, Chong He chose to struggle and fight back for the first time in his life. He chose the mad act of saying no to his own master. He was willing to give up on everything to get back what mattered that he'd lost. If he was to head into death realm in this manner, he would much rather not have it. What joy is there in living? Su Ming muttered softly. Zhu Yukai lowered his head, and his presence instantly disappeared. When he returned to his original appearance, he let go of the long spear in his hand. That spear let out a mournful buzz and returned to Su Ming's side. Zhu Yukai sat down and closed his eyes. An apathetic expression appeared on his face, along with fatigue. There was a sadness that no one else could sense deeply within him, and it was a sadness that only Su Ming could see, because he had seen his story. That sadness had already fused with his soul. Zilong and the other three returned quietly and sat down cross-legged around the area. Occasionally, they would look towards Zhu Yukai, and there would be a great amount of respect on their faces. After a long while, Su Ming closed his eyes again. Time passed. The 3rd month, the 4th, and when the 5th months went by, but no other existences from Divine Essence Star Ocean arrived at the 5th ocean. It was as if this place had become a forbidden region. The bloody stench that filled the area beyond the 5th ocean and the presence from the dimensional tear that would not disappear caused all the people who arrived to choose to leave as their expressions changed. However, when the 6th month arrived, the most mysterious race among the 4 great alien races beyond the 5th ocean arrived. Along with them was their progenitor, and an old virtue rooter who walked out of space with graying hair as well as rotting scales. They stood tens of thousands of feet away from Su Ming and the others beyond the 5th ocean. When they looked into the distance, a freezing glare appeared in their eyes. It's been 6 months. The guardians of the 5th ocean should have appeared by now. Rongwu race was the most mysterious race among the 4 great alien races in the core of Divine Essence Star Ocean. They had existed for countless years and had not experienced any form of decline. They had always occupied the spot of the strongest race in Divine Essence Star Ocean, their position never having been shaken. Staying in the core of Divine Essence Star Ocean for a long time and fighting against numerous ferocious beasts had created generations of powerful warriors in this race, and at the same time, they had also assimilated with those ferocious beasts. The appearance of their people was quite different. Although some of them still remained some human physical traits, many had abandoned their human forms and adopted ferocious appearances of half-beasts. At that moment, when the members of Rongwu race appeared in the 5th ocean, they immediately attracted the gazes of Zilong and the others. When they looked over, their expressions changed. Among the Rongwus, there was not just one almighty in Mastery Realm. There were 3. Just that alone was enough to make Rongwu race become the head of the 4 venerated races. But besides these 3, the old man with white hair standing at the forefront was standing in space with bare feet, which were covered in scales. The other parts of his body were no different from a normal person, but the power he exuded was strong enough to suppress the other 3 almighties in Mastery Realm behind him. This person was the current progenitor of Rongwu. His power could make the space around him distort, and based on it, he could turn the laws around where he stood into the laws of fate. Clearly, he was an almighty in Fate Realm. However, this was still secondary. Rongwus had a mighty pressure that was faint and indistinct around them. It came from their blood, and it was a form of summons that was hidden in them. This summons gathered the power of the previous progenitors of Rongwu over the countless years and turned it into a protection, which allowed Rongwus to become the strongest race in Divine Essence Star Ocean. This protection was so strong that even Zhu Yukai opened his eyes. The entire area was filled with silence. Rongwus, who had arrived with bloodshot eyes that showed their madness, but they stood without moving, incredibly quiet. The more they did so, the more thick and mighty pressure surrounded the area. Beside Rongwus' progenitor was Virtue Rooter's progenitor, who had graying hair, the body of a snake, and a head of a human, and whose scales were rotting. At that moment, a sinister glare shone in his eyes. The ripples of power from the appearance of the 5th stone this time surpassed the appearances before, which is why so many people were lured to this place. But I can choose not to fight over that stone. I only want that person's head. Virtue Rooter's progenitor lifted his right hand and pointed at Su Ming. If it wasn't because the ripples were strongest ever recorded in history, I wouldn't have come here personally either. A hoarse voice tumbled slowly out of the mouth of the Rongwus progenitor. Lock down the area. Notify all outsiders that this place has been occupied by us Rongwus for the next 6 months. Those who step in will be wiped out along with their whole race. A barely noticeable glint appeared in the old Rongwu's eyes. When he spoke flatly, hundreds of Rongwus immediately appeared behind him. They moved back without a single sound until they were 100,000 feet away. They were connected to each other in an arc-shaped line. Dark light spread out from their bodies, and from the distance, they looked as if they had formed a lock. We don't even need to take action. The guardian of the 5th ocean has already arrived. A cold sneer appeared on the old Rung Wu's face. As he spoke, the whole fifth ocean started tumbling furiously. As it tumbled about, booming sounds reverberated in space ferociously. This change immediately attracted Zilong and the others' attention. When they looked over, booming sounds rose up non-stop, and four figures could be seen vaguely rushing forward. After them were countless long arcs who approached the place with loud roars. They were indistinct due to the sea of fog covering them. When the group managed to see their faces properly, the expressions of Zilong and the others immediately changed drastically. The four people at the forefront wore white masks. Each of them had a different expression: happiness, anger, grief, and resentment. As for the people in the long arcs behind them, they were a group of expressionless people dressed in black leather armor. These people charged forward as those long arcs and in no time appeared behind Su Ming and the others. Su Ming opened his eyes while seated, and a strange light shone in them. "They're finally here," Su Ming thought quietly in his heart. In truth, the instant he activated the fifth stone and the long arc shot through the fifth ocean, he sensed the presences of the guardians within the depths. "Offering," a voice that no one else could hear echoed in Su Ming's heart at that moment. This was a voice that only the person with the fifth stone could hear, the voice of the fifth ocean's guardians. When Su Ming heard it, he closed his eyes. The situation they were in right then was one where the Rung Wu race locked the area in front of them, and the guardians of the fifth ocean appeared behind them. A powerful sense of danger immediately surged up in Zilong and the others' hearts. The danger was especially strong from the four people in white masks. The cold look in their eyes and the ripples of power spreading out from their bodies showed that they were all almighties in Mastery Realm. In the mid of the harsh and grim atmosphere within the fifth ocean, the person with the mask of happiness said faintly, "Give up the fifth stone, and all of you will be free to leave." When he said that, the galaxy around the area immediately rumbled. Countless bolts of lightning appeared in all directions. As the people spoke, a region of lightning formed around them. With just words, he brought about lightning. Zilong's expression changed again, and he instinctively took a few steps backwards. Flame Fiend's progenitor turned pale. By his side, Long Hai's eyes sparkled. He cast a glance at Su Ming, then at Zhu Yukai. "Freedom might be precious, and the chance of using 1 year to redeem my freedom instead of 1,000 or 10,000 years might be rare. But if the price for it is my life, then I will have to choose again," Progenitor Long Hai said calmly, and he moved back slowly. "I will be considered to have gone against our promise, so you can treat it as me not having fulfilled my oath. If you want to crush the oath, I will be helpless to do anything about it." As Progenitor Long Hai spoke, he moved back swiftly and charged towards the Rung Wus. "Progenitor of Rung Wus, do you still remember me? I did all this because I was forced by an oath, which is why I had to defend this place. Now, since there is no longer hope in turning the tables, please open the path and let me leave. I will surely repay in the future." Progenitor Long Hai wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to the Rung Wus. A glint shone in Rung Wus' progenitor's eyes, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "I see, so it is fellow Taoist Long Hai. I see no problem in this. My other fellow Taoists, if you want to leave, I will definitely not make it hard for you. What we want is only the fifth stone and the person who possesses it. As for the others, all of you may leave." As he spoke, he lifted his right hand. Immediately, the people behind him split into two directions and revealed a path. Progenitor Long Hai charged quickly towards that area and bowed towards Rung Wus' progenitor again. He turned into a long arc, then left into the distance through the tunnel that was opened up. Not a single hint of change appeared on Su Ming's expression because of Progenitor Long Hai's departure. He still stayed with his eyes closed, as if he was meditating, and did not move. Flame Fiend's progenitor hesitated for a moment. When he looked towards Su Ming, conflict appeared in his eyes. After a long while, he heaved a long sigh. He could imagine that Long Hai had prepared for this since the start, which was why he could do this so freely and casually. But for Flame Fiend's progenitor, Zilong was silent. He cast a glance at Su Ming, then looked behind him before finally settling on Zhu Yukai for a moment. Then, he lowered his head and bowed towards Su Ming. He did not mention the matter about the God Ascension Nectar. As he turned around, he rushed towards the Rang Wus. He too chose to give up. It was not that Zilong did not consider Zhu Yukai being able to resolve everything in this predicament, but when he saw the Rang Wus, that belief was shaken. Others might not know much about the Rang Wus, only that this race was mysterious and lived in divine essence star ocean, but it wasn't the case for him. As someone from one of the four great true worlds, he had done a detailed investigation in regards to the Rang Wus, and he knew that there was a mysterious legacy among them. That legacy allowed each of their progenitors to leave behind their nascent divinity once their bodies returned to the earth. Each generation's nascent divinity would be gathered to add to the existence that akin to a god. That existence was the true reason behind why the four great true worlds were wary of Rang Wus. That existence's level of cultivation was the Rang Wu race's greatest secret, and they did everything they could to hide all information regarding it. Only the forces of power from the four great true worlds could dig out a little. Based on their analysis, that existence should have some defects and limitations, but even so, it could still make the sublime paragons from the four great true worlds turn their gazes away and never come to this place to interfere with the race's growth. That was why Zilong, who already had his will shaken when he saw the Rang Wu race, no longer possessed any confidence when it came to the point that even the guardians from the fifth ocean showed up. Especially when he saw the four people with the masks of happiness, anger, grief, and resentment. The four people of happiness, anger, grief, and resentment might have looked as if they were only in mastery realm, but Zilong knew that they were existences that had lived for a very, very long time, and happiness, anger, grief, and resentment were legacies that were passed down through generations, which was why he chose to leave. God Ascension Nectar might be important, but compared to his life it was only secondary. When Flame Fiend's progenitor saw that Zilong was also leaving, the conflict in his heart reached its peak. But when he looked towards Su Ming again, he clenched his teeth tightly and did not choose to leave. At that moment, not even Hua Kuei himself knew why he chose that. It was just that when he was beside Su Ming in the fifth kiln, the miracles he witnessed had shocked him continuously. They gave him to a vague feeling that Su Ming should be able to resolve the crisis. When the guardian from the fifth ocean, the person with the mask of happiness, let out a cold harumph and moved forward, overlapping shadows appeared swiftly on his body, as if a clone was about to be separated from him. His real self was still there, but the clone stepped out and walked on lightning to charge towards Flame Fiend's progenitor. A fierce glare shone in the eyes of Flame Fiend's progenitor. Since he had already decided to stay, he naturally made all preparations necessary for a fight. The instant the clone of the person with the mask of happiness closed in, Flame Fiend's progenitor rushed forward, and the two of them immediately stirred up a series of loud bangs in the middle of space. At the same time, the three people with the masks of anger, grief, and resentment took a step forward at the same time. Their clones also appeared. Wind, rain, and thunderbolts immediately erupted from their clones. They split into three directions and charged towards Su Ming. Su Ming still had his eyes closed and was still meditating. A glint appeared in Zhu Yukai's eyes. He took a swift step forward and walked towards the three people who were coming towards them. At that moment, the Rang Wus progenitor had a dark smile on his lips. With one move, he turned into the distortions in space and took a step towards the place where Su Ming was. Behind him, the Virtue Rooter's progenitor and the three Almighties in Mastery Realm, and the large number of Rang Wus also took a step forward. Boom! At the edge of the fifth ocean was the galactic beach formed by shattered stones. It shuddered abruptly, and as it trembled, the Rang Wus approached en masse. It was especially so for the Rang Wus progenitor. He was so quick that he reached Su Ming's side in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the Flame Fiend's progenitor was being held back by the clone of the person with the mask of happiness from the fifth ocean. Zhu Yukai was fighting against the remaining three clones. When he turned his back around, a brilliant light shone in his eyes. He brought his right hand up, and a piercing purple light immediately erupted swiftly from the Life Inequity Spear in front of Su Ming. This light swept through the area swiftly. Booming sounds instantly echoed in space. That Rang Wus progenitor tumbled backwards. When he was touched by that purple light, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Behind him, most of the virtue rooter's progenitor instantly had most of his body disintegrate. As he was reduced to a bloody mess, his nascent divinity was separated from him, and with a loud scream, he retreated swiftly. The three of his kind who were almighties in Mastery Realm and who had followed behind the Rongwus progenitor also looked as if their bodies were about to evaporate during that instant. They looked as if they were about to be destroyed and disappear. The Rongwus progenitor pounced on them, and a large amount of blood fog erupted from his body with a bang before he swept them up and retreated 10,000 feet away. When he reappeared, he coughed up blood again. As for the other three, they were covered head to toe in wounds. The four of them had clearly activated their full power to resist Zhu Yukai's attack, but they still could not fight against it. They had only managed to barely resist that attack after the Rongwus progenitor had that blood fog erupt from him and after he infused some of that strange power from his race. But they were all still heavily injured. As for the virtue rooter's progenitor, he retreated swiftly and appeared thousands of feet away. Then, his entire body trembled before he was torn into shreds, and his body as well as his soul were destroyed. With one strike, the sky and earth were shocked. This was the power of the war Immortal. The three clones fighting against Zhu Yukai also disappeared instantly from before Zhu Yukai under the purple light from the Life Inequity Spear, as if they were dust that was blown away by the wind. With a buzz, the Life Inequity Spear was held by Zhu Yukai. He stood in front of Su Ming and swept his spear sideways. "I am here. Who dares to come forth?" Zhu Yukai asked flatly. His voice echoed in the area, causing the entire region to fall incredibly quiet during that instant. As expected of an almighty in Life Realm, the Rongwus progenitor wiped off the blood at the corners of his lips. A surprised glint shone in his eyes. As he mumbled to himself, the four real masked people of happiness, anger, grief, and resentment from the fifth ocean had their eyes sparkle at the same time before they instantly took a step forward and charged towards Zhu Yukai simultaneously. "Happiness!" The person with the mask of happiness immediately spoke while he moved forward. His voice was ancient, but had a force akin to thunder roaring. As booming sounds shook the area, his mask instantly melted. As it melted, it started spreading out swiftly until it covered his entire body. Then, his body started abruptly twisting before he turned into a large runic symbol in the middle of space. An ancient, prehistoric presence spread out from that runic symbol. If there was anyone who could understand the ancient alphabet, then they would be able to recognize that the meaning of the runic symbol was the source of all joy in the universe. This was an ancient runic symbol that would cause all who saw it to be unable to help themselves but feel happiness immediately rise within the depths of their hearts. When that runic symbol appeared, a thick wave of happiness surrounded the entire galaxy. As that presence spread out, a happy smile immediately appeared on the Flame Fiend's progenitor, but the look in his eyes was clearly that of fear. At the same time, those Rongwus also came to a stop, and fear appeared on their faces. In fact, the three heavily injured almighties in Mastery Realm all reacted in the same manner. Only 3 people did not react the same way. One of them was Zhu Yukai. His expression remained the same and there was not a hint of change on him. The second was the Rongwus progenitor. His expression was dark. The space around him distorted, a telling sign that he had activated the laws of fate's power to fight against the runic symbol of happiness that hailed from a time long past. The last was Su Ming. The gray-haired Su Ming was the master over all administrations regarding death. In his mind, which was dominated by complete rationality, not a single hint of emotion would appear. Even that runic symbol of happiness from ancient times would find it difficult to fuse even a single bit into his heart. He closed his eyes and still did not take any action towards everything happening around him. However, at the instant the runic symbol of happiness appeared, the person with the mask of anger immediately had his mask melt, and as it covered his entire body and twisted his figure, he turned swiftly into the second runic symbol. This was the runic symbol of anger. When that runic symbol appeared, the presence in the galaxy was forcefully changed. Once it changed from happiness to anger, the emotions of the Flame Fiend's progenitor changed and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. When he fell backwards, his entire body was filled with rage. However, This rage formed an indefinable, bizarre air when it was compared to the even greater fear in his eyes. He was not the only one. The three almighties in Mastery Realm from the Rungwu race and all the other Rungwus were the same. This change in their emotion was not due to their will, but was a forceful change in them brought by the power of the world, and it was the most damaging of all attacks. At the same time, the third runic symbol appeared with a bang. At the instant the runic symbol of grief appeared, the presence in the universe changed again. This time, almost at the moment the change occurred, the fourth runic symbol immediately appeared with a bang. That was the runic symbol of resentment. It caused the entire galaxy to immediately be filled with a strong resentment, and as it occurred, the Flame Fiend's progenitor let out a shrill scream of pain. With a bang, his body tumbled backwards until he fell on a shattered rock not too far away from Su Ming. When blood trickled out of the corners of his mouth, confusion appeared in his eyes, and he looked as if he had lost consciousness. Occasionally, joy would appear on his face, and sometimes it would be anger, and every now and then, it would be grief, and at other times it would be resentment. It was the same for the Rungwus. In fact, even the Rungwus progenitor was also shivering. The distortions around him were twisting and changing nonstop because he had exerted the powers of the laws of fate to their absolute limit. However, slight changes had still appeared on his face. The corners of his lips curled up. That was the appearance of joy. At that moment, it could be seen that mighty pressure from the full appearance of the runic symbols of happiness, anger, grief, and resentment in the area at that moment had already surpassed that of an almighty in Fate Realm. At the same time, a grim expression that had never appeared before showed up on Zhu Yukai's face as he confronted the four runic symbols. He tightened his grip over the Life Inequity Spear, and the four runic symbols let out a loud bang to charge towards him. As they spun around continuously around him, the four of them turned into a spinning whirlwind. As the whirlwind spun, those people dressed in black leather armor from the Fifth Ocean immediately sat down cross-legged, and their bodies instantly vanished into the fog within the Fifth Ocean. When all of them disappeared and as the whirlwind spun even faster, a loud bang that surged into the heavens immediately rose in the Fifth Ocean. The entire Fifth Ocean started spinning during that instant to form a gigantic whirlpool that swept through the entire area with loud booming sounds. Its waves shook the entire universe. At that moment, as the whirlpool rotated and as the fog in the ocean gathered together, a gigantic face immediately formed in the Fifth Ocean. There was a smile on that face, and when it rose up from the Fifth Ocean, it said one single word towards the cosmos, the universe, and the galaxy. Happiness. When this word appeared, a shocking bang immediately traveled out of the whirlwind that surrounded Zhu Yukai. Anger. That voice appeared again. Grief. Resentment. At the instant that gigantic face formed of seawater said each word each time, its face would also change, and the whirlwind which surrounded Zhu Yukai would also let out a loud bang that shook the sky and earth. Zhu Yukai's face while he was in the whirlwind was sullen but pale. As his entire body distorted, he lifted the Life Inequity Spear in his right hand and thrust it downwards swiftly. Impermanence of life and death. As he mumbled these words, the long spear at his feet let out a loud bang, and black light erupted from it. This light swept through the entire area and crashed into the whirlwind as well as the four runic symbols. As the world roared, the whirlwind stopped spinning for a moment, right under everyone's eyes before it swiftly disintegrated into its surroundings. The impact that stirred up swept through the Fifth Ocean, and as the whirlwind collapsed, a ray of black light shot out swiftly to turn into a long arc that charged towards the face in the Fifth Ocean. Booming sounds rose again. At the instant the face from the Fifth Ocean collided against the long spear, it was torn to shreds. At the same time, when the disintegrating whirlwind scattered in all directions, the four runic symbols were flung out and turned into four figures in the middle of space. They coughed up a mouthful of blood and raised their heads swiftly to look at Zhu Yukai coldly. Zhu Yukai's face was pale as he stood in space. When blood trickled out of the corners of his mouth, he staggered and plunged to a shattered stone beside Su Ming. At the instant his body landed, he swiftly gained his footing, and when he lifted his right hand, Black light shone in the fifth ocean before it returned to his hand to turn into the life inequity spear. He stabbed it into the shattered stone to support himself so that he would not fall. Endless cycles of life. A brilliant light shone in Zhu Yukai's eyes, and he lifted his left hand to swiftly point at the center of his brows. However, at the instant the tip of his finger touched the center of his brows, the Rung Wus progenitor in the distance suddenly laughed loudly. He had been waiting for a long time, and this almighty in life realm had finally executed the endless cycles of life art. At the instant his laughter echoed in space, an ordinary-looking Rung Wu behind him immediately lifted his head swiftly and took a step towards Zhu Yukai. He was so quick that he moved like a flash of lightning. When he moved over, his body withered swiftly, and he became so emaciated that he looked like a skeleton in the span of a breath. At the instant he appeared beside Zhu Yukai, his body immediately turned into powder under this speed. However, that powder turned into a huge hand that seized Zhu Yukai's head. A power that surpassed life realm also spread out from that hand, and it was the power of death realm. Zhu Yukai's expression changed. He could not dodge it in time. At that moment, a freezing glare shone in his eyes, and he did not bother to dodge it at all. Instead, he closed his eyes, and his power erupted from his body to collide against the incoming hand with brute force. As a loud bang rang in space, that hand trembled. Zhu Yukai coughed up blood, and his body fell back like a kite with its string snapped. He crashed into a rock in the distance with a loud bang, and his body withered swiftly. In an instant, his plump body was reduced to only skin and bones. All of his life force seemed to have been taken away by the hand. At that moment, it shone with a gentle light, and flesh as well as blood grew swiftly on it. Such a powerful, endless cycles of life. This nourishment is a small supplement for me. As a hoarse voice echoed in space, a freezing glare shone in Zhu Yukai's eyes. Tao of longevity. With a thought, I can continue living, and with a thought, I can cause an explosion. When those words were spoken, the old voice that had been echoing in space fell into abrupt silence. At the same time, the hand formed by powder shuddered, and the flesh as well as blood growing out on it fell apart with simultaneous explosions. Tao of life inequity. You're connected to Hong Yu. You're his disciple. At the instant the voice spoke, Zhu Yukai's body trembled fiercely. He swiftly opened his eyes wide and glared at the crumbling hand. Echoing in his ears were the three words the ancient voice had spoken just then. Tao of life inequity. What he executed was the art within the Tao of longevity his master Hong Yu had taught him. As for life inequity, his pain had turned into the thoughts in his heart after he lost his lover. Yet that strange existence within the Rung Wu race said that the art was the Tao of life inequity. The impact of that sunk Zhu Yukai into a state of bewilderment. In the mid of it there was also deep fear, as well as his memories towards his master's actions in the past. Kill him. We must absolutely not let this person remain alive. All those who practice the Tao of life inequity must be killed. They must all be killed. They have to be killed. A crazed voice spread out through space, and a large amount of black smoke came out of the hand before it fell back and disappeared into space. At the same time, the current progenitor of the Rung Wu race charged towards Zhu Yukai. Zhu Yukai trembled, bemusement in his eyes. Flame Fiend's progenitor was on a shattered stone in the distance, and his facial color was dull and without luster. He was already severely wounded. At the moment Rung Wu's progenitor closed in, the gray-haired Su Ming, who had been sitting and meditating all the while through the 6 months without moving, opened his eyes. At the instant he did so, the life inequity spear let out a buzz and turned into a black light that charged towards him. Once Su Ming got up and seized it, he took a step towards Rung Wu's progenitor and thrust the spear forward. You overestimate yourself. Rung Wu's progenitor laughed coldly and lifted his right hand to swing it towards the incoming long spear. To him, if Zhu Yukai held that spear, it could make him tremble. But when it was that gray-haired person's hands, it was not better than a useless piece of trash. If he swung his hand, he could reduce it to ashes. Without Zhu Yukai, The boy who obtained the fifth stone was just useless garbage, so weak that he could not even withstand a single blow. Rong Wu's progenitor's confidence was incredibly great, but the instant his hand touched Su Ming's life inequity spear, he trembled. A vast amount of energy that astonished him erupted from the life inequity spear. A layer of sand spread out from within it, and it turned into a palm made of sand in front of Rong Wu's progenitor. With a bang, it pressed on the center of his brows. A life-threatening sense of danger rose within the heart of the Rong Wu's progenitor in an instant. His pupils shrank, and full of fear, his body tumbled backwards. At the same time, he let out a shrill call in the depths of his heart. "Spirit of our ancestors, please protect me." As a rumbling rose into space, the palm made of sand touched Rong Wu's progenitor, and his body was torn to shreds with a bang. All of his laws of fate could not bring forth any form of resistance under that palm. This was a difference in realm. The suppression formed by that difference was a destruction that Rong Wu's progenitor could not hope to stand against. His body fell apart. Even when he was reduced to flesh and blood and scattered through the area, the spirit of his ancestors did not descend to protect him, because the hand that had been formed by the powder just then was the spirit of Rong Wu's ancestors. The legacy spirit formed by generations of ancestors might be powerful, but there was a fatal defect in it. That defect was just a guess among the four great true worlds, and they did not know about the details, but the four guardians of the fifth ocean did know of it. Hence, Dustburner's progenitor also knew about it, and Su Ming knew everything that had been carved into the jade slip. The defect was that it was at its strongest when it was in the territory that belonged to its race, and it was at its weakest when it was outside the area. That's why the spirit of Rong Wu's ancestors seldom ventured out. Unless there was something that forced them to go out. The fifth stone, which released a ripple of power so incredibly great that it was unprecedented and surpassed all that came before it, was one such thing. Yet even so, it only tempted the spirit. It was still highly impossible for it to personally venture out, unless an almighty in life realm was added into the mix. The fatal defect lay in the spirit of Rong Wu's ancestors losing plenty of their basic functions in the stillness of the endless passage of time until only the most basic will and the deepest memories remained. That was why the spirit would need to replenish its life force once in a while, and the best replenishment was to devour an almighty in life realm. While it was not that almighties in life realm did not exist in divine essence star ocean, most of them had long disappeared, and those that did not disappear were like the progenitor of sand earthlings. They had chosen to fall into silence. Forcefully devouring them would not bring about great effect. Instead, it would just pollute one's power in Culpa realm. What the spirit needed was an almighty in life realm who had exuberant life force. However, it could not go into the world beyond divine essence star ocean. After all, its foundation lay among the Rong Wu race. Which was why when Zhu Yukai showed off the power of life realm, the spirit of Rong Wu's ancestor immediately became greedy with what little remained of its intelligence, and it came to the fifth ocean. "I fulfilled the end of my promise with you. It is your turn to do what you promised me." Zhu Yukai closed his eyes. When he reopened them, he had already buried the bewilderment deep in his heart. He struggled to stand up from the shattered stone and look towards Su Ming. "Did you notice a long time ago?" Su Ming looked back at him. "I didn't at the start, but everything that happened later allowed me to notice some hints. You used me as a bait to lure out that person just then. I believe this is your promise with the four people from the fifth ocean." When Zhu Yukai said that, the expression of Flame Fiend's progenitor recovered, though his face was still pale. When he looked at Su Ming, the gray-haired man gave him a feeling that his cunning was unfathomable, and it terrified him. "I am an abyss builder." Su Ming cast Zhu Yukai a glance and sent a thought to him. Once these words were passed over, a brilliant light shone in Zhu Yukai's eyes. After a long time had passed, he nodded. Su Ming turned around and looked at the fifth ocean. The four masked people floating in space had aloof expressions. Su Ming brought his right hand up and patted his storage bag. Immediately, a jade slip appeared on his palm, and he flung it towards the four people before speaking. "I'll return this to you now." The jade slip was what Dust Burner's progenitor had given to Su Ming in the past. He once said that the person with the jade slip could open the path to the fifth true world without being interrupted. The person with the mask of happiness lifted his right hand and seized the air. Immediately, the jade slip charged towards him. Once he held it in his palm, he tightened his grip around it slightly. Immediately, the jade slip turned into ashes. Offering, the person with the mask of happiness said faintly. Thousands of virtue rooters, nearly 1,000 of the ferocious beasts, several almighties, and, as Su Ming listed it all calmly, shrill screams of pain rose behind him. The sand behind him swept past, and as violent gusts of wind howled, the powerful existence that was the sand spirit destroyed Rung Wus while sweeping through the area with ease. Even the 3 heavily injured almighties from the Rung Wu race could not escape from the predicament. As the shrill and forlorn voices echoed in space, the gray-haired Su Ming continued speaking. Along with thousands of Rung Wus, 3 almighties in Mastery Realm, 1 almighty in Fate Realm, and the injured spirit of the race's ancestors. This is the offering. The 4 people with the masks of happiness, anger, grief, and resentment were silent. After a moment, they swung their arms, and countless dark, glowing spots appeared in the previous battlefield beyond the fifth ocean. Within them were soul fragments, and they were all the people who had died there moments ago. They had dazed expressions on their faces while floating towards the fifth ocean. Once they fused with it, the fifth ocean tumbled about and spread out by almost 10,000 feet before becoming silent again. The 4 turned around at that moment. Just as they were about to disappear and return to the depths of the fifth ocean to continue fulfilling their mission in protecting it, Su Ming suddenly spoke again. I request that you cut down the time and reduce the remaining half a year to 1 day. When he spoke, the 4 people who were about to disappear came to an abrupt halt. Offering, the voice from the person with the mask of happiness said again. Su Ming's long gray hair changed at that instant. It turned crimson in the span of a breath, and a madness that screamed of destruction appeared in his eyes. He raised his right hand and pointed at the galaxy. It began to roar. The whole fifth ocean tumbled once again. At the same time, a sea of fire appeared out of nowhere in the galaxy. As it tumbled about and spread out, the illusory outline of the fifth kiln formed in the distance. Why don't the 4 of you try requesting for an offering again? The red-haired Su Ming had a domineering tone in his voice. His expression showed that he was looking down on the entire world, and the aura he exuded shook the entire galaxy. When he was gray, he obeyed absolute rationality. He would do things to pay the smallest price for the greatest rewards. That was his principle. However, the red Su Ming was a person of arrogance, imperiousness, madness, and destruction. While he was in that state, there were no reason or principles before him. There was only killing intent that could be triggered at any moment. With the possession of the fifth kiln, he was an existence that would cause even Zhu Yukai's pupils to shrink. He was the strongest person in Divine Essence Star Ocean at that moment. Su Ming's voice had a strong domineering tone in it. That domineering will was filled with madness and destruction, and there was not a hint of rationality in it. There was only a madness that screamed, "If you go against me, then I will kill you." His voice reverberated in space. The 4 masked people in the fifth ocean stopped moving. They turned around slowly, and their gazes instantly fell on the red-haired Su Ming. As you wish. After a moment, the person with the mask of happiness among the 4 people spoke hoarsely. He raised his right hand and swung his arm. The 3 people beside him immediately acted the same. Wind immediately stirred and clouds surged in the fifth ocean. As the world rumbled, it looked as if a wave was rushing to the heavens. It instantly devoured the 4 of them, and the galaxy above the tumbling fifth ocean had a piercing, brilliant light appear swiftly. At first sight, this light was a glowing spot. Almost at the instant this glowing spot appeared, from the end of the pillar of light that shot out from the depths of the fifth ocean came another pillar of light, which shot out of the fifth ocean. It charged towards the glowing spot above it and swiftly connected with it. The light from the glowing spot grew bigger, and the third pillar of light shot out from within it, and its direction was the fifth stone beside Su Ming. If that pillar of light was connected to the fifth stone, then there would be three pillars of light that existed in the fifth stone. They were connected together and formed a triangle. The triangle was like a rune. It would open the path to the fifth true world and send the person in possession of the fifth stone to the fifth true world. The flow of time seemed as if it had become faster during that instant. A day later, the pillar of light in the sky let out a bang and shot through the endless space before it finally descended at the edge of the fifth ocean. It descended beside Su Ming, on the fifth stone that was shining in the same light. At the instant the pillar of light crashed into the fifth stone, the rune which took the form of a triangle on the fifth ocean appeared swiftly. As it did so, booming sounds echoed in all directions. Those loud bangs were deafening to the ears and stirred up the fifth ocean, making it turn into a gigantic whirlpool that began swiftly rotating under that bang. As it rotated, the originally vertical triangle formed by the pillars of light in this place slowly inclined, as if it was about to be laid flat in space. As it was laid down, a power of relocation erupted from the fifth stone beside Su Ming. The appearance of this power of relocation instantly caused the universe to tremble, causing the galaxy to look as if it was about to be torn apart. During that moment, if anyone looked from the highest spot in the universe, the first thing they would notice would be the whirlpool formed by the fifth ocean. The shape of the whirlpool was round, but within that circle was a triangle. That triangle was the complete rune that was formed once the three pillars of light were laid flat, and it looked as if it was set in the circular whirlpool. And the spot where Su Ming stood was one of the corners of the triangle. This galaxy was covered in a powerful light at that moment. Under that light, booming sounds surged into the heavens, and the power of relocation was swiftly activated. The path of the fifth true world was opened as the relocation rune was activated. Bang! A power that was great enough to make even the Almighties in Life Realm apprehensive erupted swiftly from the rune. When it rushed into the heavens, it could be seen that the light that rushed out was also in the shape of a triangle as it charged towards the void in the galaxy. Su Ming was contained in one of the corners of that triangle. As the power of relocation rushed out, his body was instantly swept into the rune and was pushed into the endless void with the pillars of light. Booming sounds shook the sky and earth. The pillars of light continued pushing forward and looked as if they had turned into pillars that were used to push up the galaxy above them and support it once it was torn apart. At the instant the three pillars of light forming the triangle appeared, almost all the living beings in Divine Essence Star Ocean could see it. The statue of the first god of berserkers, Xianxia, had its head risen to stare at the sky while it stood on a cliff in a mountain within Black Ink Planet. No one knew whether it was just a coincidence, but the spot where it was staring at was coincidentally the pillars of light that surged into the heavens and led to the fifth true world, which could be seen even from this place. Xianxia's statue looked as if it was deep in thought. The meaning Su Ming had deciphered previously was the other message he wished to convey. If he could stand at this spot to look at this scene at that moment, then he would discover in shock that the understanding he gained in the past was not wrong. But he missed the deepest message Xianxia hid in it. Within Divine Essence Star Ocean was the spot where Ninth Tribe was previously located. It was also the place where Xianxia had lived for a long time. At that moment it had turned into wasteland. The statue of Xianxia built into the wasteland was also coincidentally staring into the direction where the pillars of light had risen. His gaze also contained a message that Su Ming had deciphered incorrectly in the past. However, if he saw it with his own eyes at that moment, his heart would definitely tremble as well. The pillars of light lasted for about 3 months. Within those 3 months, the pillars of light attracted too many people's gazes. Some of them did not understand what it was, but some of them did. Time passed. 1 year. And yet another year. The Flame Fiend's progenitor waited beyond the fifth ocean and stared with eager eyes at the fifth ocean, which had long since become calm once more. He stared at the space where the pillars of light had disappeared, and vaguely, he seemed to still be able to see Su Ming's figure in the past. When the 10th year arrived, the Flame Fiend's progenitor sighed and chose to leave. Even if Su Ming had yet to release the seal in his body, all of this was no longer important to the Flame Fiend's progenitor. He's slightly reluctant to part with Su Ming just like that. It was as if that thought had risen in him while they were acquainted with each other through the series of events that happened between them. His animosity towards Su Ming had turned into wariness before it changed into a strange form of trust. And right then, it had turned into a form of nostalgia. With that nostalgia in him, he left the Fifth Ocean and moved through the galaxy to return to his homeland, and in that burning planet, he continued to be the progenitor his people worshipped. However, when it was night and it was quiet, he would also lift his head to look at the dazzling starry sky, and all the things that happened during the period of time when he was in the fifth kiln and the edge of the Fifth Ocean would appear in his head. He will come back. The Flame Fiend's progenitor closed his eyes. His body blended with the lava before he turned back into a statue and fell into deep sleep, remaining still and unmoving. On the 72nd year after the Flame Fiend's progenitor left, Zhu Yukai also chose to leave the edge of the Fifth Ocean. Even though Su Ming still had yet to tell him how to resurrect his wife, Su Ming's declaration that he was an abyss builder had already given Zhu Yukai endless hope. Even though, during the past 70-something years, he fell into deep thought pondering over his master's Tao of longevity and the Tao of life and equity, he declared for himself in the midst of his confusion and wondered about their similarities and differences. Even though these thoughts caused his heart to ache in more pain and caused him to be increasingly agitated, he still persistently believed that Su Ming would return. When he returned, he would tell Zhu Yukai how to resurrect his wife. With that persistence in him, Zhu Yukai left quietly and returned to the mountain to rest in his cave. Beside his ears were the woman's faint hums coming indistinctly from the summit. He closed his eyes, tears fell, and in his hand he always held a medicinal core. 100 years passed in divine essence star ocean. Everything had long since regained their original peace. Many people no longer paid any attention to the scene from 100 years ago. The eternity in the sun, moon, and stars, as well as the change in the state of affairs for all things was always a continuous dream. After one of it happened, another would arrive. However, there were some people who would always remember that 100 years ago, a cultivator stirred up a storm that caused divine essence star ocean to tremble within this galaxy. Su Hui had long since reunited with the 9 old frail darknesses. She sat on the warship, and with the 3,000 fearless warriors and all the people from Morning Dao sect who belonged to Dao Kong, she left Divine Essence Star Ocean and returned to the region in the barren lands of Divine Essence where the forces of power from True Morning Dao world were stationed. Over there, she waited quietly for the day of Su Ming's return. Xianxia was still struggling in the fifth kiln and did not have a way out. Dijo Emosha was still expanding his tribe and continuously fighting against the other races, all for the sake of finding a place for his tribe where they would stay permanently. Everything went on their course. Without Su Ming, Divine Essence Star Ocean continued as it did in the past. This gigantic galaxy would never tilt because of a single person's will, and neither would anything change because a person was missing from the galaxy. The past glories, the rise to power that seemed to go against the laws of heavens, the endless disasters were like fleeting clouds. Perhaps they would be remembered, but perhaps they would also be forgotten. Compared to this eternal galaxy, these tiny, insignificant lives were still as tiny and as insignificant as ever. However, the legends regarding Su Ming were slowly remembered by plenty of people, since he did not leave behind his life. They remembered that there was once a period of time where a person had talents that shone brilliantly for thousands of feet in Divine Essence Star Ocean, but had appeared only briefly like a queen of the night. From the barren lands to Western Ring Nebula, then from the foreign lands to Black Ink Planet, before he moved from Divine Essence Star Ocean to the Kiln, and from Divine Essence Star Ocean to the Fifth Kiln, wherever Su Ming went to, he took away his shadow and left behind his legend. Oh! When Su Ming woke up, he saw a dazzling universe. This universe was incredibly unfamiliar to him, and it did not belong to Divine Essence Star Ocean. This place was filled with dead silence. There was not a single sound in the place, and it was so quiet that it gave off a terrifying feeling. When he looked at it from the distance, the galaxy was not empty. There were plenty of shattered stones floating in it, and it was a disheveled mess, making it seem as if war had wreaked havoc in this place for an eternity and left behind the wreckages caused by the war. All of this was the exact same as the image of the fifth kiln Su Ming projected in his mind based on the analysis he made from other people's words. All of this was also the exact same as the appearance he believed the fifth true world should take based on his speculations in his mind. There were no discrepancies, no differences. It was as if Su Ming had come here before. At first glance it was unfamiliar, but when he glanced at it again it was familiar. This familiarity came from the effect of the image of the fifth true world in his mind. It was like someone imagining their future lover in their minds, and when they truly saw that person, he would realize that she or he was exactly as they imagined. Su Ming fell silent. As he stared at the fifth true world before his eyes, a glint appeared in his eyes and he charged into the distance. When he lifted his right hand, a jade slip appeared on his palm. The jade slip was what Dust Burner's progenitor had given to Su Ming in the past. Marked on it were certain regions of the fifth true world. Su Ming memorized the contents, and as he moved forward, he saw a white river several days later. The fifth Abyss River. Su Ming's footsteps came to a halt and he looked at the Abyss River that seemed to cut apart the galaxy. He also saw two gigantic voids at the two distant ends of the river. He had no idea where those two gigantic voids went. They existed in the galaxy, and the white Abyss River flowed between them, making those two voids look like two eyes with empty gazes. When Su Ming read the jade slip with the fifth true world's map he'd gotten from Dust Burner's progenitor, he saw the fifth Abyss River carved on it. It was just a simple carving, but its head was white. That was because white symbolized the abyss. It did not mean death, but was the manifestation of an idea. Right then, Su Ming saw the fifth Abyss River. He realized that the river was the exact same as what he had imagined in his head. The two voids that looked like eyes and connected the two ends also fit with Su Ming's imagination. On one end is a planet called Burning Dust. Su Ming mumbled. It was on the carved map within the jade slip. When he raised his head, he headed for the fifth Abyss River. The closer he went, the thicker the aura of death became. Su Ming saw corpses drifting about in the fifth Abyss River, and when he left, he suddenly stopped before turning his head around to look back. He had a vague feeling that something was off, but he was momentarily unable to figure out just what gave him that feeling. In silence, Su Ming said softly, "Baldy." He was calling out to the bald crane in his storage bag, but he obtained no answer. When he frowned, he fused his Atman into his storage bag and saw that the bald crane was not in there. A glint shone in Su Ming's eyes, and the feeling that something was off became stronger. After remaining silent for a moment, he chose to leave. When he left, the numerous corpses in the fifth Abyss River continued drifting about. However, all of them looked as if they were lying face down in the river. One could only see their backs, but not their faces. Su Ming walked through the galaxy. He had no idea how much time had passed. He seemed to have forgotten about the passage of time while he traveled through the fifth true world. He just continued walking until he saw a planet in the distant galaxy. It was a burning planet. Thick waves of fire spread from it, enveloping it in a sea of fire. That planet was the origin of fire spirits which Dust Burner's progenitor had spoken about. Su Ming stared at the planet, and the feeling that something was off became stronger in his heart, but he still could not find what in particular gave him that feeling. His heart was on guard, but even so, he still could not discover any form of threat. From the moment he stepped into that place to the moment he saw the planet, he was the only person in the galaxy. He did not see another living being. Su Ming was silent. With hesitation, he walked towards Burning Dust Planet. He walked past the sea of fire, and when he stepped on the planet, he spread out his Atman, but he still did not find any signs of life. The ground was a desert, a plain of sand burning in a sea of fire. The sky was crimson red and filled with flames. There were no rivers or trees in the planet. The only thing there was sand. Su Ming grabbed a burning lump of earth and put it into his storage bag. He cast a scrutinizing glance at Burning Dust Planet again before turning around quietly and leaving. He walked absent-mindedly within the fifth true world, which was completely devoid of life. He was the only person in the whole world and the entire universe. The silence around him gradually turned suffocating, which gave Su Ming a feeling as if there was a depression in him that he could not vent out. However, he also felt that everything was as it should be. The fifth true world was supposed to be an existence void of life. It was a dead universe. The destruction here, the wastelands, and everything else were the exact same as he had imagined. There was nothing different. Time passed year by year, with Su Ming continuing to charge forward through the galaxy. He only had one goal, a planet marked on the map that was located far in the distance. Planet called Abyss Vessel. It was Abyss Builder's homeland and also his race's holy land. In the past, Abyss Builder's progenitor lived over there. Time passed quietly without notice. Then one day, when Su Ming felt that he should be near the planet, he saw an aquamarine blue cultivation planet ahead of himself. That color was incredibly unique in the galaxy, making it hard to forget after seeing it once. Abyss Vessel Planet. When Su Ming saw the blue planet, his body trembled. In silence, he walked closer to it. When he came onto the planet, stepped into its atmosphere, he saw that it was a wasteland. Only the azure blue shade of the seawater moved about as waves formed on the water's surface. It was all silent, and even the sound of the waves seemed to be completely cut off. There was wreckage all over the ground. Shattered rocks were everywhere, and Su Ming could vaguely see an image of numerous cities, but all of them had been reduced to ruins. There were no mountains that were too tall. All of them were broken, as if they were the proofs that a war that shook the entire fifth true world had happened there in the past. While in midair, Su Ming stared at the ground and the wreckage on it. He walked down in silence, then went past the ruins of numerous cities until he reached the center of the planet. He saw an island in an ocean there, and on it was a gigantic palace, most of whose structure had collapsed. Once, there had been plenty of statues standing tall at the square in front of it, but there were only 3 of them left. 2 were headless. Clearly, they had been shattered during the war in the past. Only one statue was still complete, and it portrayed a woman. Su Ming stared at it, for it was his mother, the woman who was currently lying in the coffin within the 5th kiln and absorbing life force to preserve her life. It was her statue. Based on the statue's positions, one of the headless 2 stood at the center. It should have belonged to the most important person. He might not have a head anymore, but Su Ming could tell that it should have been of Abyss Builder's progenitor. By his side was Su Ming's mother, so on his other side, with a complicated gaze, Su Ming looked at the other headless statue, and his appearance was just as indistinct and vague as in his imagination. Su Ming remained silent for a long time before turning around and walking through practically the entire Abyss Builder's planet. Several days later, when he returned back, he sat down cross-legged in front of his mother's statue. He just sat there quietly and stared at the statue before he looking at his surroundings and sinking into a pensive silence. Time slowly passed by him. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. Su Ming still sat there without moving. However, as time passed, a brilliant dark light gathered in his eyes, and he gradually closed them. In the core of Divine Essence Star Ocean was the 5th ocean, and the deepest part of it was a place the world outside could not see. The sea of fog there tumbled about, surrounding a gigantic altar. On the altar there was a huge mirror made of aquamarine blue. It was crystal clear and exuded a powerful, mighty pressure. It spread out as if it was suppressing the entire 5th ocean and forced the sea of fog tumbling about to quiet down when it reached a certain point. At that moment, the 4 people with the masks of happiness, anger, grief, and resentment were sitting cross-legged around the huge mirror. They did not close their eyes but were staring at the crystal-like surface before them. After a long while, the person with the mask of grief lowered his head and sighed softly. There was no longer cold detachment within his eyes, but a complicated look. As he sighed, the person with the mask of anger turned his head towards him before asking in a low voice, "Can take it anymore?" There was a magnificence to that voice, along with a domineering air that made him seem as if he was looking down at the universe. "I am indeed unable to bear with it any longer, but you are the same." When the person with the mask of grief said those words flatly, He cast a glance at the person with the mask of anger. That person lowered his head in silence. After a long while, he let out a long sigh and mumbled under his breath. Perhaps I made a mistake in the past. From the moment we gave up on our identities from the arid triad expanse cosmos and became the guardians of Dark Dawn Ocean, we drew a line between ourselves and our pasts. We cut off all ties with all the emotions we had in the past. This is just the first test by Dark Dawn Ocean. If he can't even see through the test in this place, then he is not a person needed by the 180 expanse cosmoses in Dark Dawn. A low voice said, coming from the person with the mask of happiness. You once mentioned that besides the 4 great legacies of happiness, anger, grief, and resentment, there is in truth still another legacy. There should be 5 guardians in Dark Dawn Ocean. Who is the 5th person? A hoarse voice asked faintly and abruptly, coming from the person next to the mask of anger who had not yet spoken before. Happiness, anger, grief, resentment, and cessation. The 5th legacy has absolutely no emotions within it. It is the mask of cessation that disperses all 7 emotions and 6 desires. The person with the mask of happiness said flatly, I have a question. The 3 of us have had many scions, but you once said that there is only one generation for the legacy of happiness. I'm very curious. Just, who were you when you were in arid triad expanse cosmos? The person with the mask of grief immediately asked. When it will be time for the 3 of you to know, you will naturally know. The person with the mask of happiness said calmly. The people with the masks of anger, grief, and resentment fell silent when they heard it, but they still looked at the person with the mask of happiness with curiosity. At that moment, the crystal mirror around they sat suddenly became muddled. As clouds and fog surrounded it, it looked like there was wind stirring up and clouds surging around them. Buzzing sounds reverberated in the area, and the people with masks of anger, grief, and resentment immediately looked over. Only the person with the mask of happiness remained as aloof as ever. At the instant the 3 of them looked towards the crystal mirror, Su Ming, who had been sitting and meditating for nearly a century on the Abyss Vessel planet in the 5th True World, opened his eyes. His gaze was calm. When he looked at his mother's statue, Su Ming sighed softly. I only managed to see my mother's statue here because I saw my mother before. I never met Su Xianyi, that's why his statue is headless. I never met the Abyss Builder's progenitor either, that's why his statue is also headless. Su Ming stood up and looked towards the entire Abyss Vessel planet. The planet is the exact same as I imagined. This true world is also the same as I imagined. Su Ming shook his head. He took a step towards the air, and within an instant, he appeared in the galaxy. That year I imagined that the planet was near, and then Abyss Vessel planet appeared. Now, I will have this thought. The 5th Abyss River is in front of me. Su Ming mumbled. He lowered his head, and when he lifted his head again, the 5th Abyss River appeared in front of him. He saw the corpses in the river. All of them only had their backs revealed before him. Their faces were not shown. This is also because I have never met you. That's why I can't imagine different appearances for all of you. Su Ming shook his head, then walked towards the galaxy. I might not want to believe it, but during the past 100 years, I already guessed at the moment I saw the statue. This isn't the 5th True World. There is no Abyss Vessel planet here. The real 5th True World isn't here as well. What a lie! What an outrageous lie! A fierce glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes. At the instant Su Ming spoke, the universe around him suddenly trembled. All the shattered stones in it vanished. All the air around him swiftly distorted and turned into an arc. This arc was formed after the entire galaxy was distorted. As it slowly spun in front of Su Ming, it turned to face him, and when it did, its appearance caused Su Ming's heart to shake. Because he saw a gigantic mask appear in front of him once the galaxy distorted. The White Abyss River was a line between the eyes on the mask, and the 2 voids at the 2 ends of the Abyss River, which looked like eyes to him in the past, were now the blank eyes on the mask. Su Ming would never forget that mask. That mask was the one forced on him when he was in Death Region. the mask that cut off all 7 emotions and 6 desires within him, the mask of cessation. Due to this mask, Su Ming came to divine essence star ocean. Now, more than 1,000 years later, he saw the mask again, and understanding rose swiftly in Su Ming's heart. That so-called searching for your king you told me in the past and the rumors in the worlds outside about the 5th true world's entrance being located here is a lie. You didn't just lie to me, you also lied to the first god of berserkers, Xianxia. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. At that moment, he had come to completely understand everything. This is a legacy that is similar to that of the 4 guardians with the masks in the 5th ocean. If my guess is correct, then there should not be originally 4 masked people here, but 5. And after happiness, anger, grief, and resentment comes the mask of cessation that cuts off the 7 emotions and 6 desires. At the moment you made me wear the mask to come to divine essence star ocean, you didn't want me to search for your king or search for the entrance to the 5th true world. You wanted to make me the 5th guardian in this place. I now understand the complicated emotions and the confusion on Xianxia's statue in the past as well. Because at that time he might have already noticed the hints, but in the end he still stepped into your fraud. One of the 4 masked people is Xianxia. A brilliant light shone swiftly in Su Ming's eyes. At that moment, his understanding caused his mind to suddenly be clear. Su Ming's heart trembled, because he remembered his master, Xianxia, and he was almost certain that if Xianxia was still alive, then one of the 4 masked people was Xianxia. It did not matter whether it was Xianxia, Xianxia, or Su Ming. The 3 of them all had one similarity, and that was the 3 of them came from Death region. When he looked at it this way, Su Ming's heart was in shock again. Who exactly was the 3rd and 4th person among the 4? Wear the mask and become the 5th guardian of Dark Dawn Ocean. Envoy of cessation, you will know everything that you wish to know. You will know all the secrets regarding Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, the 5th true world, and the Abyss Builders. Become the envoy of cessation, and you will never have any worries as well as uncertainties. And you will be given eternal life as well. This is your life. You cannot fight back against it. From the moment you wore the mask and was sent into divine essence star ocean, your path in your life has already been decided. No matter how hard you try to change it, you cannot escape from it. Your fate is to become the bearer of the mask of cessation in Dark Dawn Ocean. An ancient voice with a cold detachment and a supreme mighty pressure tumbled out in roaring waves from the mouth of the gigantic galactical mask. There was in no way Su Ming would forget that voice. That voice belonged to the ancient will from Death region, the one that had threatened him with his senior brother's lives and forced him to wear the mask. You are unable to refuse, you cannot refuse, and neither do you have the right to refuse. You are chosen to become my envoy of cessation. That voice echoed and shook space. The mask formed by the gigantic galaxy rushed forward swiftly to cover Su Ming with a loud bang. A powerful, mighty pressure gathered swiftly on Su Ming's body, causing Su Ming to instantly be unable to move even a single inch. However, at the instant that mighty pressure descended on him and Su Ming felt that he could not move, a power that swiftly allowed him to regain his mobility traveled out rapidly from his cultivation base clone, Dao Kong's original body. Or rather, this was not a power. It was an aura. That aura was long-lasting and similarly brought with it a supreme will that crashed head-on against the incoming mask with a bang. Su Ming could sense that aura. That was an aura from true morning Dao world. That was the power of Kismet. That was the Kismet from the entire true morning Dao world, and it was forcibly interfering with everything, because Dao Kong's body was something loved dearly by true morning Dao world's Kismet. And now it was clear that there was a power from a world beyond clashing fiercely against that Kismet. Su Xianyi, even if you have already calculated all of this and specifically delivered a physical body so that this child will possess Kismet, I have also long since predicted this. There is no way I will let you succeed. As the mask charged forward, that ancient and cold voice echoed in the air with a loud bang. At the instant the voice echoed in the air, that gigantic mask instantly turned around and had its back facing Su Ming. Countless white threads also crawled out swiftly from within it. As they squirmed around, they spread out, making them look incredibly terrifying, and during that time those white threads intersected with each other to form a gigantic face. That face was ancient, and its expression was numb. It looked like a piece of human skin, and it was filled with those white threads from within. At the same time it rushed towards Su Ming, it immediately crashed into that invisible kismet. When booming sounds echoed in the air, that ancient voice from the mask spread out again. To deal with that kismet from true Morning Tao world, I've been preparing for tens upon thousands of years and gathered together the face of misfortune from true Morning Tao world to break the kismet you brought to this place. Now scatter. When he said these words, booming sounds shook the universe and made the space in all directions tremble. The kismet from true Morning Tao world gathered on Su Ming's cultivation base clone immediately tumbled backwards in the midst of those booming sounds and collapsed. Without the kismet from true Morning Tao world, that face where the interior was filled with thin threads also spread out to turn into countless squirming thin threads again. At the instant it charged towards Su Ming, the mask in the galaxy shrank swiftly, but at the moment it closed in on Su Ming, Ikang's presence erupted swiftly with a bang from Su Ming's body, and Ikang's body appeared behind him. Puny little Ikang, if you were at the peak of your strength, you would still have some abilities that would pose as a threat. After all, you were one of the lives in Old Man Extermination's ballad. But for your current self, shatter. That cold voice echoed in space again. With a bang, Su Ming's entire body was covered in blood. The Ikang behind him was swiftly torn to shreds before it crumbled. This is your fate, the fate you cannot avoid. You are my envoy of cessation. The cold voice was emotionally wrought up, and the mask formed by the galaxy continuously shrank before it turned into a normal size. It instantly covered Su Ming's face, and countless white threads crawled swiftly into Su Ming's skin and flesh in a frenzied pace. They connected tightly with his flesh and blood, intending to forcefully make Su Ming wear the mask again. From now on, you will no longer have a name. You will only have one title: Cessation. As the old man's voice echoed in space, Su Ming's entire body shuddered. The mask covered his face, and intense pain rose in his entire body. At that moment, madness appeared in his eyes. Black stone fragment, seed of life extermination. Take off this mask for me. Find its flaw. When Su Ming roared in his heart, the seed of life extermination in his soul shone swiftly with a powerful light. Once that light spread out rapidly from Su Ming's soul, it shot out of his body and erupted quickly from within him. That light was made of an intersection of 9 colors. When Su Ming's body was enveloped in that light, it was as if another figure had appeared faintly on his body. That was an old man, an existence dressed in a white robe and stood above all lives. That was the Old Man Extermination. However, in the Old Man Extermination's eyes was Su Ming's madness. He lifted his right hand slowly and pushed his palm on the mask over his face. At the moment his right hand touched the mask, it let out a shrill scream of pain as if it possessed life. As it screamed in pain, it changed swiftly under Su Ming's right hand, as if all the structures within it were being rapidly disassembled. It was also during this moment that the old voice, which might have come from the mask or space itself, had astonishment appear in his voice for the first time ever, and his voice echoed swiftly in space. This is the Old Man Extermination. You are the extermination of this generation. This is impossible. This is... For the first time ever, there was panic in that voice, and there was also a great amount of shock that had never appeared before in his tone. As it reverberated in space, the mask immediately melted at the instant Su Ming's right hand touched it. It disappeared layer by layer until Su Ming's face was shown. The mask disintegrated with a bang. During that instant, the space around him completely crumbled. As it shattered layer by layer, everything in this place was crushed. As it was pulverized, the old man's voice from space let out a roar that showed he was unwilling to accept defeat. Dark Mountain, Xiaohong. The fragment, seed of life extermination. Su Xianyi, so your counterattack is here. I won't accept this. I can't accept this. Bang. The space completely collapsed to reveal the fifth ocean, along with the blue crystal mirror that had been reduced to shards and was sweeping to the entire area. The strongest ever windstorm also stirred up to rage and sweep through the entire fifth ocean. The storm spread out of the blue crystal mirror with a bang, so strong that it couldn't hand it. As it shattered into countless shards, they swept through the whole area. Due to the mirror crumbling, the fifth ocean looked as if there was no longer anything suppressing it. And because of it, the ocean let out incomparably loud roars as its impact rushed out. In the mid of them, the ocean's frenzied rampage caused waves to tumble about. A large amount of fog surged, rising then falling. When the impact spread out and touched it, it immediately disintegrated as if evaporating layer by layer. If anyone looked at the fifth ocean from above, they would be able to see clearly that as it tumbled about, the force formed a circular ring of light. It traveled through the area with loud booms, as if a shocking destruction had just occurred. After a moment, the whole place evaporated under the impact. The booming sounds formed echoes in the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean. The vast and boundless seawater started showing signs that it was about to vanish. Disappearing along with it were the people with the masks of happiness, anger, grief, and resentment, who had began retreating swiftly after the mirror shattered. Dark waves of light shone on the masks on their faces at that moment before it covered their bodies, which then disappeared without a trace. Perhaps leaving like that was not their intention, but that light from the mask circling round them and the roars from the fifth ocean formed a power that did not allow them to resist. It was forcibly interfering with everything regarding their intention to escape. Booming sounds continued resounding in space. The fifth ocean roared as it tumbled and gradually evaporated, slowly disappeared forever from the core of the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean. The spot where the fifth ocean had originally existed was surrounded by a thick fog, and from then on it would be like that. Several days later, when the booming sounds gradually grew fainter, a figure appeared in the fog, slowly approaching from the distance. With one step at a time, that figure walked out of the fog, and gray light immediately spread out. It was the gray Su Ming. Beside him was a sleazy bald crane whose existence was incredibly discordant with him. Su Ming did not see the crane when he was in the fake fifth true world, but once he walked out of it, the crane appeared on its own. Clearly, all of it was related to the fake fifth true world. At that moment, as the bald crane followed behind Su Ming, it had its head held high. Su Ming's expression was dark. When he walked out of the fog, he turned his head around to cast a glance behind him. By then, the fifth ocean was already distorted beyond recognition. One of the four people with the masks of happiness, anger, grief, and resentment is definitely my master, and the other is Xianxia. I wonder just who are they, and who are the remaining two? Now that the fifth ocean dispersed and the four of them disappeared, I cannot find any traces leading to them, but no matter what, all of this has a great connection with the ancient will from Death region. Once I find that ancient will, I'll be able to find them. A freezing glare shone in Su Ming's eyes. When he lowered his head, he fell silent. During that time, he remembered his fight against the ancient will within the fake fifth true world. That fight might have seemed simple, but it contained the accumulation of countless years' worth of preparation, as well as an invisible battle between Su Xianyi and the ancient will. My previous guess was indeed correct. Dao Kong entering Divine Essence Star Ocean was due to him being led there by Su Xianyi's will. He sent me this body, and his goal was to have me possess him. Once I possessed Dao Kong, I would obtain true Morning Dao World Kismet, but all of that was just to blind Death region's will. The true blow was the seed of life extermination, which is the black stone fragment Xiaohong gave me in the past. All of that was prepared by Su Xianyi. Su Ming's expression was slightly complicated. He remembered the ancient will roaring with refusal to admit defeat before eventually disappearing. Clearly, that ancient will could learn everything it wanted in Death region. However, Su Xianyi had used some unknown method to hide the fact that Xiaohong had given Su Ming that black fragment in the past, or rather, he had made the ancient will form an incorrect perception about the stone fragment, because of which it was then ignored. However, the ancient will understood everything in the end, which was why it uttered that sentence. When Su Ming remembered all that had happened, Complicated emotions rose within him towards Su Xianyi. There was resentment there, but also a sigh that meant too many things. Even though he had never met his father, the man's actions were filled with great fatherly love, no matter whether it was the matter of giving him the seed of life extermination or delivering Dao Kong for possession. In fact, there were definitely other things that Su Ming had not noticed even till then, and he could sense the fatherly love from them. If that's the case, why did you leave me alone in the land of berserkers? Why did you separate my soul from my physical body? Why did you leave my mother lying in the fifth kiln? Just, where are you? Who are you? Su Ming mumbled. He knew that everything would be revealed before him when he returned to true morning Dao world. After remaining silent for a while, a brilliant light shone in his eyes. Since I can't find the real entrance to the fifth true world, then it's time for me to leave the barren lands of divine essence and return to true morning Dao world. Su Ming turned his head around and looked at the galaxy in the distance. A hint of resolve and fierceness appeared in his eyes. He wanted to return to true morning Dao world and retrieve his physical body. He wanted to know the answers to all the mysteries around him, and he wanted to find out who was Su Xianyi. That's right. Let's go back to true morning Dao world. Darn it all, I want to go back too. I can hear all the crystals in true morning Dao world calling out to the great me. They're all waiting for the great and supreme me, myself, and I to love them. Hurry up. Let's go quickly. The bald crane stood with excitement on its face while shouting with joy. Its expression was of someone mesmerized, a telling sign that it was imagining something happy and glorious. Dao Chen? Su Ming moved forward, and the sound of air being sliced apart rose swiftly as he charged forth. With the fifth kiln in his possession and as the current scion of the seed of life extermination, he was already the strongest person in Divine Essence Star Ocean. Even if he did run into an enemy who was an almighty in Mastery Realm, so what? Su Ming did not even need to activate the fifth kiln to fight against that almighty on his own. Even if he ran into an almighty in Fate Realm, Su Ming had the art to cut fate, and with the fifth kiln he could fight against that person. The only regretful thing about it was that Su Ming did not want to take the fifth kiln away. If he left it in its place, it would reach its optimum state in terms of effectiveness. I will leave this place and return to true morning Dao world. I want to go home. Su Ming became faster. As he turned into a long arc and charged forward through the galaxy, his hair color gradually changed. It was not red, but neither was it gold. Instead, it returned into its original color, and nostalgia appeared in his eyes. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and who's Z? Su Ming became even faster. He shifted and shot across the galaxy. You Xin too! The bald crane immediately shouted by the side. As the Abyss Dragon's boss, it felt that it needed to help the Abyss Dragon speak during that moment. Yu Xian. A reminiscent look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. In his recollections was a girl who ate roasted seeds with a grin while staring at him. Several days later, he appeared beyond a burning planet in the region between the inner part and the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean. There were thick flames raging in that planet, and that place was where Flame Fiend's progenitor lived. It was his territory. Su Ming looked at the planet. After some time, he suddenly opened his mouth, and his voice rang with thunderous booms that echoed in all directions while it went to Flame Fiend's planet. Progenitor Huokue, do you remember your old friend from the fifth kiln? Huokue, do you still remember your grandpa crane? The bald crane shouted loudly as well. It intentionally stood in front of Su Ming. By doing so, it would make it felt that it was the true center of attention. Since Su Ming was behind it, he was just a guard. The man and the crane's voices went into Flame Fiend's planet and into each of Flame Fiend's ears. The thunderous roar formed from those voices turned into a mighty pressure. When it descended, the whole planet shuddered, and all the Flame Fiends immediately shuddered as well. Absolutely no thought of resistance could rise in them under that mighty pressure. They felt like the world was crumbling and nothing existed in it anymore. As they quivered, they let out shrill roars as they prostrated themselves on the ground, unable to stand. In the depths of Flame Fiend's planet was a karst cave filled with lava. Within it was a statue which jolted at that moment, and a large number of cracks swiftly appeared on it to reveal the body of Flame Fiend's progenitor. His eyes were shut, so he opened them swiftly and looked in the direction of the galaxy and spoke in a wild and untamed manner. "Which old friend?" Before he could finish speaking, Flame Fiend's progenitor started shuddering, and excitement appeared on his face. Without any hesitation, he turned into a long arc and shot from the ground with a bang, shaking the whole planet. In an instant, he rushed out and stood in the galaxy. When he did so, he saw Su Ming looking at him. You are... Flame Fiend's progenitor stared at Su Ming. The excitement on his face turned into surprised delight. He knew that Su Ming would definitely return one day. "I've come back." Su Ming stared at Flame Fiend's progenitor, and a smile appeared on his face. He could be said to have gone through many things together with Flame Fiend's progenitor in the fifth kiln. At the start, the two of them had fought against each other. Then Huokue had submitted to him. In time, they got acquainted with each other and slowly formed a bond that gave them the feeling as if they were friends. In the end, when Flame Fiend's progenitor gritted his teeth and stayed after Zilong and Long Hai had left, Su Ming no longer treated him as an enemy, but a friend. "Thank you for the matter in the fifth ocean," Su Ming said to Flame Fiend's progenitor as he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed. His act of bowing immediately made Flame Fiend's progenitor nervous. He instinctively took a few steps back and stared at Su Ming with uncertainty. The impression Su Ming left in his mind was too strong, so when he spoke with such courtesy, Flame Fiend's progenitor found it uncanny, and he became suspicious of it. When Su Ming saw Flame Fiend's progenitor reacting that way, he laughed wryly in his heart before making his expression turn aloof and letting out a cold harumph. When Flame Fiend's progenitor heard it and saw the icy expression, he calmed down, finding it normal. Just as he was about to say something, Su Ming raised his right hand and pointed at him. Flame Fiend's progenitor instantly started trembling furiously. Gradually, a large amount of black sweat broke out on his skin. Once it was forced out of his body, it swiftly gathered together and turned into a drop of water that was the size of a fist and gave off a foul stench. When it disappeared before Flame Fiend's progenitor, an incomparably light feeling rose within him. "The seal has been broken. Huokue, don't go to the fifth kiln anymore. If we are destined to meet again, the both of us will surely see each other in the future. I bid you farewell." Su Ming cast a glance at Flame Fiend's progenitor before leaving. When he turned around and was just about to leave, his footsteps suddenly came to a halt. He turned his head around and asked, "Where does Zhu Yukai live?" "In Husband-Gazing Mountain," Flame Fiend's progenitor quickly replied. The excitement of seeing Su Ming had already disappeared by then. The wariness and the powerful impression the other had left 100 years ago rose again in his mind. Su Ming nodded. When he cast a glance at Flame Fiend's progenitor, he saw his cautious demeanor, and his lips slowly curled up into a smile. However, he did not know that when Flame Fiend's progenitor saw that smile, his heart let out a loud thump, and panic instantly rose in his heart. What's going on? This person kills without batting an eyelid. He's ruthless, merciless, and a calculative man, and now he's smiling? Something's off. Something's very off. Flame Fiend's progenitor became even more cautious, and he took a few instinctive steps back. "I'm going back to True Morning Dao World. Come with me," Su Ming said faintly, then turned around without bothering himself with whether Flame Fiend's progenitor would be conflicted about this. He simply walked into the galaxy. By his side, the bald crane let out a fake cough before casting a profound glance at Flame Fiend's progenitor. "This is very important. Huokue, it's best that you think about it carefully." Heh. At the end, the bald crane still decided to intimidate him. It felt that its current situation was the most wonderful moment in its life. When it frightened Flame Fiend's progenitor, it did not forget to let out a few snorts. Flame Fiend's progenitor was instantly conflicted. He watched Su Ming walking into the distance, then listened to the bald crane threatening him before turning his head around to cast a glance at Flame Fiend's planet behind him. Hesitation rose within him, He was actually not worried about his people. With Flame Fiend's divine abilities, even if he was not around, no great accident would happen to them while they were in Divine Essence Star Ocean. And if he followed Su Ming, he might run into a great serendipity. He was especially certain of it when he remembered Su Ming's actions on their trip 100 years ago. It immediately gave Flame Fiend's progenitor confidence. He gritted his teeth, and resolve appeared on his face. If I follow such a calculative and conniving person, at the very least, I won't suffer any losses in the hands of other people. Flame Fiend's progenitor immediately turned his head around and let out a few shouts at Flame Fiend's planet. Immediately, commotion rose within it. Numerous Flame Fiends flew up and stared at their progenitor. There was a reluctance to part in their eyes, but all of them knelt down and worshipped him simultaneously. Flame Fiend's progenitor let out a few more shouts, a telling sign that he was leaving instructions as to what his people were to do after he left. Then, under the gazes filled with the reluctance to part from his people, he turned his head around and turned into a ball of purple flames that charged in the direction Su Ming had left. Oh! Husband-gazing mountain was like an eternal existence in the galaxy. There were murmurs from the summit coming down all year long. The beautiful legend surrounding the mountain always stirred up the curiosity of those who came when they heard the murmurs. At that moment, Su Ming was standing on a stone rising from the ground at the center of the mountain. By his side was the bald crane and Flame Fiend's progenitor, while in front of him was a dark cave. Senior Chong He, I would wish to see you. Su Ming wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to the mountain cave while he spoke calmly. The mountain cave was quiet. After a long while, a muffled bang came from the mountain cave, and an incomparably plump, hideous, and ugly figure walked out from within. Zhu Yukai. His eyes were crimson red. When he walked out, he stared at Su Ming. Conflict and madness were in his eyes. After some time, a calm expression slowly came to his face. He sat down limply by the side, and when he lifted his head to stare at Su Ming, his expression had already returned to its usual calmness. "You're back," he said faintly. Su Ming nodded. "Thank you for helping me when we were in the Fifth Ocean. About your wife." When Su Ming said those words, he paused for a moment. With a calm expression on his face, Zhu Yukai looked at Su Ming's face while waiting for the second part of his words. "When my level of cultivation is high enough and I can activate the abyssal world, I will definitely resurrect her," Su Ming stated slowly. His understanding towards abyss builders was not great, but he had a general idea that they had an inborn ability to resurrect the dead. However, the prerequisite for it was that abyss builders needed to activate their abyssal worlds. Su Ming did not know much about that. The Duke of Crimson Flame did not know about it clearly, but Su Ming believed that as his level of cultivation rose, there would surely come a day when he would understand his race's inborn ability. "Senior, before that time comes, if you believe me, then I can activate the fifth kiln and have your wife's soul fuse into it to be nourished. With this, we could ensure that during this period of time, her soul will not scatter and vanish." With sincerity on his face, Su Ming bowed. Zhu Yukai was silent. After a long time, he stood up, lifted his head, and looked up at the summit. After some time, Zhu Yukai asked calmly, "Have you heard of the legend regarding this mountain?" "I've heard of it before." Su Ming nodded. A woman in the past waited for her husband's return on the mountain. As time passed and things changed, she did not manage to see him. Her body turned into stone, and the presence of her yearning turned into the mountain. "When I was in the fifth kiln, I thought that I was already dead, and I was bent on seeking death. But when I died, I woke up again. Yet when I woke up, I was already here, and my body had become as such. I don't know the answer to all of this, but I can sense that there is another person in this person. He coexists with me, and his name is Zhu Yukai." He stared at the mountain as his voice echoed in the area. "Do you want to go to the summit and meet the woman who has turned into stone?" Zhu Yukai moved and turned into a long arc that charged at the summit. Su Ming stared at the man leaving into the distance. The legend Zhu Yukai had spoken of might not matched with the legend Su Ming had heard, but he still chose to turn into a long arc and charge towards the summit. When the bald crane arrived at the mountain, its spirits became slightly downcast. At that moment, it stared at the mountain cave with a blank look on its face before also following behind Su Ming in silence. Ordinary people could not step into the mountain summit. However, it was different for Zhu Yukai and Su Ming. They did not spend much time before arriving there. Su Ming saw a stone human at the peak of the mountain. Based on its appearance, it should have been a woman. She stood at the summit and stared into the distance, her thoughts unknown. Zhu Yukai stared at the stone, and a complicated expression appeared in his eyes. Perhaps he was not what he claimed to be. He did not wake up not knowing the reason behind his awakening after he died. Perhaps he knew the reason, but he did not want to say it. It was his secret. Behind Su Ming, the bald crane shuddered. Grief appeared in its eyes when it looked at the statue. As it watched it, eternity seemed to envelop it. Its current demeanor was something that could not be seen on usual days. Why do I feel so miserable, as if my body is about to disappear? The bald crane mumbled. At that instant, a few scenes flashed in its mind. Those pictures were indistinct, containing a vague form of a woman. She had her back turned toward the bald crane and was staring at a distant galaxy just like the statue. The bald crane could only sneak peeks at her while standing behind her and hiding its emotions since it did not want to show them. That lasted till one day when the woman began crying while staring at the galaxy, and the bald crane heard itself speak in a murmur. So what if its arid triad expanse cosmos? So what if my soul will scatter and vanish? I will help you find him. That voice echoed in the bald crane's mind. As it listened, it heard the anguish contained in the voice. The bald crane's vision became blurry. The pictures in its mind shattered and turned into fragments. When they were swept away, the bald crane felt awful and sad. In other words, before you have enough power to activate your abyssal world, I will need to protect you. After a long while, Zhu Yukai averted his gaze from the stone human and turned his head around. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he met Zhu Yukai's gaze. You can understand it that way. I don't need the fifth kiln to provide nourishment to her. With my power, I can constantly ensure that her soul will not scatter and disappear. Zhu Yukai closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a hint of fatigue appeared on his face. Then, if you don't fulfill your promise to resurrect her, I will make you suffer. The same pain? Zhu Yukai said calmly and lifted his foot to take a step into the galaxy. Once I've made a promise someone, I will definitely not go back on my word. Only death will stop me. Su Ming enunciated each of his words clearly. He then took a step forward. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly had a stranger feeling and turned his head around to cast a glance at the bald crane before leaving into the distant galaxy while deep in his thoughts. While they were going forward, Su Ming walked in front. The bald crane was beside him while occasionally turning its head around to look at the mountain. Behind them were Zhu Yukai and Flame Fiend's progenitor. The strange expression on the bald crane's face had attracted Zhu Yukai's attention, but he did not say much about it. He also seemed to be immersed in his thoughts. As the group charged forward, they left the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean and moved past Black Ink Planet to step into Western Ring Nebula. Western Ring's foreign lands. At the moment Su Ming stepped into Western Ring Nebula, a brilliant light shone in his eyes. Before he left the barren lands of Divine Essence, his final stop had been Western Ring Nebula's foreign lands. Once he arrived there, it would be the time for his Ikang clone to devour the other Ikang souls. When he succeeded, his level of cultivation would increase by an incredible margin. Only then would he be able to stir up the disaster in true Morning Dao world once he returned to that place. The foreign lands were fragmented and existed in countless cracks within the galaxy, including Western Ring Nebula. Even though centuries had passed since then, the mysteries and rumors about the place remained in the cultivators' hearts and did not disappear. Once they stepped in, then there was a high possibility that they would never be able to get out again. The mysterious veil about that place was something that only existed in name to Su Ming, but to most cultivators, the mighty pressure created by that mysteriousness was powerful enough to suffocate them. Su Ming had not seen that place for hundreds of years, And when he returned to Western Ring Nebula's foreign land again, he stared at the cracks in the galaxy. He did not say a word. Before his eyes, he seemed to be able to see himself hundreds of years ago being forced inside by the forces of power from the four great true worlds. He also saw himself wreaking havoc in their territory once he walked out, and then he was chased down by an Almighty in Mastery Realm. If that Almighty in Mastery Realm still dared to attack Su Ming, his palm would be cut off without any hesitation. Su Ming said faintly, "Senior Chong He, please wait in this place. I still have some matters to attend to here." Zhu Yukai did not speak, but closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged in the galaxy. Su Ming turned his head around to cast a glance at Flame Fiend's progenitor. The thin old man immediately looked as if Su Ming's words would be a sacred edict. A fawning smile appeared on his face, and he nodded rapidly. Before Su Ming could even say anything about that kind of attitude, the bald crane, who no longer seemed dazed and sad as if it simply did not use its head to think, suddenly glared at Flame Fiend's progenitor, because it sensed an incredibly great threat that rushed straight into its head. That threat came from the fawning look of Flame Fiend's progenitor. His expression caused the bald crane to be in an incredibly bad mood. It immediately spread open its bare wings, then put on an arrogant appearance and glared at Flame Fiend's progenitor with a profound gaze. It bent its back and used the same fawning gaze to look at Su Ming before quickly saying, "Boss, should I go in and check things beforehand? If there is any sort of danger with my abilities, I will definitely be able to resolve it. I won't be like certain people whose entire bodies go up in flames and who don't know how to share danger." The bald crane's solicitous words were something rarely spoken by it. Su Ming cast a sideways glance at it and smiled faintly. Flame Fiend's progenitor was momentarily stunned before he cast a scrutinizing glance at the bird. An expression of wanting to face danger together with Su Ming appeared on his face. He might be an almighty in Mastery Realm, but for living spirits, no matter how high their level of cultivation was, it was difficult for them to change their nature. And it was the case for Flame Fiend's progenitor as well. When he was yet to become a progenitor, he might have had quite a promising potential. But him being able to obtain his current level of cultivation and the legacy of the previous Flame Fiend's progenitor, as well as being able to reach Mastery Realm in one go after slaughtering his way through numerous other potential successors, was due to him being good at flattering his progenitor in the past. However, it had been a long time since he had used that skill. That was why when he used it, he was still a little rusty. He was no longer as good as he was in the past. Su Ming did not bother with Flame Fiend's progenitor and the bald crane's passive-aggressive fight. He moved toward the crack leading to Western Ring Nebula's foreign land and charged into the crack, disappearing without a trace. The bald crane might have been full of bold words, but in truth, from the depths of its heart, it did not want to enter Western Ring Nebula's foreign land again. The time when it had fallen unconscious had traumatized it. When it saw Su Ming stepping into the place alone, it instantly let out a sigh of relief in its heart. However, anxiety appeared on its face the next moment, and it turned its head around to glare at Flame Fiend's progenitor. The expression of the man did not change. He grinned and stared at the bald crane before also putting on a fawning expression. But he was laughing coldly in his heart while thinking to himself that he had managed to blind many of his people with that appearance in the past. The calculative and conniving Su Ming was someone that he could not deceive, but the little birdie was definitely something that would be wrapped around his finger. When the bald crane saw Flame Fiend's progenitor's demeanor, it instantly felt its heart let out a loud thump and thought that it had underestimated him before. Hence, even though it let out cold snort in its heart, its expression changed. Its glare turned into a smile, and it went forward to hug the thin Flame Fiend's progenitor before laughing and acting as if they were great friends. "Little fire boy, when I saw you, I instantly felt that you were someone that I can be great friends with. You flatter me, fellow Taoist crane. You have the demeanor of an immortal and the bones those from the path of Tao. I'm afraid that these old bones do not have the courage to be friends with someone of such a high social position." Are you looking down on your grandpa crane? The man and crane both had their own thoughts in their heads while fighting passive-aggressively with words, but despite them it was quiet in Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. Quite a large number among the 100,000 stone monuments had made it past 1 million feet and stood tall on the ground. Among them were a certain 10,000 stone monuments. Their color might have seemed normal, but if anyone took a closer look, they would be able to tell that they were purple. There were plenty of people sitting and meditating beneath the 100,000 stone monuments. Occasionally, they would lift their heads and look at the 10,000 purple stone monuments, and all of their faces would show desire and envy. At that moment, there were dozens of people sitting under them. They did not move and their expressions were calm. However, in that silence was a determination and an air of supremacy. That was because they owned the purple stone monuments and because their stone monuments were the only ones among the 100,000 stone monuments that would not be destroyed by the will of the law in the land. The purple stone monuments would only have people added to them, but not lose anyone of their own. However, that was not absolute. They might not die because of outsiders replacing them. But there was another law among the purple stone monuments, and all of the people in the place knew about it. Each year, there would be people who would die, and those 10 would be the weakest 10 among the lot. It did not matter how tall was a person's stone monument. As long as their level of cultivation was at the bottom, they would be wiped off within 100-something years. Because of that, those who possessed the purple stone monuments were somewhat unique, besides the fact that they immersed in practicing cultivation for their whole lives. Purple stone monument. It's a pity that when I entered this place, the purple stone monuments did not choose me, or else I would have been able to become one of their tributes. And I wouldn't have to live in constant fear every single day. I would only need to train madly to be able to avoid being killed. This is our lives. But why are the purple stone monuments so unique? And from what I see, they only number to about a couple thousands. It's only been a short time since you came here, but this is largely connected to a legend from the past. In the quiet land with 100,000 stone monuments, there would occasionally be a few gazes which would land on the 10,000 purple stone monuments, and the faint voices of a few people speaking would be heard. While they were discussing things among themselves, the tallest purple stone monument suddenly shone, and an old man walked out from it which was 1 million-something feet tall. The old man had an ancientness to him. At the instant he walked out, he attracted the gazes of all the people in the area, especially the dozens of people underneath the purple stone monuments. All of them got up and bowed deeply to him. "Greetings, progenitor." The old man nodded. Without saying a single word, he sat down cross-legged underneath his stone monument and closed his eyes to meditate. "It's Zhao family's progenitor." The low-voiced discussion among the people from the other stone monuments echoed faintly in the air. "That's right. That person's stone monument has long since reached the size at which he can go out, but he never chose to go. Instead, he's training in a frenzy. I heard from someone about a legend that happened a long time ago. There was a person called Mo Su. Quiet. It's best not to mention his name in this place. He's not someone people like us can talk about." "Oh? Then why can Big Brother Zhou talk about him?" "Big Brother Zhou? You're talking about Zhou Kong, right? He's different from us." While the people from other stone monuments discussed the old events among themselves, a violent shudder ran through the land with the 100,000 stone monuments, as if wind had risen and clouds were surging. Rumbling sounds ring in the air. They spread in all directions, causing the ground to tremble and the air to continuously tumble about before turning into a drastic change that swept through the land. Cries of surprise instantly traveled in all directions. The land, which had countless stone monuments standing on it and only had some cultivators sitting cross-legged under them, trembled furiously as booming sounds reached a deafening volume. While the stone monuments trembled, they immediately shone with dazzling light, and their cultivators were forced out. Some of them had grim expressions on their faces while others panicked openly. They looked upwards together. Boom! When a loud bang traveled downwards like the might of heavens, the originally indistinct purple hue above the 10,000 purple stone monuments among the 100,000 stone monuments in the land shone with a purple light brighter than anyone had ever seen. As it reached a piercing degree, it instantly covered the land, causing the 10,000 purple stone monuments among the 100,000 to be incredibly striking. Zhao family's progenitor's heart shuddered. He opened his eyes, and when he raised his head to look above him, a hint of rarely seen excitement appeared on his face. The other owners of the purple stone monuments beside him started trembling furiously. They could sense an incomparably familiar presence, and there was a great urge within them to bow down and worship it. As the tremors in the land grew stronger, that urge grew stronger in their hearts as well. The transformation in the land was something that plenty of them did not remember because they had never experienced it, but there were still a handful of people who seemed to have vague recollection, and their expressions changed to resemble something that was akin to a mix between excitement and anxiety. Zhou Kong was sitting quietly under his stone monument. When he lifted his head to look at the tumbling air above him, a hint of sentimentality appeared in his eyes. He knew that Mo had returned. "I, Zhao Tiangang, welcome back our liege." Zhao family's progenitor stood up and wrapped his fist in his palm before bowing deeply towards the sky. When his ancient voice echoed in the air, all the owners of the purple stone monuments worshipped the sky together. "Welcome back, our liege." Their voices spread out, resulting in loud bangs that shook the people from the other 90,000 stone monuments. As their expressions changed continuously, the sky roared. The fog and clouds tumbled back madly in two directions to reveal a gigantic crack, and a figure with an indifferent expression walked over from the distance. Slowly, it grew clearer in everyone's eyes. Su. Su Ming stood in midair as the clouds and fog behind him tumbled about and opened a crack in the air whose inside could not be seen. Within it, purple lightning roared, giving Su Ming an air of mystery and mighty pressure in the eyes of the tens of thousands of cultivators. His presence swept out in all directions and suppressed all the cultivation base of the people on the land. It was not a mighty pressure formed by his purple Akang, but his own power. With it, Su Ming was like a god as he swept his gaze across the land. The hearts of all the cultivators who entered his field of vision trembled, and they immediately lowered their heads. Unable to help themselves, they knelt on the ground and worshipped him. When Su Ming's gaze landed on an old man who was staring at him with a sentimental look while sitting among the stone monuments, he could vaguely recognize that it was Zhou Kong, the middle-aged man from back when he'd first come there. Quite some time had passed since then, and the change in him was incredibly great. Since his love died, his heart fell into decline. He no longer has the desire to live. His body is like a puppet, without any reason to continue living in misery. Su Ming sighed in his heart. He walked over slowly until he stood on the ground right in front of Zhou Kong. "Big brother Zhou," Su Ming said softly. The white-haired Zhou Kong stared at Su Ming, and a smile appeared on his face. The two of them did not need words between them. As their gazes met, the events from the past rose in their minds. In the past, Su Ming had been as weak as an ant. If Zhou Kong had not given him directions and pointers, it would have been difficult for him to survive, and Su Ming would not forget such kindness. "Greetings, my liege." Zhao family's progenitor sucked in a deep breath and bowed again. Su Ming turned his head around, and his gaze turned cold. He cast a glance at Zhao family's progenitor. He had been chased by his enemy into the foreign land with the remaining members of his family, which then all became Su Ming's tributes for the purple stone monuments. Based on what Su Ming saw, Zhao family's progenitor had already reached a breakthrough in his level of cultivation. It was a telling sign that he had been training at a mad pace. Continue training. When you reach Lunar Culpa Realm or become even stronger, you'll be free to leave. You can also leave when all the people with the purple stone monuments attain full completion in World Culpa Realm, Su Ming said faintly. He swept his gaze past all the people with purple stone monuments, then turned around and took a step into the air. He gradually disappeared. No one knew where he went, but his short presence had left a mark in the hearts of all the people in the place. When Su Ming disappeared, the area was silent. Discussions only rose and echoed faintly in the air after a long while. That person is. Who is he? How can he make the purple stone monuments shine with such light? He's also known as the liege by those people with the purple stone monuments. Who else can he be beside the legendary Mo Su from Western Ring, Nebula's foreign land? Emosu. He's Emosu. Emosu's name echoed in the world with the 100,000 stone monuments within Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. During that moment, Su Ming walked out of space and appeared in the 100,000 galaxies belonging to the purple Akang. As he stared at them, a brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. Behind him, the incomparably large tree that was Akang's real body immediately manifested. A monstrous, malicious presence instantly filled the galaxy. Su Ming shut his eyes slowly. After a long while, when he opened them again, he threw his head back and roared. As he did so, the gigantic Akang behind him charged over to gather on him. It was as if Su Ming's body had turned into an invisible black hole that would devour everything. Once he absorbed Akang into his own body, cracking sounds came from within him. Branches crawled out of his body, and the whole area began swaying viciously. A purple light shone in Su Ming's eyes. At that moment, he could be said to be a complete Akang, but he was weaker than the Akang sung in the ballad in the past. However, he was still stronger than the other portions of Akang's soul, because they were incomplete. Yet due to the serendipity Su Ming had gained in the fifth kiln, his Akang had fused perfectly with his body. Because of it, Su Ming was already a more superior life form than the other fragments of Akang's soul. 10 colored Akangs. I now occupy purple, and next, I will devour. A purple glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes. When the 100,000 purple dimensions shone in them, they shuddered with a bang, as if they had turned into his eyes. As they shone, the galaxies trembled. I wonder which color will be the first that I will devour? Su Ming took a swift step forward. He was so quick that, in an instant, he had already crossed an immeasurable distance. The purple galaxies behind him tumbled about, as they had turned into a purple ocean. They surged and followed behind Su Ming to form a presence that shook the sky and earth. As booming sounds reverberated in the air, Su Ming reached the edge of the 100,000 purple galaxies. If he stepped over, he would enter the region that belonged to another portion of Akang's soul. There was a barrier separating them, which had been assigned by all of them at the same time in the past. It was a rule not to cross them. It was a rule shared among the Akangs. If it had been in the past, this rule would have limited Su Ming's actions. But once his purple Akang had been completed, what he needed to do was not to fuse with the other portions of Akang's souls, so that he could become the Akang in the ballad. Instead, he was going to devour the other Akangs to turn them into his nourishment, and with his will being the dominant one, he would become the new Akang. This was not rebirth. It was him taking over their place. Bang! With a crude manner and without any skill whatsoever, Su Ming brought the 100,000 purple galaxies and rammed against the barrier. Booming sounds echoed in the air, and the invisible barrier started trembling furiously. The noise spread through the whole Western Ring Nebula's foreign land, and it was the sound that belonged to Akang's 1,000,000 galaxies. One Akang had 100,000 galaxies, so 10 Akangs would mean 1,000,000 galaxies. They were all trembling at that moment. Even though Su Ming had crashed into just one of the barriers, he still managed to shake all the galaxies. The place with the 100,000 stone monuments trembled furiously as well. As if the ground was shaking, all the stone monuments began shivering, especially the 10,000 blue stone monuments. They trembled increasingly more furiously, because the barrier Su Ming had rammed against was the barrier connecting the purple and blue galaxies. When booming sounds surged into the air, the people in the 100,000 stone monuments sported drastic changes. At the instant confusion appeared on their faces, 9 great wills appeared around Su Ming. They charged towards him as if they were fuming in rage. Purple, what are you doing? Purple, do you want to break our promise? Get lost, Purple. If you dare traverse my territory, then you're intentionally not abiding to our promise, and I will make you fuse with me. The furious roars from the wills echoed in the area, but Su Ming's expression was cold and aloof. He did not answer the words from those wills. Instead, he replied to them with his actions. With the power from the 100,000 purple galaxies, he rammed against the barrier again. As booming sounds surged into the heavens, the barrier trembled even more furiously. During that instant, Su Ming raised his hands and stretched them above his head. The 100,000 purple galaxies behind him immediately shrank and charged towards his hands, causing the purple hue in the area to swiftly disappear. As they were reduced to nothingness, Ikang's will gathered on Su Ming's hands, along with the power of the 100,000 purple galaxies. Su Ming's own power was also gathered there, and he swiftly slammed against the barrier. Cracking sounds rose into the air. Su Ming's hands shot through the barrier, and the instant he ripped through, a loud crash could be heard. The invisible barrier gained corporeal form in front of Su Ming. A large crack was torn through, and dazzling blue light spilled out from inside. It illuminated Su Ming's body, making it seem as if he had turned blue. So this is the Blue Ikang's territory. A cold smile appeared at the corners of Su Ming's lips. He rushed forward and shot through the crack. Along with him came endless purple light. When the 100,000 purple galaxies manifested themselves again, they invaded the blue galaxies simultaneously. Purple, you're just asking for death. Purple, all of us will attack you and make you disintegrate. We'll make you know the price for breaking the promise. Purple, you've broken the promise we made in the past. You must die. You must fuse with us. You must become the nutrients for our 9 wills to grow. You... Shut up. Su Ming threw his head back and roared. When his voice spread across the 1,000,000 galaxies in loud, thunderous booms, his hair turned red and crimson light shone in his eyes. Heinous, murderous aura erupted from his body, and he took a step forward to charge towards the 100,000 blue galaxies in the distance. The moment he did so, a gigantic Ikang appeared in the blue galaxies. The tree was large beyond comparison, and was entirely blue. At the instant his roar shook the galaxy, Su Ming had already closed in on the tree. Bang! The loud sound caused the blue galaxies to tremble, and the other fragments of Ikang's soul sent their wills into the area. When their bodies gradually manifested, all of them froze for a moment, and shock appeared on their faces. In the mid of the loud bangs, Su Ming had crashed into the large blue Ikang. As he did that, countless branches erupted from within his body. Those branches seeped into the blue Ikang's body, and without stopping even for a moment, they started absorbing it in a frenzy. Get lost! The blue Ikang roared. The power of Ikang burst out from its body, but the instant it touched Su Ming, it immediately disappeared without a trace, as if it was being suppressed. This was not a suppression brought by any form of cultivation case, but the suppression of a superior life form. The blue Ikang began shrinking in front of everyone's eyes. As Su Ming absorbed it, its enraged roars turned into cries of surprise, along with shivers filled with fear and disbelief. You aren't a fragment of Ikang's soul. You're complete. This is impossible. This is... As the blue Ikang trembled in panic, its body shattered with a bang. Once Su Ming completely absorbed it, he turned around and looked at the 8 other fragments of Ikang's soul. The countless branches around him swept across the area. A powerful aura that had never appeared around him before spilled out, Su Ming not holding even a single bit of it back. Within that aura was endless malice and bloodthirst. His murderous aura was shocking to all who sensed it, and the blue galaxies were disassembled with a bang to instantly turn purple. When Su Ming possessed the purple Ikang, he had spent dozens of breaths to complete the process. While fusing and absorbing, it had required cycles of 60 years for him. If he had used a long time to devour the blue Ikang, the other Ikangs wouldn't have been too astonished. However, Su Ming had only spent an instant to devour it. It was only an instant. His collision against the blue Ikang only lasted for the duration of the blink of an eye, and everything was complete. At the instant the blue galaxies were covered by a shade of purple, as if ink had spilled on them. The 100,000 blue galaxies turned into a purple world and made the number of galaxies Su Ming's Ikang possessed to increase to 200,000. It also caused Su Ming to become the strongest Ikang at the moment he completed the devouring of the blue Ikang. In truth, he was already the strongest even before that, but then he became even stronger. The whole galaxy was purple as invisible ripples spread out in all directions. Su Ming turned around, and his eyes were still purple, because that purple was the foundation of his strength. However, the shade of purple then was even more dazzling than before. It was even more piercing, even more enchanting, and the malicious presence spreading out from him was even more monstrous. His long hair fluttered while his robes moved without wind. As he stood in the purple galaxies and lowered his head slightly, a wild and untamed string of laughter tumbled out of his lips and spread out from him. When it echoed in the galaxies, it had the feeling of Su Ming looking down on the whole universe. As it spread in all directions, the 8 other fragments of Akang's soul retreated swiftly as their hearts trembled, intending to leave the blue galaxies which Su Ming had devoured. They were in the core of the world with the 100,000 stone monuments located in Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. Everything that happened there would cause a chain reaction in the world outside. The moment the blue galaxies turned purple and the blue Akang was devoured by Su Ming, a powerful purple light erupted from the 10,000 purple stone monuments in the land with the 100,000 stone monuments, instantly covering the whole place. Immediately, shrill screams of pain rang out. The ones who screamed were not the ones with the purple stone monuments, but the 10,000 people that belonged to the blue stone monuments. No matter what level of cultivation they possessed, no matter whether they were men or women, the elderly or the young, those 10,000 people all let out incredibly shrill screams at that instant. Blood poured out from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. They knelt down on the ground, and as their bodies trembled non-stop, a complicated runic symbol appeared as a bump at the center of their brows. It looked like a brand, but also as if it had grown at the center of their brows. Its color was blue, and it was shining with a blue light. Cracks ran down their monuments, spreading swiftly, and a faint blue light erupted from within them. This scene immediately shocked the people around the area. They could not help but allow fear to enter their expressions. Even though the onlookers were not the ones screaming in pain, the feeling as if they were going through the same pain was incredibly clear. Not knowing what happened to cause this turned into fear at the bottom of their hearts, causing the land with the 100,000 stone monuments to immediately rise in commotion. However, the uproar from the tens of thousands of people still could not drown out the incredibly shrill and forlorn screams of pain from the people of the blue stone monuments. What happened? What's going on? How could this happen? Their stone monuments are cracking. At the instant the uproar rose, the 10,000 blue stone monuments suddenly shone with blue light from the cracks. It dulled soon, until completely disappearing without a trace. Once it was gone, an incredibly dense and powerful purple light shot out from within the monuments. In the blink of an eye, the originally blue stone monuments became purple. The 10,000 cultivators underneath those stone monuments did not die even though they were screaming at the top of their lungs. Instead, the originally rapidly flashing blue mark at the center of their brows turned purple. It shone several times before disappearing, and the shrill screams of pain gradually grew weaker. However, as sweat covered those people's bodies, they looked at their stone monuments with fear. There were 20,000 purple stone monuments standing tall within the land with the 100,000 stone monuments. This scene instantly attracted the attention of everyone present, and was immediately followed by a silence akin to death itself. The people seemed to have come to a vague understanding, but the confusion in them and the fear towards the unknown was even greater. In the core of Western Ring Nebula's foreign land, where the vast 1 million galaxies were located, unseen to others, were the 200,000 purple galaxies that belonged to Su Ming. At that moment, he raised his head, and an indescribable malicious presence spread out from his body. The smile on his lips had a strange, enchanting air to it. The gaze of his purple eyes landed on the rapidly retreating fragments of Akang's soul, who intended to leave his purple galaxy. Su Ming did not take any action to stop them. He simply allowed the 8 Akangs to leave. After all, even if he stopped them here, it would not bring about much effect. Su Ming's goal was to devour their real bodies. Almost at the instant the Akangs were about to disappear, Su Ming whipped his head around and his body turned into a long arc. The 200,000 purple galaxies were swept up and formed a presence that he'd never possessed before, charging into the distance like long arcs. I wonder which color will be next. Purple light shone in Su Ming's eyes, and his speed increased exponentially. Booming sounds reverberated in the galaxy. In just a few breaths, he approached another barrier. Boom! Loud booms echoed in the galaxy when Su Ming rammed his body against the invisible barrier. Under the impact, a wide-area tremor shook the barrier. When Su Ming crashed into the blue galaxy's barrier, he had rammed against it about 3 times before it broke. Yet right then, with just one try, he had already almost made the barrier shatter. He lifted his right hand to strike it fiercely, and immediately, the 200,000 purple galaxies gathered on his right hand. When the strike landed, booming sounds rose to shake the sky and earth. That invisible barrier was torn to shreds. With loud booming sounds, it was completely disassembled, and a red screen of light spilled out from within. Along with the light came the roars from the Crimson Ikang. It's crimson. Su Ming moved. With the vast purple galaxies behind him, he rushed into the crimson galaxies. The purple hue instantly spread out and filled the area while Su Ming fixed his gaze on the crimson stellar river in the galaxy. His body turned into a long arc which looked as if it was going to tear through the crimson galaxies while he charged forward. Thou art desireth to fuse with me? 'Tis shalt be impossible for thee. An enraged roar came from the stellar river, and the galaxy immediately started rotating. Booming sounds echoed in space, and as the galaxy spun, a gigantic vortex manifested to form a gigantic gust of wind. It brought with it a destructive will. When it swept through the area, Su Ming could see that there was a big red tree in the vortex. That tree was huge, and its crown was crimson. The Ikang was filled with a destructive will and madness, but it did not dare step out of the vortex. Instead, it hid itself within it. The 2 eyes resembling annual rings revealed on the tree trunk were glaring at the approaching Su Ming. The rotating vortex and the crimson Ikang within it were reflected as inverted images in Su Ming's purple eyes. He did not speak, but lifted his right hand and spread his fingers wide in the direction of the galaxy above him. When he slowly clenched his fist, the purple galaxies he'd brought with him instantly covered the crimson galaxy. Anyone who looked at it would be able to see that besides the center, all the other areas around it were purple. Almost the instant Su Ming lifted his right hand and clenched it into a fist, the purple that filled the area came to a stop momentarily, as if it had been frozen. Su Ming slowly swung his right arm to form a full circle, and the frozen purple shade immediately began spinning with his arm. Su Ming then swung his arm to form another circle, the speed of rotations increasing by nearly 100 times from before. Booming sounds shook the sky and earth, shaking the whole area. If anyone took a closer look, they would be able to see clearly that the direction of the rotations of the purple galaxies were the exact opposite of the rotations of the vortex in the stellar river. You can choose not to come out, Su Ming said in a ghastly manner. The crimson Ikang in the vortex looked over with fear. Clearly, it had seen through Su Ming's goal, and it swiftly roared. My fellow kinsmen, if you don't think of a way to save me, then this will be the day when Ikang disappears. At the instant the crimson Ikang roared, Su Ming lifted his right hand and swung it to form the 3rd circle. The booming sounds instantly became even stronger. The speed of the rotations from the purple galaxy in the area did not just increase by 100 times at that time, but by 1,000 times. In the mid of those bangs, Su Ming pointed towards the vortex in the stellar river. Immediately, the purple galaxies shrank swiftly, and while rotating in the opposite direction, they crashed against the vortex in the stellar river. Boom! Felt as if the galaxy was trembling. The loud bang drowned out the crimson Ikang's roars. At the instant the 2 vortices spinning in 2 different directions crashed against each other, the vortex in the stellar river looked like something without a foundation. It was unable to fight against the vortex formed by the 200,000 galaxies and collapsed with a loud bang. The crimson Ikang looked at Su Ming with despair. With their differences in status as life forms and the devouring of the blue Ikang, it understood that it was facing a destiny against which it could not fight. While it was in despair, Su Ming charged towards the crimson Ikang with the rotations from the purple galaxies. They spread out to cover him and his target. After a moment, when the originally crimson galaxy was turned completely purple, Su Ming walked out with an even more eye-catching demeanor. His long hair reached his waist. As it fluttered, he walked through the purple light. His lean body, the countless swaying branches that filled the area around him, and the even brighter shade of purple in his eyes created a savage and primitive presence. It spread out from his with a violent energy even though he had his head lowered. That presence came from Akang. The Crimson Akang was devoured, and leading to it was the 10,000 crimson stone monuments in the land with the 100,000 stone monuments changing color, causing the 10,000 cultivators previously belonging to them to let out shrill screams of pain before the runic symbols at the center of their brows turned purple. Because of it, there were already 30,000 stone monuments out of the 100,000 in the land which had turned purple and belonged to Su Ming. Panic and alarm descended on the group of people in the land with the 100,000 stone monuments. The commotion grew louder, their fear continued. They might have stopped screaming in pain, but their voices were still echoing in the minds of the people in there, causing an unprecedented drastic change to appear in Western Ring Nebula's foreign lands. In fact, since this drastic change affecting all the blue and crimson stone monuments, it naturally affected the owners of the blue and crimson stone monuments which had reached 1 million feet or were even taller. They might no longer be in Western Ring Nebula's foreign lands, but even if they were in the world outside, they still could not escape from the change in their souls. On Western Ring Nebula was a dull planet. There was a middle-aged man sitting beside a lake with a branch in his hand. On that branch was a brilliant green bud from a weeping willow. It was drooping in the water. There was an indifferent expression on his face, as if he was fishing. There were two beautiful women beside him. They were kneeling beside him and were gently hitting his shoulders. The sky was murky. The land was filled with fog, but only he remained as a clear sight, just like his expression. It was as if nothing could bother him, and his expression was as clear and cool as water. However, at that moment his expression suddenly changed. As his expression changed, a violent power erupted swiftly from his body. The two women behind him immediately cried out in surprise before they tumbled backwards. The weeping willow in his hand instantly shattered and was reduced to powder. The lake on the ground also evaporated in that loud bang, causing the place where he was located at that moment to be filled with a violent power for a moment. A shrill scream of pain traveled out of his mouth. His body trembled. The two servant girls far behind him had blood trickle out of his mouths. In their panic, they saw the person known as their progenitor on the planet, the person no one dared to provoke at all to have fear that was never seen before appear on his face. That shrill scream was especially something they had never heard before. In the midst of that pained scream, a runic symbol appeared at the center of the man's brows. That mark was crimson red, but it was swiftly turning purple. A moment later, when it completely turned purple, the man coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Shock appeared on him, and he lifted his head swiftly to stare at the galaxy with respect shining in his eyes. What happened? Why do I have a feeling that my stone monument in the Western Ring Nebula's foreign lands has changed masters? His body trembled. As the man's expression changed continuously, he stood up swiftly to charge towards the sky. He wanted to return to Western Ring Nebula's foreign lands to check what had happened. The scene just now caused his heart to feel fear. If he did not understand what was going on, he would feel uneasy. After all, his stone monument was in Western Ring Nebula's foreign lands. The same scene appeared at the same time in plenty of areas in Western Ring Nebula. In fact, the same sight appeared on a few people among the forces of power from the Four Great True World Station to keep an eye over the barren lands of divine essence. However, once they finished screaming shrilly, all the people would have fear and alarm appear on their faces, while their hearts were filled with anxiety. In Western Ring Nebula's foreign lands, Su Ming, who had devoured the blue and crimson Akangs, walked out of the 300,000 purple galaxies. At the same time, he closed his eyes slightly and lifted his arms to simultaneously punch his sides swiftly. That was 2 punches. At the instant he threw them out, the 300,000 purple galaxies tumbled about and surged to the sky. As loud booming sounds reverberated in space, Two gigantic purple vortices appeared swiftly beside Su Ming to charge towards the distance while rumbling. This time, Su Ming was not going to devour just one portion of Ikang's soul. He was going to devour two of them. Booming sounds shook the sky and earth. It lasted for only a few breaths. At the instant, two loud sounds of something trembling surged into the heavens. The barriers by Su Ming's two sides crumbled. Orange and green lights spread out from the shattered barriers. Today is the day Ikang descends in the universe. Why do all of you resist? With my will, I will rebuild Ikang. My glory is also your glory. Su Ming's voice echoed in space, and during that moment, he moved to charge towards the orange galaxies. Stop him. If we don't stop him, then all of us will be destroyed by him. If I'm devoured, he will become stronger. And it'll definitely be impossible for all of you escape from being killed. With a voice filled with panic that had never appeared in it, the orange Ikang in the orange galaxies cried out, and its voice echoed swiftly in space. How do we stop him? He has already devoured blue and crimson. He is also a complete life form. His current might is something we absolutely cannot hope to stand against. How do we stop him? Green, the barrier leading to your galaxies has already been opened. Attack. Fight together with orange. If you don't attack, you won't be able to escape from the fate of fusing into him. That's right, Green. Take action first and resist him. Our barriers have yet to open. Even if our wills descend in the place, it'll be useless. Since Purple is so conceited that he dared break two barriers at once. You have to work together with Orange and make him fuse into you. The divine thoughts of the remaining portions of Ikang's soul echoed in space. A hysterical roar traveled out from the green galaxies, and a violent impact rushed into the green galaxies to turn into a gigantic green Ikang tree. A rampaging life force spread out swiftly from its body, and the green Ikang turned into a long arc to charge forward towards the orange galaxy where Su Ming was. However, at the instant it approached the orange galaxy, the orange Ikang's despair-filled roars echoed swiftly in the galaxy. It's not that I am against you devouring me and wiping off my existence, but you intend to devour me, not have me fuse into you. This is something where I'd rather destroy my own will and break the promise so that my body, which will no longer possess any form of consciousness, to return to the universe's embrace. There was a crazed will in that voice. At the instant it echoed in the air. A loud bang that shook all 1,000,000 galaxies immediately traveled into space. As that sound rose up, the orange galaxies immediately shattered to pieces and completely collapsed. At the same time, as the orange Ikang chose to wipe out his consciousness and return to the place of its origins, the 10,000 orange stone monuments it possessed in the land of the 100,000 stone monuments immediately had a large number of cracks appear on them before they simultaneously turned into ashes. Even the 10,000 cultivators in possession of those stone monuments shuddered simultaneously, and without any pained screams, their bodies were completely torn, and their bodies as well as their souls were destroyed and scattered into nothingness. At the same time, the orange Ikang was willing to return to its place of origin, and as it disintegrated, 7 seeds shining in orange light spread out swiftly to rush towards the green Ikang. They instantly rushed into its body, causing a jolt to run through the green Ikang's body, and during that same moment, it let out a long howl. As it howled, the aura from the green Ikang swiftly increased exponentially, and it was several times stronger than before. At the same time, 5 howls echoed in space from the 1,000,000 galaxies. The other 5 colored Ikangs had also absorbed the origin of power from the purple Ikang's body after it wiped out its consciousness. After it fused into them, all of them instantly became stronger. There were 6 orange seeds. Su Ming also absorbed one of them, but it was just a fragment of it, and it was a far cry from when he previously devoured the complete portions of Ikang's souls. With one move, he charged towards green Ikang, who had frozen in space while the orange galaxy crumbled. There was madness within the green Ikang's eyes, which looked like annual rings. Once he fused with the rampaging life force spreading out from its entire body, it shut its eyes swiftly. The person who eventually has the rest of us fuse into you and forms the complete Ikang. Remember this, Kill this person as an offering to me for willingly becoming a source of power. The green Ikang knew that even if it had absorbed one of the seeds that was the source of power formed by the orange Ikang, it still would not be able to escape from Su Ming. Since the orange Ikang could wipe off its consciousness and return to its place of origin, then it could also do the same. As it closed its eyes, a bang came out from its body, and a power that caused the heavens to roar immediately traveled into space. As its body crumbled and it exploded into pieces, it turned into 6 green seeds that shot swiftly into the space around the area. Even Su Ming could not manage to stop the 6 green seeds from disappearing with his speed. One of them charged to his body and fused instantly into him, and during that moment, 5 roars immediately shot into space. Even more powerful ripples of power were contained in those roars. The remaining give portions of Ikang souls became much stronger than before. However, individually, they were still not Su Ming's opponent. However, if for more of the 5 portions of Ikang souls were willing to turn into the origin of power, then the final Ikang who would appear would be the Ikang who could shake the universe and existed in the Old Man Extermination's ballad. It had been set up by Sui Chenzi in the past and was forced to split up to heal themselves and wait till their injuries were recovered before they could fuse together to be born again. Yet now, if they fused together in this manner, while it might still become the Ikang in the past, it would not be as strong as it were in the past. However, even if it was no longer as strong as it was, it would still pose as a threat to Su Ming once it possessed its memories. Su Ming had thought about this previously, which was why he had been so efficient and firm in his actions when he devoured the previous 2. But such a change had still occurred. But since he had already predicted that this would happen and Su Ming still had the galls to devour the portions of Ikang souls, then he would naturally have other methods to handle this. At that moment, the connection between him and the remaining 5 portions of Ikang souls was very intriguing. The Ikang he chose would turn into an origin of power, and the last one who was not chosen would become the dominant will to make the real Ikang awaken. Because of it, the portions of Ikang souls he chose would mean that they would have lost the right to become the real Ikang. For the remaining 5 portions of Ikang souls, this was the most important thing to them, and it was even more important than their lives. Su Ming's lips slowly curled up into a strange and enchanting smile. It's not that I, Su, must devour all of you today. I only want to devour 3 complete portions of Ikang souls. Now, I am lacking one more. If I just devour one more, I will stop. I wonder which of the 5 of you will be willing to fulfill my wish. Right when Su Ming finished speaking, the 5 portions of Ikang souls immediately had their hearts tremble furiously. The threat from Su Ming was incredibly great to them, but they did not want to wipe out their own consciousness either. But who among the 5 of them would be willing to be devoured? The Ikangs could not choose. None of them would willingly allow themselves to be devoured, but Su Ming's goal was not to make them choose. The 300,000 purple galaxies gathered on him, and he turned into a long arc that charged towards another invisible barrier. The power of 300,000 galaxies allowed Su Ming to move as if he was splitting apart bamboo in one smooth move. At the instant he touched the invisible barrier, it let out a bang and was crushed in one blow. When it was torn into pieces, a white galaxy spread out from within. It was the white Ikang's place. In truth, the 10 Ikang souls were not truly equal in terms of power. Black, white, and gray were the strongest, while the remaining 7 colors were close in terms of strength among themselves. At the instant Su Ming saw white light, his eyes sparkled. He stepped into the white galaxy and saw that there were no stellar rivers there. It was a stark difference from the other 7 colors, for at the center of the galaxy an old man was sitting in white robes. He had opened his eyes at that moment and was staring at Su Ming calmly. "I've been waiting for you to come," the old man in white said faintly. His voice echoed in the galaxy, and there was an ancient and gentle tone to his words. "It doesn't matter whether you are a Kang or a cultivator. The signs of your life belong to a Kang. It doesn't matter whether you were previously a Kang or if you will just become a Kang in the future, you will still be a Kang." The old man stood up slowly. His voice was mild, and there was a tone to his voice that would make others feel fond of its owner. The 10 Ikang souls have 3 colors acting as the dominant souls, and the remaining 7 are complements, White controls Ikang's kindness and manipulates the changes in the universe. Black controls Ikang's evil and manipulates the madness which would bring about the world's destruction. Gray is stillness. It will live with the universe and die with the universe. Su Ming's expression remained the same. He stared at the old man in white before him coldly. He took a step forward, and as he approached, the old man did not dodge. There was not even a hint of change on his face. Which is why, as long as you are a Kang, it does not matter to me whether you will devour or fuse with me. I hope that there will come a day when a Kang will descend into the universe once more. Since you can do it, then why should I be stingy with my consciousness? Why should I be bothered if you devour me? The old man smiled faintly. When Su Ming came to his side, he closed his eyes slowly. His demeanor immediately made a barely noticeable glint appear in Su Ming's eyes. The previous fragments of a Kang's soul he'd met were mostly violent and did not possess a great amount of intelligence. However, the old man in white that was the White Kang was completely different from them. Su Ming did not speak. As his eyes sparkled, his speed increased exponentially, and he closed in on the old man. When he raised his right hand, a large number of branches stretched out from his fingers to charge towards the center of the old man's brows before seeping through it. The old man's body began withering before his eyes. A large amount of the essence of life that belonged to a Kang surged into Su Ming's body. The amount far surpassed what he got from the blue and crimson Kangs, and it was so great that the purple light in Su Ming's eyes instantly became even brighter. However, at the instant Su Ming was about to devour and absorb the essence of life from the old man that was the White Kang, the old man's eyes flew open. A sinister look appeared in his gaze, and he formed a seal with his hands before he flinging them to his sides. If a Kang is an illusion, then the universe is real. If a Kang is real, then the universe is an illusion. As the old man's voice echoed, the white light from the white galaxy where he was located instantly grew to a piercing degree. Booming sounds reverberated in space, and the entire space turned into a gigantic white Ikang tree during that instant. The tree was caught between the state of being an illusion and something that had corporeal form. It filled the entire galaxy, or rather, the white galaxy was part of its body. At that moment, if the body of the Ikang tree appeared, then it would mean that it had already swallowed Su Ming. This person intends to sow discord among us. My fellow kinsmen, do not be deceived by him. I am willing to wipe out my consciousness and self-destruct with him. If I succeed, then someone among you will definitely be able to awaken a Kang. If I fail, then you must do the same thing as I did. At the instant the old man's voice echoed in all directions, the gigantic white Kang collapsed, torn into pieces. It activated the destructive power within it and swept up Su Ming, intending to make him die with it. However, the instant the white Kang exploded, a purple hue that surged into the heavens spilled out from Su Ming's body, and the purple Kang appeared inside the white Kang. This scene was just like how a Kang had replaced Sui Chen Zi in the past and was born within the universe. Su Ming's purple Kang was born from the white Kang's destruction. At the instant he appeared, purple and white flashed rapidly in the galaxy. When loud booming sounds shook the place, the white Kang completely broke down. Its origin of power was split into 5 parts, and one of them fused with Su Ming's body. The remaining 4 seeped through space and headed to the other 4 Kangs. This scene was the equivalent of the previous events repeating themselves. If this continued, then there would definitely be one Kang who would eventually awaken its roots and have the will of a Kang from the past to descend once again in the universe. This was the one thing Su Ming did not want to happen the most. At that moment, he was watching the 4 origins of power disappear into space. Right when he appeared from the disintegrated white Kang, his voice echoed in the 1,000,000 galaxies with a monstrous killing intent and determination into the hearts of the 4 remaining Kang. Whosoever snatches my origin of power will be the next to die. Let me devour this white Kang, and I will give you a relative amount of time. As his voice reverberated in space, his words reached the black, gray, indigo, and yellow Kangs. Among them, The Black Ikang was the first to devour the origin of power from the White Ikang without any hesitation. Soon, the Gray Ikang did the same thing. The galaxies in which they were located spread out and became stronger. However, the indigo and yellow fragments of Ikang's soul hesitated for a moment before deciding not to devour the origins of power. Instead, they activated their own powers and sent them outwards to push away the origins of power from the White Ikang out of their galaxies. Soon, the color of their lights spread out so that Su Ming would know of their decisions. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He sucked in a deep breath and instantly absorbed the two white origins of power from the White Ikang. He threw his head back and let out a long roar. Purple light filled his body, and the 300,000 galaxies he previously possessed increased to around 400,000. Black, gray, you're just asking for death. A purple glare shone in Su Ming's eyes. He ignored the galaxies belonging to the yellow and indigo Ikangs and moved swiftly towards the other two. Then go on ahead and devour us. There are 4 of us remaining. As long as I can last till the end, I will definitely be the one who will take the initiative to awaken Ikang. By then, even if I still can't fight against purple, at least I can still protect myself. A glint appeared in indigo Ikang's eyes. It realized that once it had devoured a part of the orange and green Ikang's origins of power, it seemed to have gained enlightenment and become more intelligent. The yellow Ikang had the same thought. Su Ming was so quick that he instantly rammed his fist against the invisible barrier. As it crumbled, black light spread out. A low roar reverberated in space, and a fist stretched out from the crack in the barrier to collide against that of Su Ming. With a loud bang, the fist from the black galaxy tumbled back to reveal an old man dressed in black robes. With killing intent on his face, he forced himself to stop as he moved back before rushing at Su Ming again. A glint shone in Su Ming's eyes. With a cold snort, he took a step forward. Desolate! The old man who was the Black Ikang threw his head back and roared. Immediately, the black galaxy where he was instantly turned into a gigantic Black Ikang, and as if it was collapsing, it fell towards Su Ming. Desolate! Su Ming shouted as well. The 400,000 purple galaxies around him turned into the purple Ikang. With the same posture and the same manner of falling down, the two Ikangs crashed into each other, and booming sounds surged into the heavens. The invisible barrier connected to the black galaxy also let out a loud rumble. In the mid of those rumbles, it sounded as if there was someone ceaselessly pounding against the barrier, intending to walk out from within. Clearly, behind that invisible barrier were the galaxies belonging to the Gray Ikang. Disaster! The old man who was the Black Ikang allowed a large amount of his essence of life to trickle out from his mouth. It was not blood, but his origin of power. When they had crashed into each other, he found that he was absolutely not Su Ming's opponent. As he roared, the leaves on his tree crown shuddered. As they swiftly shot out, they formed a storm and charged towards Su Ming with a howl. Disaster! Su Ming said flatly. He also knew the same divine ability. The purple Ikang turned around, and immediately, countless purple leaves fell off to turn into a vortex before charging forward. Booming sounds reverberated in space again. The old man who was the Black Ikang coughed up a large amount of essence of life again. As his body fell backwards, the invisible barrier behind him shattered with a bang. A large amount of gray light spread out, and an old man dressed in gray robes stepped out. Once he appeared, he did not look towards Su Ming. Instead, he charged towards the old man in black. Understanding and resolve appeared in the eyes of the fallen man. As he gritted his teeth, he did not avoid and simply allowed the old man in gray to approach him. The other pushed his palm against the top of his skull, and the old man who was the Black Ikang shattered with a bang. A great amount of origin of power, which was Ikang's essence of life, turned into fog and charged towards the old man in gray, who sucked in a breath before fusing with him. At the same time, Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He brought his arms up and took a few swift steps forward before he swinging his arms and stretching them out. He then brought his palms together in front of him with a loud clap. It instantly stirred up a violent gust of wind in the galaxy at the spot where his palms collided. The wind howled with a shocking momentum, his clap having been formed with the power from the 400,000 purple galaxies merged together. Because of that, the wind that was stirred up was also purple. Charged forward. In the blink of an eye, it blew against the origin of power from the Black Ikang, which the old man in gray was absorbing. When the origin of power which resembled fog was blown apart, it was sent behind the old man in gray. When Su Ming delivered his attack, he did not hesitate. The effect it was to bring was incredibly important, since it forced the old man in gray to stop in his act of absorbing and fusing with the origin of power. At the instant there was a pause. Su Ming took a swift step forward. The 400,000 purple galaxies behind him rotated with a bang and turned into a boundless mouth. As Su Ming closed in, he sucked in a deep breath in the direction of the old man in gray. The gray Ikang's eyes shone with a deadly still light as he glared at Su Ming. At the instant the boundless mouth came to devour him, he roared towards the heavens. "Indigo, yellow, what are you waiting for?" As he roared, the eyes of the indigo Ikang in the indigo galaxy immediately sparkled. It moved and charged towards the invisible barrier where the yellow Ikang was before ramming into it. A hint of conflict appeared in the yellow Ikang's eyes, but it soon turned into resolve. It charged forward as well and rammed against the invisible barrier separating it from the indigo Ikang. Booming sounds surged into the heavens. The barrier collapsed, and the indigo and yellow Ikangs were able to see each other, and the greed mirrored in the other's eyes. Without exchanging a single word, they crashed into each other. This was a fusion that did not require any form of divine ability, but it was difficult to determine just who would become the dominant soul, since the both of them were very similar to each other in terms of power. "Is this your plan?" Su Ming laughed coldly. The gaping mouth formed by the 400,000 galaxies behind him closed in with a roar. The deadly still look in the old man in gray's eyes became stronger. He raised his arms and grabbed his right wrist with his left hand. Once he straightened his right hand to perform the knife hand strike. He lifted it, and his eyes brightened before darkening once again. A destructive power that caused Su Ming's heart to tremble erupted from the old man in gray. "Purple, you don't have the skill in the memories you're obtained. Ikang slices the heavens." The old man in gray shouted fiercely, then brought his right hand down in a slicing motion in Su Ming's direction. A gray flash of light appeared in front of the old man in gray, tearing through the galaxy. Su Ming's pupils shrank. The torn galaxy reminded him of what he'd seen at the edge of the fifth ocean, when Zhu Yukai cut through heaven and earth with a swing of his life inequity spear and managed to create a crack in space that devoured thousands of cultivators and several almighties. The gray crack gave Su Ming a familiar feeling, and the same sense of danger rose in his heart. He saw the old man who was the gray Ikang shattering after he executed that slash to turn into a large amount of origin of power that spread through the area. The slash it executed was clearly one that required it to wipe off its consciousness as a price. The origin of power spreading out from the gray Ikang tumbled backwards and charged into the galaxy where the yellow and indigo Ikangs were fusing together. Judging by the looks of it, it wanted to fuse with them and be absorbed by the remaining two Ikangs to speed up their fusion and help facilitate the speed in awakening the real Ikang from the ballad. The origin of power from the gray Ikang was not going to fuse with them alone. Instead, it swept up the origin of power formed after the black Ikang broke down as well. If Su Ming dodged the incoming gray crack, then he would lose the initiative, allowing that origin of power to fuse with the yellow and indigo galaxies. Not only would it speed up the manifestation of Ikang's real self, it would also allow the awakened Ikang to be much stronger. The only way for Su Ming to stop it and grow strong was to face that incoming slash head-on. Only then would he have enough time to devour the black and gray Ikang's origin of power, so that the yellow and indigo Ikangs would be unable to face him even after they had fused together and awakened. A fierce light shone in Su Ming's eyes. His hair transformed into gray, turning him into the gray Su Ming who symbolized absolute rationality and composure. At that moment, even if the galaxy crumbled before him, his emotions would not change even a single bit. During that instant, the malicious eye he had obtained also rose at the center of his brows and opened. An enchanting light shone from within it. The third eye could allow Su Ming to magnify everything by numerous times, allowing him find weaknesses. With the absolute rationality, it was enough for Su Ming to erupt with power that surpassed what he usually possessed. At the same time, the 400,000 galaxies roared behind him. The gaping mouth formed in space became even more ferocious. Its presence was like a tidal wave, and behind it, a gigantic gray moon that belonged to those in lunar Kulpa realm manifested. The galaxy trembled upon its arrival as clouds surged in all directions. Booming sounds tumbled about and reverberated in space. Su Ming seized the space beside him with his right hand, and the purple-black ring on his thumb immediately turned into the life inequity spear. Once Su Ming seized it, he closed his eyes. Only the third eye at the center of his brows remained open, staring at the incoming dimensional crack formed by a Kang's slash. In his head, the attack Zhu Yukai had executed beyond the fifth ocean to sweep through the galaxy repeated itself. What joy was there in living? Su Ming replayed that attack in his mind 1,000 times. His third eye had also used an art to notice minute details to ceaselessly magnify a Kang's slash, which allowed him to see every single subtle change within it as well as the presence spreading out from it. A Kang's slash came charging forward with a howl. When it was less than 100 feet away from Su Ming, it became so quick that it closed in on him in an instant. However, when Su Ming looked towards it with his third eye, the flow of time around him seemed to have become much slower. Zhu Yukai's attack, which had sliced apart the heavens, had been replayed nearly 10,000 times in his mind by then. There is a will in the universe. It is the domineering will of the Almighties in life realm. That is, what belongs to a person when he has almost reached death realm and has understood life and death in his life. That is why he said those words. What joy is there in living? What joy is there in living? Su Ming mumbled. The crack formed by a Kang's slash brought with it a desire to destroy everything as it closed in on Su Ming. At that moment, it was less than 10 feet away from him, and Su Ming's robes fluttered madly. The gaping mouth formed by the purple galaxies behind him started showing signs of disintegrating. The moon formed when he reached lunar Kulpa realm also started trembling. What joy is there in living? If someday all my friends leave me, my mother will never be able to wake up again. Su Xianxia disappears, and my elder, Xianxia, my senior brothers, and all the people I know disappear into the passage of time, and I am the only left in the universe. Then what joy is there in living? A lonely air spread out from Su Ming's body. He opened his eyes, and there was loneliness as well as an absent-minded look in his eyes. At the instant a Kang's slash was about to touch him, he gripped the life inequity spear, brought it up before him, and swung it gently. While his appearance and the feeling he gave to others might not be the exact same as that of Zhu Yukai, it was quite similar. With that one slash, the moon behind Su Ming broke down and turned into countless shards that charged towards the long spear in his hand before fusing into it. Su Ming's life inequity spear then swept forward with a power that seemed to be able to slice apart the galaxy, and a crack was torn open. At the same time, as if the life inequity spear in Su Ming's hand had turned into a black hole, the gaping mouth formed by the 400,000 purple galaxies behind Su Ming was absorbed by the tip of the spear as if they were fog, and the power to slice apart the galaxy instantly increased exponentially. Su Ming's body trembled, and it was because he could sense that quite a large amount of his cultivation base, his life force, and all the essence in his body had been absorbed by the life inequity spear to slice apart a dazzling crack in the galaxy. It was around 5 feet long. At the instant that crack appeared, a destructive power spilled out from within to charge towards a Kang's incoming slash. Violent booming sounds shook Western Ring Nebula's foreign lands. The life inequity spear in Su Ming's hand bounced back. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and staggered a few steps back. When he raised his head, an aloof look appeared in his eyes. That strike could be said to be his strongest attack. It was what he executed after he imitated Zhu Yukai's attack. He might not have done it perfectly, only managing to imitate 3/10 of it, but that amount alone was enough for it to severely wound all Almighties in Fate realm. It could also fight against the Akang slash executed by the Grey Akang with its consciousness as the price. It had not been complete though, only possessing 1/10 of the power of the real Akang. As loud bangs reverberated in space, Su Ming forced his body to stop. A feeling of weakness filled him, but resolve appeared on his face. He forced himself to rush forward, then opened his mouth wide to suck in a sharp breath in the direction of the origins of power from a Kang who intended to fuse with the yellow and indigo galaxies. With it, the vast amount of origins of power from the gray and black Kangs tumbled backwards and seeped into him through all parts of his body. As they provided nourishment to him, he threw his head back and roared. Cracking sounds came from within him, and his long hair grew until it reached his feet. His appearance grew even more strange and enchanting, and the purple glare in his eyes became more aggressive than ever. At the instant Su Ming prevented the origins of power from the gray and black Kangs fusing with the yellow and indigo galaxies, and his roar reverberated in space. A ruthless, brutal presence filled with endless savage air erupted from the yellow and indigo galaxies. A will that looked down on the whole universe and which seemed as if it had just been awakened filled the yellow and indigo galaxies. Su Ming's eyes shone. When he raised his right hand, the life inequity spear returned to his palm, and he held it again to stare at the tumbling yellow and indigo galaxies. "You want to devour me?" A muffled voice tinted with an ancient and archaic presence came from all directions. The instant that voice spoke, a destructive power spread out from the yellow and indigo galaxies with a bang, before Su Ming could do anything. As that loud bang surged into the heavens, Su Ming's expression changed. It was not the level of cultivation or the strength of the awakened Kang which caused his expression to change, but the determination and the conniving nature in that creature from the ballad. At the instant it self-destructed, Su Ming sensed the 20,000 stone monuments from the yellow and indigo stone monuments in the land of the 100,000 stone monuments explode at the same time. Kang's presence turned into 20,000 parts and swiftly crawled into the bodies of the 20,000 cultivators affiliated to it, causing those cultivators to instantly swell up. As they roared, the whole Western Ring Nebula's foreign lands began trembling furiously. Then, as if an exit had been forcefully opened, a vast suction force swept up the 20,000 cultivators with Kang's presence and instantly relocated them outside Western Ring Nebula's foreign lands to appear in different corners of Western Ring Nebula. "There are 20,000 of us. As long one of us escapes, there will come a day when a Kang, will rise to power again." 20,000 voices like thunder roared and reverberated in Western Ring Nebula. This was the same as when a Kang had separated itself into 10 to heal after its battle against Sui Qinzi. However, it was injured even worse after Su Ming's actions, up to the point that it did not dare to stand but instead chose to split itself into 20,000 parts. Su Ming's expression was dark as he stared at the empty galaxy in the foreign lands. That action had exceeded his expectations. It was something he had not predicted beforehand. Yet no matter what, he had already become the master of Western Ring Nebula's foreign lands.